Quentin performed a small act of magic, and no one saw it. The three of them, James, Julia, and Quentin, made their way down the chilly, cracked sidewalk. James and Julia walked hand in hand, the new normal, leaving Quentin to follow a step behind like a resentful kid. He wished he could be with Julia alone, or better yet, completely alone, but life rarely handed you what you wanted. The facts of existence seemed to hammer that point home relentlessly. All right, Q," James called back without turning. "Let's game plan this." James had an uncanny knack for sensing whenever Quentin began wallowing in self-pity. Quentin's college interview was in 7 minutes. James's slot followed immediately after. "Give him a solid handshake. Lock eyes, then, once he's relaxed, you whack him with a chair, and I'll hack his password to email Princeton. Just be yourself, Q," Julia said softly. Her dark hair was tied back in loose waves. Her constant kindness somehow made the whole situation more painful. "How is what I said any different?" Quentin repeated the trick. It was a minor feat, a simple one-handed maneuver with a nickel, practiced secretly in his coat pocket. He did it forward, then reversed it. "I've got one guess for his password," James announced. "Password." Quentin marveled, not for the first time, at how long this trio had endured. They were only 17, but it felt like he'd known James and Julia for a lifetime. The Brooklyn school system had a way of identifying the gifted kids and clustering them together, then further isolating the absurdly brilliant from the merely bright, funneling them into the same speech competitions, regional Latin tests, and tiny hyper-advanced math seminars since elementary school. They were the elite of the nerds. Now, in their senior year, Quentin understood James and Julia more deeply than anyone else, even his own parents, and they understood him. Every anticipated remark was known before it was spoken. Every potential romantic pairing among them had already been explored or not, Julia with her pale skin, scattering of freckles and dreamy demeanor. The oboe player who outmatched him in physics was never going to be with Quentin in that way. The finality of it was a dull, familiar ache. Quentin stood tall and lanky, but he carried himself with a perpetual slouch, as if trying to shrink away from the next calamity. He was certain the sky would aim at the tallest targets first. His damp, shoulder-length hair was stiffening into icy strands. He really should have taken the time to dry it properly after gym class, especially with his important interview today, but a stubborn, self-defeating impulse had made him rush out into the cold instead. The sky hung low and gray, heavy with the promise of snow. To Quentin, the entire city seemed to be staging a private exhibition of bleakness just for his benefit. Crows huddled on telephone wires, a flattened mess left by a dog on the sidewalk, scraps of newspaper tumbling in the wind, and the soggy, trampled remains of countless oak leaves being ground into the pavement. "Man, I'm stuffed," James announced. "I seriously overdid it. Why do I keep doing that?" "Because you're an insatiable hog?" Julia suggested cheerfully. "Because you're bored with having a clear view of your own shoes? Or maybe you're on a personal mission to connect your stomach directly to your." James cut her off by throwing his arms behind his head, fingers tangling in his wavy brown hair, his expensive camel hair coat hanging open despite the November chill. He released a thunderous belch. The cold never seemed to touch him. Quentin, on the other hand, felt perpetually chilled, as though he carried his own personal miniature winter around with him. James began to sing, his tune a mangled hybrid of a Christmas carol and a nursery rhyme. Back in the days of knights and steeds, lived a lad who did great deeds. He had a sword and rode a horse, and everyone knew him as Dave, of course. "Stop it," Julia screeched. "I mean it." James had originally composed this ridiculous song for a middle school talent show act years ago, yet he still took joy in torturing them with it. Julia shoved him, still singing, against a dented trash can, and when that failed to silence him, she yanked his knit cap off and began swatting him with it. "My hair! You're ruining my perfect interview hair, King James," Quentin thought to himself with a sigh. The king is amusing himself. "Hate to interrupt the royal performance," he said, "but we have about 2 minutes." "Oh, heavens!" Julia chirped in a mock-panicked tone. "The Duchess will be so cross. We shall be dreadfully late." "I should feel happy," Quentin told himself. "I'm young, healthy, and alive. I have good friends. I have two mostly functional parents. My father edits medical textbooks, and my mother is a commercial illustrator who still dreams somewhat bitterly of being a recognized painter. I'm securely middle class. My grade point average is a figure so high most people wouldn't believe it was possible. Yet as he walked down Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn in his black overcoat and gray interview suit, Quentin knew he wasn't happy. Why? He had meticulously gathered every component for a happy life. He had followed all the prescribed steps, said the right words, and made all the expected efforts. But happiness remained elusive, like a rebellious ghost that refused to be summoned. At a loss, he trailed behind James and Julia past corner stores and laundromats, past trendy little shops and glowing cell phone retailers, past a bar where elderly patrons were already nursing drinks at 3:45 in the afternoon, past a brown brick VFW hall with cheap plastic chairs out front. Every sight just reinforced his conviction that his actual life, the one he was supposed to be living, had been lost due to some cosmic filing error. This hollow imitation couldn't be it. His real existence had been rerouted to someone else, and he'd been stuck with this shoddy counterfeit version. Maybe Princeton would be where he finally found it. His fingers found the nickel in his pocket again, rolling it over his knuckles in a nervous, familiar rhythm. "Are you fiddling with your junk over there, Quentin?" James asked without turning around. Quentin felt his face grow hot. "I am not. Nothing to be embarrassed about," James said, clapping him on the back. Clear as the head a sharp wind cut straight through the thin wool of Quentin's suit, but he stubbornly left his overcoat unbuttoned, letting the cold wash over him. It hardly mattered. He wasn't fully present in this moment anyway. His mind was already miles away, lost in the pages of Fillory. Fillory and Further, Christopher Plover's beloved series of 5 fantasy novels, had been published in England back in the 1930s, and its magical world felt more real to him than the Brooklyn streets around him. The story follows the 5 Chatwin siblings and their escapades in a hidden realm they stumble upon during summer visits to their quirky aunt and uncle's rural home. Officially, it's a holiday, but the truth is far grimmer. Their father is entrenched in the brutal trenches of Passchendaele, while their mother is confined to a hospital battling an undefined ailment that whispers of a fractured mind. This sorrow lingers like a distant echo. What truly defines those years is the annual pilgrimage from their separate boarding schools back to Cornwall, where each return journey leads them again into Fillory. There they roam enchanted territories, embark on quests, and shield the peaceful inhabitants from looming threats. Among these dangers, the most eerie is the veiled watcher-woman, whose clockwork spells risk freezing all of Fillory in a perpetual, damp September twilight, forever stuck at a gloomy 5 o'clock. Like many, Quentin first encountered the Fillory series in elementary school, yet, unlike his peers, James and Julia included. He never truly moved on. Those books became his refuge whenever the real world grew too heavy, which was often in a twist of irony. Fillory both soothed the sting of Julia's indifference and likely fueled it. Admittedly, the tales carried a distinct, almost quaint British charm that could make a reader cringe. Take the Cozy Horse, for instance, that giant, gentle beast with velvet-soft hooves and a back so wide you could bed down on it. But beneath that surface lay a darker, more compelling allure Quentin couldn't shake. It was as if the novels, particularly the first one, The World in the Walls, were metaphors for the act of reading itself. When the eldest Chatwin, the brooding Martin, opens the grandfather clock in a shadowy hallway and squeezes past its pendulum, which Quentin always imagined like pushing aside the uvula of some great beast, he isn't just finding a hidden door. Cracking open a book that finally delivers on the ancient promise of stories, a genuine escape to a better place. The world within the walls is one of perpetual magic dusk, a stark landscape of inky shadows and sharp contrasts, like text on a page. It's a land of bristling fields, ancient stone walls, and daily noon eclipses, where a single season might span a century. Leafless trees claw at the sky, and faint green waves wash over shores of crushed white shell. In Fillory, emotions held weight. Happiness wasn't a fleeting guest, but a permanent resident. It didn't just visit when summoned, it never truly left. They now stood before a brick house on a tree-lined street, an elegant outlier among the surrounding brownstones. Local lore marked it as a relic from the brutal Battle of Brooklyn, and it seemed to regard the modern traffic with a silent, dignified reproach. Quentin allowed himself a wry thought. If this were a Fillory tale, this house would surely hide a portal. The elderly resident would be a kindly odd soul dropping vague hints, and in his absence Quentin would discover some enchanted nook, a forgotten cabinet, or a whispering dumb waiter offering a breathtaking glimpse into a pristine, otherworldly frontier. But of course this wasn't a Fillory novel. The only magic here was the mundane reality of a Brooklyn sidewalk. So give them hell, Julia said. She had on a blue jacket with a round collar that gave her a sort of French schoolgirl look. Maybe I'll see you at the library later. Sure, Quentin replied. They bumped fists awkwardly, and she glanced away, a little embarrassed. The whole unspoken thing hung between them. She knew how he felt, and he knew she knew. There wasn't anything else to say. Quentin pretended to be deeply interested in a parked car while she said goodbye to James. She placed a hand on James's chest and popped her heel up like some classic movie starlet. Then it was just him and James walking up the cement path to the front door. James slung an arm around Quentin's shoulders, pulling him slightly off balance. James was broader, more solidly built, even if Quentin was taller. "I know what you're thinking, Quentin," James said, his voice rough but not unkind. "You think no one gets you, but I do." He gave Quentin's shoulder a squeeze that felt almost paternal. "I'm probably the only one who really does." Quentin stayed quiet. It was impossible to hate James. You could only envy him. He was handsome, sharp, and underneath it all, genuinely decent, more than anyone else. James reminded Quentin of Martin Chatwin from the Fillory stories. But if James was a Chatwin, what did that make him? The real issue with James was that he was always cast as the hero. And in that story, you were left playing either the loyal sidekick or the outright villain. Quentin pressed the doorbell. A faint, tinny rattle echoed from somewhere deep in the darkened house, an old-fashioned analog sound. He ran through a mental checklist of his extracurriculars and personal achievements. He was as prepared as he could be, aside from his hair not being fully dry. Yet now that the moment was here, all his desire for it just evaporated. He wasn't even surprised. This was a familiar, anticlimactic feeling, doing all the work to get something only to find you don't want it anymore. He could always count on that. A perfectly ordinary suburban screen door guarded the entrance against all gardening scents. A few stubborn orange and purple zinnias were still blooming in haphazard patches in the dark soil on either side of the steps. How bizarre, Quentin thought with a complete lack of interest, that they'd still be alive in November. He tucked his bare hands into his coat sleeves and shoved the ends under his arms. The air had a cold metallic bite that suggested snow, but instead it began to rain. 5 minutes later it was still coming down. Quentin knocked again, then gave the door a light push. It swung open a few inches, releasing a wave of warm, stuffy air that carried the sweet, fruity smell of a stranger's home. "Hello," he called out. He and James exchanged a look. Quentin pushed the door all the way open. "Maybe we should give him another minute. Who even volunteers to do this in their free time?" Quentin muttered. "I bet the guy's a creep." The foyer was dark, quiet, and muffled by overlapping oriental rugs. Still standing outside, James leaned on the doorbell again, no response. "I don't think anybody's home," Quentin said. The fact that James wasn't coming in suddenly made him want to go in more. A stray thought crossed his mind. If this interviewer actually was some secret gatekeeper to the magical land of Fillory, it was a shame he wasn't wearing more sensible shoes. A staircase ascended into gloom. To the left was a stiff, formal dining room that looked utterly unused. To the right, a cozy den held leather armchairs, and standing alone in a corner, a large, intricately carved wooden cabinet. Interesting. A massive old nautical map, taller than Quentin, covered half of one wall featuring an ornately detailed compass rose. He fumbled along the walls, searching for a light switch. A cane chair sat in one corner, but he didn't sit. All the blinds were drawn tight. The darkness here felt less like a house with the curtains closed and more like true night, as if the sun had set or been eclipsed the moment he stepped inside. Quentin moved into the den in slow, deliberate steps. He told himself he'd go back outside and call in just another minute. He had to at least look around first. The darkness clung to him, a charged and prickling fog. The cabinet loomed, a massive piece of furniture you could practically step inside. His hand found the small, tarnished brass knob. It turned. His fingers shook. Leroy s'amuse. He couldn't resist. The universe seemed to pivot on this single point, as if every prior moment had been a prelude. A liquor cabinet, a veritable private bar stocked with rows of bottles that clinked softly as he reached past them. His fingers brushed the dry, rough plywood at the back, just to be certain. It was solid, utterly mundane. He shut the door, breathing heavily, his face hot in the dark. It was as he scanned the room, desperate to confirm his solitude, that he saw the shape on the floor. A body. 15 minutes later, the foyer was a hive of subdued activity. Quentin sat rigidly in a cane chair in the corner, feeling like an uninvited guest at a stranger's wake. He kept the back of his head pressed hard against the cool wall, as if it were his only tether to a sane world. James stood beside him, awkward, his hands with nowhere to go. They avoided each other's eyes. The old man lay supine on the floor, his stomach a pronounced dome, his wild gray hair giving him a mad scientist aura. 3 paramedics, 2 men and a woman crouched around him. The woman was distractingly, almost offensively pretty, a splash of vibrant color in the grim tableau, as if she'd wandered onto the wrong set. Their work was methodical, but devoid of urgency. This was the solemn ritual of a lost cause, not a rescue. They murmured, packed equipment, peeled off adhesive pads, disposed of used needles with a smooth, strong motion. One of the men removed the tube from the corpse's throat. Quentin saw the dead, grayish tongue. A faint, acrid scent reached him, one he didn't want to acknowledge. "This is bad," James said again, his voice hollow. "Extremely bad," Quentin echoed, his own lips feeling numb and foreign. If he stayed perfectly still, perhaps the situation couldn't claim him further. He stared at a fixed point on the opposite wall, refusing to let his eyes focus on the den. Looking at James would only show him his own panic, reflected back in a terrifying, endless loop. He fixated on a single mundane thought. When could they leave? A deep, irrational shame gnawed at him. He was the one who had trespassed, and it felt, in some twisted way, causative. "I shouldn't have called him a pedophile," Quentin said aloud, the words thick. "Extremely wrong," James agreed. They spoke with the halting slowness of people rediscovering speech. The female paramedic stood up from her squat, pressing her palms into the small of her back and rolling her neck with a soft crack. She walked toward them, peeling off her rubber gloves. "Well," she announced with incongruous brightness, "he's properly dead." Her accent was crisp, English. Quentin cleared his tight throat. She tossed the gloves in a perfect arc toward a waste bin across the room. What was it? Cerebral hemorrhage. Quick way to go if you've got to go, which he did. Bet he liked a tipple. She mimed drinking, her cheeks still flushed from exertion. She couldn't have been more than 25, wearing a neatly pressed, dark blue short-sleeved shirt with one mismatched button, a flight attendant on the final descent. Quentin wished she were plain. Ordinary women were simpler. Their probable unattainability didn't carry this specific, sharp sting. But she was not ordinary. She was pale and slender, with an unfairly captivating beauty and a wide, distractingly sensual mouth. "So," she said. Quentin found himself at a loss for words. "My condolences?" she asked flatly. "Were you responsible? I was just here for a meeting." "He conducted interviews for Princeton alumni. Then why does it matter to you?" Quentin paused, questioning the entire direction of this exchange. He rose to his feet, something he should have done when she approached. He towered over her. Even given the grim setting, he couldn't help thinking this paramedic had an awful lot of nerve for someone who wasn't even a proper doctor. He resisted the urge to glance for a name badge, not wanting to be caught staring. "On a personal level, I didn't know him," Quentin said, choosing his words with care. "But I do believe human life has intrinsic value, so even as a stranger I can say his death is a regrettable thing." "What if he was a monster?" she countered. Maybe those rumors about him were true. She'd heard his earlier conversation. Possibly, or maybe he was decent. Maybe he was a genuinely good person. Maybe. You must see a lot of death in your line of work." From the periphery of his vision, Quentin noticed James observing them, utterly confused. "The job description says we're supposed to keep people alive," she replied, "or so they tell us in training. That has to be difficult. The deceased are significantly less demanding." Quieter, precisely. Her gaze, however, held a sharpness that contradicted her casual words. She was scrutinizing him. "Hey," James interjected, "we should really get going. What's the rush?" she said, her eyes still locked on Quentin. Unlike most people, she seemed far more focused on him than on James. "Listen, I have a feeling this man left something intended for you." She retrieved 2 legal-sized manila envelopes from a marble-topped console table. Quentin frowned. "I doubt that. We really should go," James repeated. "You already mentioned that," the paramedic said. James pushed the door open, and a wave of cold, bracing air washed over them. It felt stark and real, exactly what Quentin needed to counter the surreal tension inside. "I'm serious," the woman insisted. "You should take these. It could be important." Her unwavering stare held Quentin. The world outside seemed to grow still. Standing on the chilly, damp stoop, mere steps from a dead body, he felt suspended. "We're leaving now," James was saying. "Thank you. I'm sure you did all you could." The attractive paramedic had her dark hair woven into 2 thick braids. She wore a glossy yellow enamel ring and an ornate antique silver wristwatch. With her delicate pointed features she resembled a pale, slender angel of death, and she held out the 2 envelopes, their names scrawled across the front in bold block letters. Probably academic records or private references, for reasons he couldn't fully explain, and partly because he knew James wouldn't. Quentin took the envelope bearing his name. "Excellent. Farewell," the paramedic chimed, spinning gracefully back into the house and shutting the door firmly behind her. They were alone on the stoop. "Well," James exhaled, taking a sharp breath in and letting it out slowly. Quentin nodded vaguely as if in agreement. In silence they made their way back up the path to the sidewalk. A dazed numbness clung to Quentin, and he had no desire to converse. "Look," James said finally, "you really shouldn't have taken that, I know," Quentin admitted. "You could still return it. What if someone finds out? How would they? I don't know. Who knows what's inside? Might be useful." "Oh, fantastic. So it's lucky the guy died, then," James snapped, irritation clear in his voice. They walked to the corner without another word, both annoyed and unwilling to acknowledge it. The slate pavement was slick, the sky a flat, rainy white. Quentin knew taking the envelope was a mistake. He was angry at himself for yielding to the impulse and equally frustrated with James for his refusal to take his own. "I'll see you later," James said abruptly. "I have to meet Jules at the library. Right." They shook hands with a stiff, formal politeness. The moment had a weight of finality that Quentin couldn't shake. He moved slowly down First Street, the reality of a death in the house he'd just left still feeling distant, dreamlike. A fresh wave of shame washed over him as he recognized, buried beneath the shock, a sliver of relief that his Princeton interview was now canceled. The afternoon light was fading, the sun already sinking behind the thick gray clouds blanketing Brooklyn. For the first time in what felt like hours, the mundane obligations of his life came rushing back, the physics problem set, the overdue history paper, a mountain of unread emails, the dishes and laundry waiting at home. The sheer weight of it all was pulling him back into the gravity well of the ordinary world. Have to explain everything to his parents, and they would, in some infuriatingly subtle way he could never quite articulate or defend against, manage to make him feel responsible. Life would inevitably snap back to its tedious normalcy. His thoughts drifted to Julia, likely meeting James at the library. She'd be frantically composing her Western civilization paper for Mr. Karras, a project meant to span 6 weeks that she would conquer in a single caffeine-fueled marathon. As much as he ached for her to be with him instead of James, the path to winning her over remained a blur in his mind, in his most frequent and admittedly morbid daydream. James would exit the picture quietly and without suffering, leaving a grieving Julia to find solace in his Quentin's waiting arms. It was a pathetic fantasy, and he knew it. As he walked, his fingers worked at the small red thread clasp sealing the manila envelope. He saw at once it wasn't his transcript or any official document. Inside was a notebook visibly aged, its corners worn soft and round, its cover speckled with faint brown spots. The first page, inscribed in faded brown ink, read, "The Magicians, Book 6 of Fillory and Further." Quentin's brow furrowed. The Magicians wasn't a title from Christopher Plover's known works, and any self-respecting fan knew the Fillory series contained only 5 books. When he turned the page, a single folded sheet of white notepaper escaped, snatched by the wind. It fluttered against a wrought iron fence for a heartbeat before being carried away. His block held a community garden, a narrow, awkward triangle of land too peculiar for developers to bother with. Stuck in legal limbo, it had been claimed years prior by determined neighbors who replaced Brooklyn's acidic soil with rich upstate loam. They'd cultivated pumpkins, tomatoes, and even crafted tiny Zen gardens, but enthusiasm had waned. Now hardy urban weeds ran rampant, choking out the more delicate plants. It was into this wild, dying thicket that the note vanished. This late in the season, everything was brittle and brown. Quentin waded in dry stems, snagging his pants, his shoes crunching on hidden broken glass. A ridiculous, hopeful thought flickered. Maybe the note held the phone number of that strikingly attractive paramedic. The garden was deceptively deep, housing several large trees. The further he pushed, the more it felt like a separate, shadowy world. He spotted the note, stuck high on a trellis woven with dead vines. If it broke free again, it would be over the back fence and gone for good. His phone rang, his dad. He ignored it. From the corner of his eye, something large and pale seemed to dart behind a thicket of bracken, but when he turned, there was nothing. He pushed past the skeletal remains of gladiolas and petunias, past sunflowers standing like sentinels and rose bushes whose thorny branches formed intricate, lifeless patterns. He should have reached 7th Avenue by now. Deeper he went, brushing against vegetation that probably hosted every toxic plant known to the city. A raging case of poison ivy was the last thing he needed to cap off this spectacularly terrible day. It was strange to notice that scattered among the withered vegetation, a handful of stubborn green shoots still reached upward, surviving on some hidden source of nourishment. A faint sweet scent drifted on the air. He halted. An abrupt, profound silence fell. The usual urban soundtrack, car horns, thumping stereos, distant sirens had vanished. His phone had gone quiet. The cold was biting, his fingers stiff and numb. Should he retreat or continue? Pushing further through a dense hedge, he shut his eyes and grimaced as brittle twigs scraped his skin. His foot caught on an object, an old, mossy stone. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he broke into a cold sweat. When he opened his eyes, he found himself at the border of an immense, flawlessly flat green lawn encircled by tall trees. The rich smell of sun-warmed grass was almost overwhelming. Heat from the sun baked his face. The sun's position was all wrong, and where had the clouds gone? The sky was a searing, cloudless blue. A dizzying disorientation twisted his sense of balance. He held his breath for a moment, then exhaled a puff of frigid winter air and drew in a deep breath of thick, pollen-laden summer warmth. It made him sneeze. In the distance beyond the expansive lawn stood a grand house built of honey-colored stone and gray slate, adorned with an array of chimneys, gables, towers, and layered roofs. Dominating the central structure was a tall, dignified clock tower that struck Quentin as an unusual feature for what otherwise appeared to be a private home. The clock followed a Venetian design, a single sharp hand sweeping around a face marked with 24 hours in Roman numerals. Above one wing rose what looked like a verdigris copper dome, likely belonging to an observatory. Between the house and the lawn lay a series of inviting terraced gardens, small groves, sculpted hedges, and fountains. Quentin half believed that if he stood perfectly still for a few moments, reality would snap back to its familiar state. He wondered if he was experiencing some catastrophic neurological episode. Cautiously, he glanced over his shoulder. The neglected garden he'd come from was gone, replaced by broad-leafed oak trees that marked the edge of a deep, imposing forest. A trickle of sweat traced a path down his side from his armpit. It was genuinely hot. Quentin dropped his bag on the grass and shrugged off his heavy overcoat in the quiet. A bird chirped lazily about 50 feet away. A lanky teenager leaned against a tree, smoking a cigarette and observing him. He appeared to be around Quentin's age, dressed in a button-down shirt with a crisp collar and very fine pale pink stripes. He didn't acknowledge Quentin, merely took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly into the summer air, seemingly unbothered by the heat. "Hey," Quentin called out. The young man finally looked over, giving a single, slight upward nod of his chin, but offering no verbal reply. Quentin walked toward him, trying to appear as casual as possible. He desperately didn't want to look like someone who was utterly lost. Even without his coat, he was sweating profusely. He felt like an overdressed Victorian explorer attempting to earn the respect of an unimpressed local. But there was a question he had to ask. "Is this—" Quentin cleared his throat. "So is this Fillory?" He shielded his eyes against the glaring sun. The young man regarded him with a solemn expression. He took another long pull from his cigarette, then slowly shook his head, exhaling smoke. "Nope," he said flatly. "Upstate New York. Breckabilles." He didn't laugh. Quentin would later come to appreciate that. "Upstate?" Quentin echoed. "What, like near Vassar or something? I saw you come through," the young man stated. "Come on, you need to go up to the house." He flicked his cigarette away and started across the vast lawn without a backward glance. At first, Quentin didn't follow, but a sudden spike of anxiety at the thought of being left alone in this place spurred him into motion, and he jogged to catch up. The green was enormous, easily the size of several football fields combined. Crossing it felt like a lengthy journey. The sun beat down on the back of Quentin's neck. "So what's your name?" the young man asked, his tone making it clear he had no real interest in the answer. "Quentin. Charming, Brooklyn," he answered. 17, he added, when asked his age. "Call me Elliot," the other young man said, cutting him off with a wave. "Let's leave it at that. The less I know, the better. I'm not looking for new friends." Quentin quickened his pace to match Elliot's long strides. There was something unusual about Elliot's face. He carried himself with perfect posture, yet his mouth was fixed in a lopsided grimace, revealing a jumble of teeth that seemed to point in every direction. He looked like someone who had been assembled with a little less care than usual, but for all his odd appearance, Elliot radiated a calm, unshakable confidence that made Quentin desperately want to earn his approval, or perhaps even trade places with him. Elliot seemed to float through life with natural ease, while Quentin felt he was always thrashing just to keep his head above water, exhausting himself for every gasp of air. "What is this place exactly?" Quentin ventured. "Do you live here?" "Here at Breakbills," Elliot replied, his tone breezy. "I suppose I do, if you can call this living." They crossed the lawn, and Elliot guided him through an opening in a tall hedge into a cool, shadowy labyrinth. The bushes were trimmed into narrow, winding corridors that branched out like a puzzle, occasionally opening into small, secluded courtyards. The foliage was so thick it blocked out the sky, though here and there a bold stripe of sunlight cut across the path. They passed a softly splashing fountain and a weathered stone statue standing solemnly in a damp corner. After several minutes, they emerged from the maze between two towering topiary bears standing on their hind legs onto a stone terrace shaded by the large house Quentin had seen earlier. A breeze stirred, making one of the leafy bears seem to turn its head slightly toward him. "The dean should be down for you shortly," Elliot said. "My advice? Sit right there." He pointed to a worn stone bench as if instructing a stubborn pet, "and try to look like you belong. And if you mention seeing me with a cigarette, I'll personally ensure you're sent to the deepest, most miserable corner of the afterlife. I haven't been, but from what I hear, it's only slightly worse than an afternoon in Brooklyn." With that, Elliot vanished back into the hedge maze. Quentin obediently took a seat on the bench, his backpack and overcoat piled in his lap, and stared down at his polished black shoes against the gray stone tiles. This can't be real, he thought clearly, but the words seemed to have no effect on the world around him. It felt like a gentle, bewildering trip. The tiles were carved with intricate patterns of vines, or perhaps words in some elegant script worn smooth by time. Tiny seeds and dust motes drifted in the sunbeams. If this is a hallucination, he mused, it's incredibly detailed. The most unsettling part was the silence. No matter how hard he listened, he couldn't hear a single car. It was as if the soundtrack to the world had suddenly stopped. After a moment, a pair of French doors rattled and swung open. A tall, portly man in a seersucker suit stepped onto the terrace. "Good afternoon," he said. "You must be Quentin Coldwater." He spoke with careful precision, as if he admired a refined English accent, but hadn't quite adopted one. He had a gentle, open face and thinning blonde hair. "Yes, sir," Quentin replied. He'd never called anyone sir before, but here it felt strangely right. "Welcome to Brakebills College," the man said. "I assume you've heard of us." "Actually, no," Quentin admitted. "Well, you've been offered a preliminary examination here. Do you accept?" Quentin blinked, caught off guard. This wasn't a question he'd ever imagined being asked. "I'm not sure," he said. "I'm not entirely certain, to be honest. A perfectly reasonable feeling, but not one I can accept, I'm afraid. I require a definitive answer, yes or no." "It's simply for the examination," the man added, as if that explained everything. Quentin felt a sudden, sharp certainty that if he said no, everything would vanish before the word even left his lips. He'd be left standing on First Street in the cold drizzle, stepping over dog mess, wondering why he'd imagined a fleeting warmth on the back of his neck. He wasn't ready for that, not yet. "All right, fine," he said, trying to sound casual. "Yes, excellent." The man's cheerfulness was polished but shallow, never quite reaching his eyes. "Let's get you examined. I'm Henry Fogg. Please spare me the jokes. I've heard every one, and you may call me Dean. Follow me. You're the last to arrive, I believe." No jokes occurred to Quentin. Inside, the house was quiet and cool, filled with a rich, spicy scent of old books, oriental rugs, aged wood, and pipe tobacco. The dean strode ahead impatiently. It took Quentin's eyes a moment to adjust as they moved quickly through a sitting room hung with somber oil paintings, down a narrow wood-paneled hall, and up several flights of stairs to a heavy timber door. The moment it opened, hundreds of eyes lifted and locked onto him. The room was vast, airy, and lined with rows of individual wooden desks. At each sat a serious-looking teenager. This was nothing like the classrooms Quentin knew, with their cinder-block walls plastered with motivational posters of kittens dangling from branches. Here, the walls were ancient stone. Sunlight flooded the space, which seemed to stretch back endlessly like an optical illusion. Most of the kids appeared to be around his age and occupied a similar social tier, neither particularly cool nor entirely outcast. But not all. There were punks with mohawks or shaved heads, a noticeable goth contingent, and one Hasidic student in traditional dress. A tall girl with oversized red-framed glasses grinned goofily at everyone. A few younger girls looked as if they'd been crying. One boy sat shirtless, his back covered in intricate green and red tattoos. Whose parents would allow that? Quentin wondered. Another student was in a motorized wheelchair. Another missing his left arm, the empty sleeve of his dark button-down neatly folded and fastened with a silver clasp. Every desk was identical, each holding a plain blue test booklet and a very sharp No. 3 pencil. It was the first familiar thing Quentin had seen. One seat sat empty toward the back. He took it, scooting the chair forward with a cringe-inducing screech. For a second, he almost thought he spotted Julia's face in the crowd, but she turned away almost immediately, and anyway, there was no time to dwell on it. At the front of the room, Dean Fogg cleared his throat primly. "All right," he began, "a few preliminaries. Silence must be maintained during the examination. You may look at other students' papers, but they will appear blank to you. Your pencils will not require sharpening. Should you need a glass of water, simply raise 3 fingers above your head, like so," he demonstrated. "Do not concern yourself with feeling unprepared. There is no way to study for this, though it would be equally true to say you have been preparing for it your entire life. There are only 2 possible outcomes, pass or fail. If you pass, you will advance to the second stage. If you fail, and most of you will be returned home with a plausible explanation and very little memory of today. The test will last 2.5 hours. The dean gave a nod, and the examination began. He turned to the blackboard, sketching a simple clock face with swift, sure strokes. Quentin looked down at the booklet on his desk, which was no longer empty. Questions were appearing, the ink seeming to bleed up from the paper itself as he watched. The room filled with the sound of rustling pages, a unified avian flutter as every head bowed in concentration. Quentin knew this posture well. It was the focused hunch of intensely competitive students settling into their element. He belonged among them. He hadn't expected to spend his afternoon, or was it morning, taking a bizarre exam at a mysterious school in a place where summer still clung to the air. Supposed to be back in Brooklyn, shivering in the cold and preparing for an interview with an elderly man who, it turned out, was no longer among the living. Yet the immediate reality of the test room was undeniable, and Quentin had always been a pragmatist. He pushed his broader confusion aside and began. Much of the test involved calculus, straightforward material for Quentin, whose mathematical talent had been so pronounced that his high school arranged for him to take advanced courses at Brooklyn College. He navigated differential equations and linear algebra proofs with ease. But then came the stranger questions. One displayed a drawing of the back of a playing card, adorned with the usual twin angels on bicycles, and simply asked him to name the card it represented. What possible logic was there in that? Later, he was given a passage from The Tempest, instructed to invent an entirely new language and then translate the Shakespearean text into his creation. The test then quizzed him on the grammar and spelling of this fabricated tongue and absurdly proceeded to ask about the geography, culture, and society of the imaginary country where it was spoken. Finally, he was. Really? Another question asked him to draw a rabbit, but the sketch wouldn't stay still. As soon as he gave it pause, it began to scratch behind an ear, then hopped around the booklet, nibbling at the edges of other questions. Quentin had to chase it with his pencil, eventually placating it with a quickly drawn bunch of radishes and corralling it with a sketched fence. He lost himself in the work, diligently filling blank spaces with his neat script, meeting each odd demand. A full hour before he looked up, his backside sore from the wooden chair. The sunlight had shifted across the floor. He noticed something else. Several desks, once occupied, were now empty. He hadn't seen anyone leave. A cold, hard knot of anxiety tightened in his gut. They must have finished already. He wasn't accustomed to being outpaced academically. A nervous sweat dampened his palms, and he wiped them on his pants. Just who were these other students? He turned the page, blank except for a single elegantly swirled word in the center, Finn. He slumped into the chair, pressing the heels of his sore hands against his tired eyes. 2 hours of his life gone forever. Quentin hadn't seen anyone actually leave, but the room had thinned out dramatically. Maybe 50 students remained, with empty desks now outnumbering occupied ones. It was as if they vanished each time he glanced away. The shirtless, chartless, the shirt, the shirtless, the shirtless, the shirt, the shirt, le cleese, gray roar. He was right. In the interim, please enjoy some refreshments and feel free to mingle. Quentin counted just 22 occupied desks, roughly a tenth of the original group. Absurdly, a silent, impeccably formal butler in white gloves entered and circulated, handing each person a wooden tray on. It was a sandwich of roasted red peppers and fresh mozzarella on sourdough, a slightly misshapen pear, and a dense square of dark, bitter chocolate. From unlabeled bottles, he poured each student a glass of something cloudy and fizzy, which turned out to be tart grapefruit soda. Taking his lunch, Quentin drifted toward the front row where most of the others had gathered. He felt a pathetic surge of relief at having made it this far, even though he had no clue why he'd passed when others hadn't, or what passing even meant. Nearby, the butler was patiently clearing the clinking collection of water glasses from the punk's desk. Quentin, 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 Squint, Quentin, 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 Quent, 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 Levy, re, label, he test told me I was done after 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Quentin felt a mix of awe and irritation. Mine took 2 hours. Penny just shrugged again, his expression saying, "What can I tell you?" Among the remaining candidates, a tentative camaraderie vied with underlying suspicion. A few exchanged names and hometowns, offering cautious remarks about the exam, though comparing notes quickly revealed that no two tests had been alike. They came from all over the country except for two who, surprisingly, were from the same Inuit reservation in Saskatchewan. One by one, they shared stories of how they'd arrived here. No account was identical, yet each carried a familiar echo. Chasing a lost soccer ball down a strange alley, tracking a runaway goat into a concrete culvert, or tracing a mysterious extra cable in a school computer lab that led to a server closet no one remembered. Then every story shifted: green grass, summer heat, and a guide leading them to this exam room. The mood lifted briefly into shared nervous laughter. A fleeting moment of connection before the process turned serious again. As lunch concluded, faculty members began appearing at the door, calling names one by one. They went alphabetically, so it wasn't long before a stern woman in her 40s, with sharp dark hair cut at her shoulders, summoned Quentin Coldwater. He followed her into a narrow wood-paneled room with tall windows that looked out from a startling height onto the lawn he'd crossed earlier. The murmur from the exam room next door cut off abruptly as the door shut behind him. Two worn chairs sat opposite each other across a heavy, time-scarred wooden table. Quentin felt oddly detached, as if he were watching a scene from a TV show. The whole situation seemed absurd, yet he pushed himself to focus. This was a contest, and Quentin thrived in competitions. It was his specialty, and he could feel the importance of this one growing. The table's surface was empty, save for a deck of cards and a small pile of about a dozen coins. "I hear you enjoy magic tricks, Quentin," the woman remarked. Her accent was faintly European, difficult to place, perhaps Scandinavian. "Why don't you show me what you can do?" It was true, Quentin did have an interest in magic. That fascination had begun 3 years earlier, partly sparked by his reading but mostly adopted as a solitary extracurricular pursuit, one that didn't require him to socialize. He'd logged countless lonely hours with headphones on, practicing coin palms, card shuffles, and pulling fake blooms from collapsible canes, all in a haze of monotony. He'd studied grainy, amateurish tutorial videos where middle-aged men demonstrated sleight-of-hand moves against makeshift bedsheet backdrops. Magic, Quentin learned, wasn't glamorous. It was gritty, repetitive, and built on deception. He worked tirelessly and became remarkably skilled. Near his home was a shop that sold magic kits alongside outdated electronics, forgotten board games, pet rocks, and novelty gags. The clerk, Ricky, who sported a beard and sideburns but no mustache, giving him the look of an Amish tradesman, reluctantly offered Quentin a few pointers. Before long, the student had outpaced the teacher. By 17, Quentin had mastered moves like the Scotch and soda and the challenging one-handed Charlier cut. He could juggle the elusive Mills mess pattern with 3 balls, and in brief, exhilarating bursts, even with 4, he'd earned a sliver of schoolyard fame each time he could hurl a playing card sidearm with fierce mechanical precision, embedding it edge first into one of the bland, foam-like apples served in the cafeteria from 10 feet away. Quentin reached for the cards first. Prideful about his shuffling, he opted for a faro shuffle instead of a standard riffle, just on the off chance the woman opposite him recognized how difficult a clean faro was to execute. He moved through his usual routine, designed to showcase as many skills as possible: false cuts, deceptive shuffles, lifts, sleights, passes, and forces. Between tricks he cascaded and waterfalled the cards from hand to hand. He normally had a rehearsed spiel to accompany his act, but here in this serene, elegant room with this poised and dignified woman watching, his words felt awkward and hollow. They faded away, and he performed in silence. The only sounds were the soft shush and snap of the cards in the quiet. The woman observed him steadily, politely selecting a card whenever prompted, showing no astonishment when he miraculously retrieved it against all odds. From the middle of a shuffled deck, or from his shirt pocket, or seemingly from the air itself, He shifted to the coins. They were fresh nickels, cleanly minted with sharp edges, with no props like cups or handkerchiefs. He relied on palms, passes, flourishes, and catches. After a minute of silent observation, the woman leaned forward and gently touched his arm. "Do that one again," she requested. He complied, repeating the trick, an old routine called the wandering nickel, which involved 3 nickels mysteriously traveling from hand to hand. He'd show the coin to his audience, then impishly make it disappear. He'd pretend to lose it completely, only to produce it triumphantly, whereupon it would seem to vanish again right from his open palm in plain sight. The routine was a standard series of lifts and releases, smoothly executed, though one daring vanish relied on a clever retention of vision. Once more, she instructed. He repeated the sequence. She halted him midway. "Right here, there's an error." "Where?" He furrowed his brow. "That's the correct method." Pressing her lips together, she shook her head. Without a hint of ceremony, the woman selected 3 nickels from the pile and flawlessly performed the wandering nickel. "Quentin, Quentin, 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 West, Quentin, 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 one, Lees, late, Lees. Quentin, Lee Croix with Reese Swed with right. Rec Lake, where? Crying. She demonstrated the move slowly, deconstructing each motion. "But that's exactly what I'm doing," he insisted. "Show me again." Now she wore an open smile. She caught his wrist mid-pass. "Tell me, where is the second coin now?" He opened his palms. The coin was simply gone. He turned his hands over, shook them, checked the table, his lap, the floor. Nothing had she palmed it when he wasn't watching? With her quick hands and that enigmatic smile, he couldn't rule it out. "It is as I suspected," she said, rising. "Thank you, Quentin. The next examiner will be in shortly." He watched her exit, still searching his pockets for the missing nickel. For the first time, he had no idea if he'd succeeded or failed. The entire afternoon unfolded in that surreal fashion, a parade of professors entering and exiting like characters in a disjointed dream. An elderly man with a tremulous head dumped a tangle of frayed, knotted cords onto the table and timed Quentin as he untied them. A timid, youthful woman who appeared barely older than Quentin asked him to sketch a map of the house and its grounds from memory. A chatty man with an oversized head engaged him in a rapid, bizarre version of blitz chess. After a while, the whole affair felt less like an exam and more like a test of his own willingness to believe the absurd. Then a portly, red-haired man with an air of pomp released a tiny, iridescent lizard with hummingbird wings and large, intelligent eyes into the room. Without a word, the man perched on the table's edge, making it groan in protest. Quentin, unsure what else to do, extended a finger to coax the creature. It darted down, pecked a tiny piece from his forearm, drawing a bead of blood, then zipped away to buzz frantically against the windowpane. The man silently offered a Band-Aid, retrieved his lizard, and departed. Finally, the door stayed shut. Quentin took a deep breath, rolling his stiff shoulders. The procession seemed to be over, though no one bothered to inform him. At least he had a moment alone. The sun was setting now. He couldn't see it directly, but a nearby fountain caught the light, its water reflecting a cool, burnt-orange hue. A gentle mist began weaving through the trees outside. The grounds were empty. Rubbing his face, he felt his mind clearing. A thought struck him, later than it should have. What on earth were his parents thinking? They were usually indifferent to his whereabouts, but even they had their limits. School had been out for hours. The afternoon's dizzying spell was finally wearing off, leaving Quentin to wonder just how secure he really was in this place. It seemed unlikely anyone recalled he was even scheduled for an interview, or perhaps if it was summer here, the term hadn't begun. If this was all a dream, he'd need to wake up soon. From behind the closed door, the unmistakable sound of crying reached him, a boy far too old to be weeping so openly. A teacher's low, firm attempts to console him did nothing to stem the tears. Quentin tried to shut it out, but the raw sound felt dangerous, scraping away at the careful composure he'd built as a teenager. Beneath his irritation, a thread of genuine fear began to unwind. The voices faded as the boy was led away, replaced by the dean's voice, cold and clipped, straining to contain his anger. "Frankly, I'm past caring at this point," a muffled reply followed. "Without a full quorum, we'll simply send everyone home and suspend admissions for a year," Fogg snapped, his usual polished restraint crumbling. "Nothing would please me more. We could rebuild the observatory, convert the whole school into a retirement home for doddering old academics. God knows we have a surplus." Another inaudible response. "There is a 20th, Melanie. We go through this ritual annually, and we will scour every high school, middle school, and juvenile detention center until we find him, her, or it. And if we don't, I will tender my resignation with delight, and the whole mess will be yours to manage. At the moment I can think of nothing I would welcome more." The door cracked open briefly, and the worried face of his first examiner, the dark-haired woman with the deft hands, peered in at him. Quentin started to ask about a telephone. His cell phone was down to a single flickering bar of useless service, but the door shut before he could speak. How incredibly irritating. Was this over? Should he just walk out? He made a face to himself. He was all for grand adventures, truly, but this was becoming tedious. The room had grown nearly dark. He looked for a light switch, but found none. In fact, he realized he hadn't seen a single electrical appliance all day. No phones, no lamps, no clocks. It had been hours since his sandwich and square of dark chocolate, and hunger was returning. He stood and moved to the window where the last light lingered. The old glass panes were wavy with age. Was he the last candidate? What could possibly be taking so long outside? The sky was a deep, luminous blue dome teeming with vast, lazy swirls of stars, the kind of Van Gogh stars invisible back in Brooklyn, drowned out by light pollution. He wondered how deep upstate they were and what had become of the mysterious note he'd been chasing. He regretted leaving his book behind with his backpack in the first examination room. A sudden vivid image came to him, his parents making dinner together in their kitchen, something steaming on the stove, his father singing along to some painfully unhip tune, 2 glasses of red wine on the counter. He almost, just for a second, missed them. Without any warning, the door banged open and Dean Fogg strode in, speaking over his shoulder to someone behind him. "A candidate, Splendid," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Let's have a look at this candidate, and for God's sake, bring some candles." He dropped into the chair at the table. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, and it wasn't impossible he'd had a drink since Quentin last saw him. "Hello, Quentin. Sit down, please." He gestured to the other chair. Quentin sat, and Fogg rebuttoned his top button, then irritably whipped a tie from his pocket. The dark-haired woman followed him in, trailed by the old man with the knotted cords, the portly man with the lizard, and then the rest of the dozen or so men and women who had paraded through the room all afternoon. They crowded along the walls, jostling for a view, their hushed whispers filling the corners of the room. The tattooed talk, crane, clack, clack, Quentin was already seated, but he adjusted his chair slightly, the legs scraping softly on the floor. From one pocket, Dean Fogg produced a brand-new deck of cards, the cellophane still sealed, and from another a stack of nickels worth about $1. He set the coins down with a clumsy thud, causing them to topple. They both reached to straighten the pile. "All right, let's begin." Fogg clapped his hands together briskly. "Show us some magic." He leaned back, crossing his arms. Hadn't they just been through this? Quentin maintained a carefully neutral expression, but internally he was plummeting with agonizing slowness. He tore the plastic wrap from the deck, the crinkling sound absurdly loud in the tense quiet. He watched as if from a great distance as his hands mechanically shuffled and bridged the cards. His mind raced, scrambling for a trick he hadn't performed already. A cough echoed from the crowd. He had barely begun when Fogg cut him off. "No, no, no," Fogg said, chuckling without warmth. "Not that. I want to see real magic." Fogg rapped his knuckles twice on the hard table and settled back again. Quentin drew a slow breath, searching the dean's face for the earlier trace of amusement, but found only an expectant, pale blue stare. "I'm not sure I understand," Quentin said, the words dragging in the silence like a forgotten line in a play. "What do you mean by real magic?" "Well, I don't know," Fogg replied, casting a mock bewildered look at the other faculty members. "I don't know what I mean. You tell me what I mean." Quentin shuffled the cards a few more times, buying seconds. He was utterly lost. He would have done anything if someone would just tell him the rules. This is it, he thought, the curtain falling. This is the taste of failure. His gaze swept the room, meeting only blank stares or averted eyes. No lifeline was coming. Going back to Brooklyn, infuriatingly, he felt the hot sting of tears and blinked hard. He wanted desperately not to care, but he was spiraling inward with nothing to break his fall. This was the unsolvable test. Maybe he'd always known it was coming. He just wondered how long this charade would last. "Stop wasting our time, Quentin," Fogg snapped, his fingers cracking sharply. "Wake up!" He lunged across the table, his strong, dry hands seizing Quentin's. The physical contact was a jolt. Fogg began manipulating Quentin's fingers, forcing them into unnatural, painful positions. "Like this," he insisted, his voice low. "Like this?" "Okay, stop," Quentin said, trying to pull back. "Stop," but Fogg didn't relent. The audience stirred uneasily. Someone muttered a protest. Fogg kept working Quentin's hands, bending the fingers back until the skin between them burned. A strange, flickering light seemed to dance at their fingertips. I said, "Stop it." Quentin yanked his hands free. The surge of anger was startlingly, powerfully good, a solid thing to cling to in the ringing quiet that followed. He took a deep, shuddering breath and let it out through his nose, feeling as if he had expelled a measure of his despair with it. He was done being evaluated. He'd spent a lifetime accepting judgment, but even he had a breaking point. Fogg's voice continued, but Quentin had already tuned out. Under his breath he was murmuring something else entirely, a string of words that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. It took him a moment to recognize the language as his own invention, a tongue he had conjured earlier that day. He imagined it belonging to a remote tropical archipelago, a sun-drenched paradise of black sand beaches and breadfruit trees, where freshwater springs bubbled up from volcanic soil, and the local folklore spoke of a fiery, temperamental volcano god. The language was rich with vivid, even crude expressions, and Quentin spoke it now with the effortless fluency of a native. This wasn't a prayer so much as an invocation. He stopped shuffling the cards. There was no turning back. Suddenly, the world seemed to plunge into a thick, syrupy, slow motion, as if the room had flooded with a clear, viscous fluid where everyone and everything drifted peacefully, everyone except Quentin, who moved with swift purpose. Bringing his hands together as if releasing a dove, he tossed the deck lightly toward the ceiling. It burst apart in midair, scattering like a meteor disintegrating in the atmosphere, and as the cards fluttered down, they arranged themselves on the table. They didn't just fall, they snapped into place, edge to edge, building a delicate house of cards. It was an impressionistic but unmistakable model of the very building they sat in. The final two cards, the ace of spades and the ace of hearts, leaned together to form the roof over the clock tower. The room fell utterly silent. Dean Fogg sat frozen. Every hair on Quentin's arm stood on end, yet he felt a strange electric certainty. His fingers left faint, glowing trails in the air as he moved. He definitely felt high. Leaning forward, he blew softly on the card structure, and it collapsed neatly back into a stacked deck. He turned it over and fanned the cards out like a dealer. Every one was a queen, not just the standard suits, but others in green, yellow, and blue. The Queen of Horns, the Queen of Clocks, the Queen of Bees, the Queen of Books. Some were regally dressed, others shamelessly nude. Some bore Julia's face, others the lovely paramedics from earlier. Dean Fogg watched him intently. So did everyone else watch this, Quentin thought. He squared the deck and with startling ease ripped it in half, then tore the halves again, showering the resulting confetti over the assembled examiners. They flinched all except Fogg. Quentin stood, his chair toppling backward. "Tell me where I am," he said softly. "Tell me what I'm doing here." He picked up the stack of nickels from the table, but his hand now gripped the hilt of a bright, burning sword. He drew it smoothly from the wood as if it had been sheathed there all along. "Tell me what's going on here?" Quentin demanded, louder to the room. "And if this isn't Fillory, then for God's sake will somebody please tell me where the hell I am?" He let the sword's tip hover beneath Fogg's nose for a slow 10 count, then reversed his grip and drove it down into the table. The point sank deep into the polished wood and stood quivering. Fogg didn't flinch. Quentin sniffed involuntarily as the last daylight faded from the window. Night had fallen. "Well, now," the dean said finally. He produced a neatly folded handkerchief and dabbed his forehead. "I think we can all agree that was a pass." Someone, the old man with the knotted beard, placed a steadying hand on Quentin's shoulder and with surprising strength drew the sword from the table, laying it safely on its side. A slow, scattered applause began to ripple through the room. The applause swelled into a full, roaring ovation. After that, the rest of the evening became a blur for Quentin. He remained at the school, utterly spent and strangely weak, as if he'd been given a sedative. A profound emptiness had settled in his chest, and even his earlier hunger was gone, replaced by a desperate need for sleep. It was a little humiliating, but no one appeared to judge him. The dark-haired professor, Van der Weg, he learned, explained that his exhaustion was perfectly normal. He had just performed his first minor incantation, an act that would drain anyone. She also assured him everything was settled with his parents back in Brooklyn. They wouldn't be worried. By then, Quentin was too far gone to care about anything but closing his eyes. He allowed her to guide him, half supporting his weight, up what felt like 10,000 flights of stairs to a small, impeccably tidy room. At its center was an impossibly soft feather bed with cool white sheets. He collapsed onto it, shoes still on. Professor Van der Wege, with a kindness that made him feel like a child again, untied and removed them for him. She drew the covers up, and he was unconscious before the door clicked shut. Morning arrived with a long, disoriented minute of not knowing where he was. Lying still, he slowly reconstructed the previous day's bizarre events. It was Friday. He should be in his regular classroom right now. Instead, he was waking in a strange room, still wearing his rumpled interview suit. A vague sense of confusion and regret clung to him, the feeling you get after drinking too much at a stranger's party and crashing in their guest room. He even had the faint, throbbing echo of a hangover. What had he done last night? His memories felt distorted like a dream, yet the solid reality of this room argued otherwise. Outside, a crow let out a single harsh caw and then fell silent, as if embarrassed by its own outburst. The following quiet was absolute. From his bed he surveyed his surroundings. The walls curved gently. The room was a wedge-shaped slice of a tower. The outer wall was stone, punctuated by narrow vertical windows, while the inner wall was fitted with dark wooden cabinets and cubbies. A Victorian-style writing desk, a dresser with a mirror, and his own bed, nestled in a wooden alcove, completed the space. He had to admit it was a highly satisfactory room. No immediate danger signs. Perhaps this wasn't a total catastrophe. Time to get up and face whatever came next. He rose and padded to a window, the cool stone floor chilling his bare feet. It was early, a misty dawn, and he was astonishingly high up, well above the canopy of the tallest trees. He had slept a solid 10 hours. Below, the expansive green lawn lay silent and empty. He spotted the crow again, gliding past on glossy blue-black wings. A note on the desk informed him he was expected for breakfast with Dean Fogg at his earliest convenience. Quentin found a dormitory-style bathroom on the floor below, complete with shower stalls, rows of deep white porcelain sinks, and stacks of neatly folded, scratchy institutional towels. The water was hot and powerful. He stood under the blast until he felt clean and somewhat calm. In the shower, he relieved himself with a long, acidic stream, watching it spiral decisively down the drain. It felt profoundly strange and secretly thrilling not to be in school, to be on an adventure, however dubious its nature. A mental ledger in his mind was quietly tallying the fallout his absence would cause back home, but the total still seemed manageable. He made himself as presentable as possible in his day-old, slept in suit, and walked downstairs. The building was completely deserted. He hadn't anticipated a grand welcome, but he certainly didn't expect to wander lost for 20 minutes through silent corridors, past vacant drawing rooms and unused classrooms, eventually stepping out onto a deserted terrace. It was the same white-gloved butler from the day before, the one who'd brought him a sandwich, who finally located him and silently ushered him into the dean's surprisingly cramped office. The room was dominated by a massive, tank-like presidential desk, its walls crowded with bookshelves and an odd collection of tarnished brass instruments. Dean Fogg appeared a moment later, dressed in a crisp, light green linen suit and a bright yellow tie. He was brisk, cheerful, and showed not a flicker of awkwardness or any other feeling about the previous night's strange events. He'd already breakfasted, Fogg announced, but Quentin should eat while they conversed. "Now then," Fogg said, clapping his hands on his knees and raising his expressive eyebrows. "Let's start with the fundamental point. Magic is real. I imagine you've already pieced that much together." Quentin remained silent, his body a study in careful stillness in the chair. He fixed his gaze on a point just beyond Fogg's shoulder, determined to give nothing away. Of course, it was the simplest explanation for the impossible things he'd witnessed. A reckless, hopeful part of him, the part he never trusted, wanted to pounce on the idea with the joyful abandon of a puppy chasing a ball, but a lifetime of disappointment, of yearning for proof that reality wasn't all there was, and then confronting the crushing evidence that it was, made him hold back. He wouldn't be taken in so easily. It felt like discovering a hint that someone you'd grieved and buried might still be alive. He decided to let Fogg do the talking. "To address your questions from last night," Fogg continued, "you are presently at Brakebills College for magical pedagogy." At that moment, the butler entered with a laden tray, efficiently uncovering various dishes like a hotel room service attendant. "Based on your results in yesterday's examination, we are prepared to offer you a place here. Do try the bacon. It's excellent, sourced from a local farm where they finish the pigs on a diet of cream and walnuts." "You're saying you want me to attend school here, a college precisely. You would come here in lieu of enrolling at a conventional university. If it suits you, you could even retain the room you occupied last night. But I can't just—" Quentin struggled to compress the sheer absurdity of the proposition into a single sentence. "I'm sorry, this is all a bit overwhelming. Are you saying I would postpone college?" "No, Quentin, you wouldn't postpone it. You would forsake it. Brakebills would be your college." The dean had clearly given this speech many times before. There would be no Ivy League for you. You would not go off to school with the rest of your graduating class. You would never make Phi Beta Kappa or get recruited by some Wall Street hedge fund or a high-powered consultancy. "This isn't a summer program, Quentin. This is," he said, enunciating each word with wide-eyed emphasis, the whole shebang. "So it's 4 years, 5 actually. At the end of which, I get what? A Bachelor of Magic?" He almost laughed at the sound of it. "I can't believe I'm even having this conversation," he muttered to the room at large, at the end of which Fogg stated, "You will be a magician. I realize it's not the most conventional career path. Your high school guidance counselor would be appalled. No one in your old life will understand what you're doing here. You would be leaving all of that behind. Your friends, any career plans you might have had, everything. You would be relinquishing one world to gain another. Brakebills would become your entire world. It is not a decision to be made lightly." No, it certainly wasn't. Quentin pushed his plate away and crossed his arms, buying time. "So, how exactly did you find me?" "Oh, we have a device for that, a special globe." Fogg gestured toward a shelf that held a veritable menagerie of orbs, modern political globes, inky blackwater spheres, pale lunar models, glittering midnight blue celestial maps, and dark, smoky globes swirling with fantastically inaccurate continents. The device seeks out young individuals with a natural talent for magic. It detects magical energy, frequently released without intent by unregistered practitioners, a category which includes you. I imagine it registered that little trick with the wandering coin you performed. We also employ scouts, he continued. Your peculiar friend Ricky with the facial hair is one. He gestured toward his own jawline, indicating where Ricky's distinctive beard would be. What about the woman I encountered, the one with the braids? The emergency medic, was she a scout as well? Fogg's expression darkened. Braids, you actually saw her? Yes, right before I arrived here. Wasn't she sent by you? Fogg's face became carefully neutral. In a certain sense, she operates independently. A freelancer, you could call her. Quentin's thoughts raced. Perhaps he should request a prospectus. Nobody had mentioned tuition yet either. And while he understood the concept of not looking a gift horse in the mouth, how much did he truly know about this institution, assuming it was genuinely a school for magic? Was it a reputable one? The last thing he wanted was to accidentally enroll in some mediocre magical trade school when he might have qualified for the equivalent of an Ivy League academy. Aren't you interested in my standardized test scores? I've already reviewed them, Fogg replied calmly. And far more than that, however, yesterday's examination was ultimately all we required. It is remarkably thorough admission. Here is intensely competitive, you should know. I suspect there isn't a more selective institution of any kind on this continent. We conducted 6 examinations this summer for 20 available spots. Only 2 candidates passed yesterday, you and another young man, the one with the tattoos and the dramatic hair. He calls himself Penny. Doubtful, that's his legal name. Fogg leaned back in his chair, seeming almost to relish Quentin's uncertainty. This is the sole magical college in North America. There's one in the United Kingdom, 2 in Europe, several across Asia and so forth, 1 in New Zealand, for reasons that escape me. People often disparage American magical education, but I assure you we meet the highest global standards in Zurich. They're still teaching phrenology, if you can imagine. A small, dense object clattered off the edge of Fogg's desk. He bent to pick it up, a silver statuette of a bird that appeared to be shuddering. Poor creature, he murmured, stroking it with his broad hands. An attempt was made to transfigure it into a living bird, but the process stalled midway. It believes itself to be alive, yet it's far too weighty to achieve flight. The metal bird emitted a faint, raspy chirp, a sound like a rusty hinge. Fogg sighed and placed it inside a drawer. It has a persistent habit of hurling itself from windowsills only to become lodged in the shrubbery. He leaned forward, interlacing his fingers. Now, should you decide to enroll, we will perform a minor illusory adjustment for your parents. They cannot be aware of break bills naturally, but they will believe you've been accepted to an exceptionally elite private academy, which is not entirely a falsehood, and they will be immensely proud. The procedure is seamless and highly effective, provided you avoid making blatantly contradictory statements. Oh, and your studies would commence immediately. The term starts in a fortnight, meaning you would forgo the remainder of your final high school year. I really shouldn't be divulging all this prior to your formal enrollment, however. Fogg produced a pen and a substantial stack of densely handwritten documents that resembled an antique diplomatic accord. Penny signed yesterday, he noted. His examination was remarkably swift. What is your decision? So this was the offer. Fogg slid the papers across the desk and extended the pen. Quentin accepted it. It was an ornate fountain pen, as substantial as a cigar. His hand wavered above the signature line. This was absurd. Was he genuinely prepared to abandon his entire life? Everything. His friends James and Julia, the conventional college path awaiting him, the future career he had vaguely envisioned, all the preparations of his youth. For this strange pantomime, this surreal fantasy, this elaborate game of make-believe? He fixed his gaze on the window, a sudden sharp memory surfacing of a rainy afternoon. spent in a musty public library, reading old fantasy novels and feeling a hollow ache for a world that couldn't possibly exist. Now, improbably, it was being offered to him on a parchment platter. Fogg observed him with a detached calm, simply waiting for the inevitable surrender. If he felt any particular way about it, he gave no indication. The small, frantic, mechanical bird, now free from its drawer, continued to tap its head determinedly against the wooden paneling. Then an immense stony pressure abruptly vanished from Quentin's heart. It was as if he had carried this invisible burden, this leaden anchor, for every day of his existence, and now it simply dissolved into nothing. His lungs filled with air. He felt he might float straight up to the ceiling. They were offering to make him a magician. All it required was his signature. My God, what was he even debating? He was absolutely going to sign. This was the very opportunity he had mourned as lost forever. It was right here. He had finally crossed over, tumbled down the rabbit hole, stepped through the magical gateway. He would sign the documents and become a goddamn magician. What other possible path did his life have? "All right," Quentin stated, his voice steady. "I'll do it, but on one condition: I start immediately. I want to stay in this room. I don't want to go back home." They did not send him home. Instead, his belongings arrived from his parents' house in an assortment of duffels and wheeled suitcases, packed by his mother and father. True to Fogg's word, they had somehow been persuaded that their son was now enrolling mid-term at an obscure and exclusive academy they'd never seen. Quentin slowly unpacked his clothes and books, storing them in the cabinets of his small, curved tower room. He hardly wanted to handle them. They felt like artifacts from a former self, a skin he was shedding. The one item missing was the notebook from the paramedic. It was gone. He'd left it in the examination room, assuming he'd return, but when he did, it had vanished. Both Dean Fogg and the butler claimed to know nothing about it. Sitting alone, surrounded by his folded clothes, he thought of James and Julia, who knew what they were thinking now. Did she feel his absence? Now that he was gone, would she see that she'd chosen the wrong guy? He probably ought to contact them, though honestly, what could he possibly say, he wondered. What might have happened if James had also taken the envelope from the paramedic? Perhaps he would have been invited to take the test as well. Maybe that was part of the selection process. He allowed himself to relax, just a fraction. For the first time, he stopped bracing for the sky to fall and genuinely considered that it might not. With no schedule to follow, Quentin wandered the enormous mansion, unguided and aimless. The dean and the professors were polite when he encountered them, but they were preoccupied with their own duties. It was like staying at a luxurious, out-of-season resort, wandering through a grand, empty hotel with deserted rooms, silent gardens, and hollow, echoing corridors. He took his meals alone in his room and lingered in the library, which of course contained every work by Christopher Plover. Relishing the thought of each homework assignment, project, and final paper he would never have to complete. One afternoon he found his way to the clock tower and spent hours watching the enormous rusted iron pendulum swing, tracing the motion of the giant gears and levers as they engaged in their flawless mechanical logic until the light of the setting sun streamed through the massive, backward-facing clock face. Sometimes he would suddenly laugh out loud for no reason at all. He was tentatively testing the waters of happiness, dipping a cautious toe into that effervescent, bubbling stream. Wasn't very experienced at it. The whole situation was just so absurdly wonderful. He was going to learn magic. He was either the most brilliant mind the world had ever seen or its most colossal fool. Yet, for the first time in what felt like forever, he was genuinely intrigued by what came next. Back in Brooklyn, reality had felt hollow and pointless, a cheap material that meaning simply wouldn't stick to. Break bills was something else entirely. It held weight.
Significance was that the essence of magic seemed to permeate every corner of the place. It was practically dripping with it. Out in the world, he'd been teetering on the brink of a profound despair, dangerously close to developing a deep, lasting contempt for himself. He was on the cusp of inflicting the sort of internal wound that never truly heals. Now, however, he felt like Pinocchio, a wooden puppet suddenly made flesh and blood.
Or perhaps it was the reverse. Had a real boy been transformed into something new? Whichever it was, the shift was a welcome one. This wasn't the magical land of Fillory, but it would certainly suffice. He wasn't entirely isolated. Occasionally he'd catch a glimpse of Elliot from afar, striding across the deserted quad or lounging in a window seat with his long legs tucked under him, gazing outside or idly flipping through the pages of a book. Elliot carried himself with an air of magnificent melancholic refinement, as if he rightfully belonged somewhere far more captivating than Brakebills, stranded here only by some absurd cosmic error which he endured with what passed for good grace. One crisp afternoon, while walking the perimeter of the vast lawn, Quentin found Elliot propped against an ancient oak, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a paperback in his hand. It was nearly the exact spot where they'd first met. Due to the peculiar structure of Elliot's jaw, the cigarette jutted out at a sharp angle. "Care for one?" Elliot inquired politely, pausing his reading to offer a blue and white pack of Merit Ultra Lights. They hadn't exchanged a word since Quentin's arrival. "They're strictly forbidden, of course," he continued, utterly unfazed when Quentin didn't immediately accept. "Chambers procures them for me. I once discovered him in the wine cellar, guzzling a rather exceptional Petite Syrah from the Dean's personal reserve, a '96 Stag's Leap. We reached a mutually beneficial arrangement. He's actually quite decent. I really shouldn't lord it over him. A surprisingly skilled amateur painter, though sadly wedded to a hopelessly outdated realist style. He once persuaded me to sit for a portrait, fully clothed. I assure you, I was holding a frisbee. I believe I was meant to be Hyacinthus. At his core, Chambers is a traditionalist. I sometimes doubt he truly accepts that Impressionism ever occurred." Quentin had never encountered anyone so breathtakingly, unapologetically pretentious. Forming a response felt nearly impossible. He dredged up every ounce of streetwise attitude he'd accumulated during his Brooklyn upbringing. "Merits are for lightweights," he stated flatly. Elliot studied him with a measured look. "An astute observation, but they're the only brand I can tolerate. It's a vile habit, really. Go on, have one with me." Quentin took the cigarette. He was navigating uncharted waters. He'd manipulated cigarettes before they were standard fare in close-up magic tricks, but he'd never actually smoked one. He made it disappear with a basic thumb palm, then snapped his fingers to produce it again. "I said smoke it, not caress it," Elliot said dryly. He murmured something under his breath and snapped his own fingers, conjuring a lighter-sized flame at the tip of his index finger. Quentin leaned in and inhaled. It felt as though his lungs had been wadded into a ball and set ablaze. A coughing fit seized him, lasting what felt like an eternity. Elliot laughed so hard he had to sink to the ground. Tears streamed down Quentin's face. Gritting his teeth, he took another drag and promptly vomited into a nearby hedge. They ended up spending the whole afternoon together. Perhaps Elliot felt a twinge of guilt for initiating Quentin into the miseries of smoking. Or perhaps he had simply calculated that the boredom of being alone had finally marginally exceeded the boredom of Quentin's company. Maybe he just needed a suitable audience for his performance. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the grass, Elliot offhandedly mentioned a secret, half-flooded tunnel beneath the library that was rumored to echo with whispers of forgotten spells, a detail Quentin was certain hadn't been in any orientation packet. Elliot guided Quentin across the grounds, sharing the hidden truths of Brakebills. "An observant newcomer might note the weather is unusually pleasant for November," he began. "That's because it's still summer here. Ancient, powerful enchantments shield this place from prying eyes, preventing accidental discovery from the river or the woods. Masterful spells, truly. But they're ancient, and like anything old, they've grown a bit quirky. Sometime in the 50s, time itself began to slip here. We're running behind the outside world, about 2 months and 28 days, more or less." Quentin felt a surge of wonder, but wasn't sure whether to show it or affect a jaded coolness. He shifted topics, inquiring about classes. "Your first year, you'll have no say in your schedule," Elliot explained, casually referring to Dean Fogg as Henry. "He puts everyone through the same regimen. Tell me, are you clever?" There was no graceful way to answer. "I suppose so. Relax, everyone here is. If you were invited to take the exam, you were the brightest mind in your school, teachers included. We were all the top of our respective trees. Now we're in the same forest. It's an It's an it's an it's an it's an it's an it, he Second, it's brutally difficult, and they lack the obsessive, somewhat miserable dedication required to do it properly. Third, they don't have access to the brilliant, frankly magnetic faculty of Breakbill's College for Magical Pedagogy. Fourth, they lack the rigid, uncompromising moral backbone needed to handle vast magical forces with calm responsibility. He added his thumb. And fifth, some possess all that and still can't perform. No one knows why. They speak the words, make the gestures, and nothing happens. Tragic? But that's not us. We're the fortunate ones. We have that spark, whatever it is. I'm not sure about the moral backbone part, Quentin admitted. Neither am I. I suspect that one's negotiable. They walked in silence for a stretch along a perfectly straight avenue of trimmed trees leading back toward the main lawn. Elliot lit another cigarette. I hope this isn't intrusive, Quentin ventured, but I assume you have some arcane method to counteract the health risks of all that smoking. How thoughtful of you to inquire, Elliot replied dryly. Every other week, under a gibbous moon, I offer up a virgin schoolgirl with a silver scalpel crafted by Swiss albinos who are naturally also virgins. Does wonders for the lungs. From then on, Quentin saw Elliot nearly every day. On one occasion, Elliot devoted an entire afternoon to teaching him the hedge maze that divided the house, as everyone called it, from the great lawn. Officially named Seagrave's Lawn after the 18th century dean who flattened it, students referred to it as the Sea, or sometimes the Grave. The maze itself contained 6 fountains, each bearing an official name, typically a deceased dean's, and an unofficial nickname born from decades of student folklore. The hedges were sculpted into the forms of massive, thick-limbed creatures, bears, elephants, and other more ambiguous beasts. The topiary figures were not like any Quentin had seen before. They shifted and swayed, moving with a slow, ponderous grace through the deep greenery, like great beasts half submerged in some murky tropical river. On the final afternoon before their lessons commenced, Elliot guided him to the front of the house, which offered a sweeping view of the Hudson River. A row of sycamores stood sentinel between the stone terrace and the water, and a broad flight of steps descended to a charming, old-fashioned boathouse. Without a second thought, they resolved to take a boat out, despite having no clear plan for how to manage it. As Elliot cheerfully argued, they were both certified magicians. How difficult could rowing a simple boat possibly be? After a great deal of mutual grumbling and shouted instructions, they managed to wrestle a long, wooden double scull down from the boathouse rafters. It was a beautiful, almost fragile thing, absurdly light for its size, like the delicate skeleton of some giant insect, draped in dust and smelling powerfully of old varnish. Through sheer luck more than skill, they flipped it and slid it into the water without damaging it, themselves or their fragile partnership. After a few wobbly, near-disastrous attempts, they pointed the boat in a vaguely upstream direction and fell into an irregular stumbling rhythm. Their progress was hampered by their own inexperience, by Quentin's general lack of fitness, and by the fact that Elliot, also out of shape, insisted on pausing frequently to catch his breath, his smoking habit a constant fragrant companion. They had traveled perhaps half a mile when the warm summer day dissolved around them, replaced in an instant by a damp, gray chill. Quentin initially mistook it for a passing storm, but Elliot explained they had simply rowed beyond the boundary of the enchantments that cloaked Breakbills, and it was in fact November once more. For 20 minutes they played at the edge of this magical border, rowing up into the cold and then drifting back into the warmth, watching the sky shift from blue to iron gray and back again, feeling the air temperature plunge and soar. Too exhausted to row properly on the return, they let the current carry them. Elliot reclined in the stern, lit a cigarette, and began to talk. Given his aura of effortless sophistication, Quentin had always assumed Elliot was a product of old-money Manhattan. The truth was far more unexpected. He had grown up on a struggling farm in eastern Oregon. "My parents get government checks not to plant soybeans," he said, a wry smile touching his lips. "I have 3 older brothers. They're like characters from a different story, kind, muscular, athletic guys who drink cheap beer and genuinely pity me. My father is convinced he chewed too much tobacco before I was conceived, and that's why I, as he puts it, didn't come out regular. Elliot tapped ash into a small glass tray balanced precariously on the boat's glossy hull. "They believe I'm at a special boarding school for computer nerds and, well, people like me. That's why I never go home for the summer. Dean Henry doesn't mind. I haven't been back since I arrived here. You probably feel sorry for me," he continued, his tone deliberately light, almost theatrical. He wore a velvet dressing gown over his clothes, which lent him the appearance of a deposed monarch in exile. "But you shouldn't. I am perfectly content here. Some people require their families to become who they are meant to be. There's no shame in that, but it's not the only path." It struck Quentin then how much effort must underpin Elliot's performance of carefree arrogance. That entire facade of bored indifference was clearly a fortress erected to guard against some genuine, profound hurt. Quentin had privately considered himself something of an expert in melancholy, but he wondered now if Elliot operated on a completely different, more advanced level of personal discontent. As they drifted lazily downstream, other boats passed them by, a few sailboats, a cabin cruiser, and a sleek, powerful 8-woman racing shell from the nearby military academy at West Point. The rowers looked cold and determined, bundled in gray sweats, utterly unaware of the pocket of perfect August warmth that surrounded Quentin and Elliot. They were in their own world, chilled to the bone, never knowing they were gliding right past a hidden summer. The enchantment's conditions had sealed them away magic. Professor March, the same round, red-haired man Quentin remembered from his examination with the perpetually hungry lizard, was delivering what he clearly considered a foundational lecture. He looked like he should be jolly with that plump red face, but his demeanor was proving to be surprisingly strict. "Magic is not a science," he declared, his voice filling the high-ceilinged room. "It is not an art, and it is certainly not a religion. Magic is a craft. We do not wish upon a star or pray to a higher power. We apply our will, our knowledge, and our skill to enact a precise alteration upon the world." He paused, letting that settle. "This does not mean we understand it. A physicist might claim to understand subatomic particles, or perhaps they're still fumbling in the dark. I can never keep track. Similarly, we do not and cannot comprehend what magic truly is or where it originates, any more than a carpenter understands the biological imperative that makes a tree grow. He doesn't need to. He works with the wood he has." A dry, almost sarcastic smile touched his lips, with the significant caveat, of course, that being a magician is infinitely more difficult, perilous, and frankly more interesting than being a carpenter. Quentin had woken that morning to a house transformed. The vast, silent mansion was suddenly violently alive with people shouting, running, dragging heavy trunks up the staircases with a thunderous racket. Doors banged open and shut, and more than once his own door flew open, a curious face peered in at him, and then it slammed, closed again. It was a jarring shift. He'd grown accustomed to wandering the empty halls as a sort of solitary prince, or at least Elliot's chief lieutenant. The reality, he learned, was that Brakebills enrolled 99 other students, organized into 5 classes from first years to advanced graduates. They had arrived en masse for the semester, materializing in groups of 10 on the back terrace beside mounds of luggage, and they were reclaiming their domain. Everyone except Quentin was already in uniform, striped blazers and ties for the boys, white blouses, and dark plaid skirts for the girls. The whole scene felt less like a college and more like an exclusive, somewhat archaic boarding school. Dean Fogg had explained the rules earlier. "Jacket and tie at all times outside your bedroom," he'd said. "You'll learn the rest from your peers. I tend to be lenient about tie selection, but do not test me. Anything too flamboyant will be confiscated, and you'll be relegated to the school tie, which I am told is a fashion tragedy of the highest order." Back in his room, Quentin found a closet stocked with identical jackets, dark blue and chocolate brown stripes an inch wide, paired with crisp white dress shirts. Some were pristine, others showed a slight sheen at the elbows or faint fraying at the cuffs, carrying the ghostly scents of tobacco mothballs and the students who had worn them before. He changed carefully and studied himself in the mirror. He suspected he was meant to resent the uniform, but instead he felt a surge of belonging. If he didn't yet feel like a magician, he could at least look the part. Each blazer bore an embroidered crest, a golden bee and a golden key on a black field scattered with tiny silver stars. He would later learn this was called the key and bee, and once he noticed it, he saw it everywhere, in the carpets carved into stone inlaid in the floors. Now he sat in a large, square lecture hall, a corner room with lofty windows on two sides. 4 tiers of elegant wooden desks rose in amphitheater style, looking down on a scarred blackboard and a massive, battered stone demonstration table that bore the marks of countless magical mishaps. Fine chalk dust hung motionless in the sunlit air. The classroom held 20 students, all in uniform, every one of them a very normal-looking teenager putting in a serious effort to appear more impressive than the person next to them. Quentin was aware that this room likely contained half the future winners of the Intel Science Talent Search and the Scripps National Spelling Bee from snippets of overheard conversation. He'd learned one classmate had taken second place in the Putnam competition as a high school junior. He also knew for a fact that one of the girls, while representing the tiny nation of Lesotho at a national model UN conference, had somehow commandeered the plenary session and pushed through a resolution approving nuclear strikes to defend a critically endangered species of sea turtle. Not that any of that academic glory mattered now, but the air still hummed with a competitive anxiety. Sitting there in his stiff, new-smelling shirt and jacket, Quentin already longed to be back on the river with Elliot. Professor March paused, his gaze sharpening. "Quentin Coldwater, would you please come to the front? Let's see a bit of that magic of yours." March was looking directly at him, his manner warm and encouraging, as if bestowing a great honor. "That's right," he said, indicating a spot beside him. "Right here. I'll even provide a prop." The professor fished in his pockets and produced a clear glass marble, a little dusty, and placed it on the table. It rolled a few inches before settling into a slight depression. The room fell into a dead silence. Quentin understood this wasn't a genuine test of skill. It was a ritual, part object lesson and part hazing, probably an annual tradition in this strange, wonderful place. But knowing that didn't stop his legs from feeling like blocks of wood as he navigated the broad steps down to the front. The other students watched him with the chilly indifference of those grateful the spotlight wasn't on them. He took his place beside March. The marble looked utterly ordinary, just glass with a few tiny air bubbles, about the size of a nickel. Easy enough to palm, especially with the loose sleeves of his new jacket. All right, he thought. If it's a show they want, a show they'll get. With his heart pounding in his ears, he began. He made the marble appear from his empty hands, then from his mouth, and finally, with a ridiculous flourish, from his nose. A wave of scattered giggles broke the tension. He leaned into the performance, hamming it up. He tossed the marble high, letting it nearly graze the vaulted ceiling, then leaned forward and caught it, perfectly balanced, in the hollow at the back of his neck. Someone drummed a rim shot on their desk, and the room erupted in laughter. For his grand finale, Quentin pretended to crush the marble with a heavy iron paperweight, at the very last second substituting a mint lifesaver he happened to have in his pocket. It made a satisfyingly solid crunch and left behind a forensically convincing dusting of white powder. He offered profuse apologies to Professor March, winking broadly at the class, and then asked to borrow the professor's handkerchief. As March reached for it, he discovered the original marble tucked neatly in his own jacket pocket. Quentin finished with a playful Johnny Carson-style golf swing. The first-year students burst into wild applause. He took a bow. Not bad, he mused. Half an hour into his first semester, and he was already a campus legend. "Thank you, Quentin," Professor March said, his tone unctuous as he clapped with just the tips of his fingers. "That was very enlightening. You may return to your seat." The professor's gaze then shifted. "Alice, what about you? Why don't you show us some magic?" He was addressing a small, sullen girl with straight blonde hair who had been hunched in the back row as if trying to disappear. She showed no surprise at being singled out. She looked like someone who perpetually expected the worst, and saw no reason for today to be an exception. She walked down the wide lecture hall steps to the front, eyes fixed straight ahead, her posture that of someone coldly ascending the gallows. She looked painfully uncomfortable in her sharply creased uniform and mutely accepted the marble Professor March offered her. Alice took her position at the demonstration table, which stood nearly chest-high, and secured it firmly on the stone surface. Without hesitation, her hands moved in a series of sharp, efficient motions above the marble, as if she were conducting a silent orchestra or weaving an unseen web. Her no-nonsense approach was a stark contrast to Quentin's polished, performative flair. Alice fixed her gaze on the marble, her expression one of deep concentration. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips formed silent words. Quentin couldn't catch from his seat. The marble began to shimmer with a deep red light, then brighten to a blinding white, turning cloudy and opaque like an eye filmed over. A thin, wavering tendril of gray smoke lifted from where it met the table. Quentin's earlier smug satisfaction curdled into something cold and heavy in his gut. She already understands real magic, he realized with a sinking feeling. My God, I'm miles behind. Rubbing her hands together briskly, Alice remarked, "It takes a moment for my fingers to become heat-resistant." Then, with the careful precision of someone handling a scalding tray, she pinched the softened glass marble. It stretched like warm taffy in 4 deft movements. She shaped 4 slender legs, then added a small, rounded head. Setting it down, she blew gently across it. The little glass figure rolled, gave a tiny shake, and stood upright, a plump, delicate creature now ambling across the stone. No one clapped this time. A cold silence had settled over the room. Quentin felt the hairs on his arms rise. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic tick-tick, catacatic of its pointed glass feet on the table. "Thank you, Alice," Professor March said, reclaiming the center of attention. For those wondering, Alice just executed 3 foundational spells. He counted them off on his fingers. Dempsey's silent thermogenesis, a minor Cavalieri animation, and what appears to be a custom ward and shield. Perhaps we should name it after you, Alice. Alice merely looked back at him, her face blank, waiting for permission to return to her seat. She showed no pride, only a restless eagerness to be done. Meanwhile, the tiny glass animal reached the table's edge. Alice lunged to catch it, but it tumbled and shattered on the hard floor. She knelt beside the fragments, her expression pained, but Professor March was already concluding his lecture. Quentin watched, torn between a pang of sympathy and a sharp, competitive envy. Such a sensitive spirit, he thought, but she's the one I need to surpass. For tonight, March announced, read the first chapter of Le Goff's Magical History in the Lloyd translation, and the first 2 chapters of Amelia Popper's Practical Exercises for Young Magicians, a book you will soon learn to detest with every fiber of your being. Attempt the first 4 exercises. Each of you will demonstrate one for the class tomorrow. He added with a wry smile, and if you struggle with Lady Popper's charmingly archaic 18th century English, just remember next month we begin Middle English, Latin, and Old High Dutch. You'll look back on Popper's prose with genuine affection. As students began to rustle and collect their things, Quentin glanced down at his own notebook, which held nothing but a single, nervously scribbled line. "One last thought before you depart," March called out over the growing noise. "I encourage you again to treat this as a hands-on course, light on theory. If you find yourself pondering the origins and nature of the magical power you are so slowly and painfully developing, recall the famous story about the English philosopher Bertrand Russell. After a public lecture on cosmology, an elderly woman approached him and said he was a clever fellow but quite wrong, because everyone knew the world was flat and rested on the back of a giant turtle. When Russell inquired what supported the turtle, she shot back, "You're a sharp one, young man, very sharp. But it's turtles all the way down." Her view of the world was mistaken naturally, yet she would have been perfectly accurate if she'd been describing magic. Countless powerful magicians have squandered their entire lives attempting to trace magic to its source. It's a hopeless endeavor, rarely enjoyable, and sometimes downright dangerous. The deeper you dig, the larger and more reptilian those turtles become, their beaks growing ever more pointed. Soon enough, they stop resembling turtles at all and start to look an awful lot like dragons. Everyone, please take a marble as you leave. The following day, March introduced them to a brief incantation to be spoken over the marbles in a twisting, unfamiliar tongue that Quentin couldn't place. Alice later informed him it was Estonian, paired with a complex gesture requiring the independent movement of the middle and pinky fingers on each hand, which proved far more difficult than it seemed. Those who mastered it could depart early. The rest remained until they succeeded. How would they know they'd succeeded? They'd just know. Quentin stayed until his throat was raw and his fingers burned, until the daylight through the windows mellowed shifted hue, and finally vanished until the hollow ache in his stomach was drowned out by the distant sounds of dinner being served and cleared. He stayed, his face hot with humiliation, as all but 4 others rose, some punching the air with a triumphant "yes," and exited the room. Alice had been the first to go after roughly 20 minutes, though she left without a word. At last, Quentin recited the chant and performed the motions. He couldn't even say what he did differently this time, and was met with the undeniable slight wobble of his marble moving on its own. He didn't utter a sound, just lowered his head onto the desk, burying his face in the crook of his arm, letting the blood pulse in the darkness. The cool wood of the desk pressed against his cheek. This was no accident, no trick, no prank. He had done it. Magic was real, and he could wield it. And now that he could, good Lord, the sheer volume of it all stretched out before him, that glass marble would become Quentin's relentless shadow for the entire semester. It was the frigid, unforgiving core of Professor March's teaching philosophy. Every lecture, every drill, every example revolved around how to alter and command it through magic. For the next 4 months, Quentin was obliged to carry his marble everywhere. He'd roll it in his palm under the dining table. It lived in the inner pockets of his breakbills blazer during showers. He'd set it in the soap dish. He took it to bed, and on the infrequent nights he slept, he dreamed of it. Quentin learned to chill his marble until a frost crept across its surface. He made it roll across a table by unseen force. He mastered levitating it in midair. He caused it to glow with an inner light. It was already clear, rendering it invisible was straightforward, after which he immediately misplaced it, and Professor March had to summon it back for him. Quentin made his marble hover in water, pass through a wooden plank, navigate a miniature aerial course, and attract iron shavings like a magnet. This was the gritty, foundational work, the absolute basics. The flashy, dramatic spellcasting he'd managed during his entrance exam, however impressive and gratifying, he was informed, was a recognized fluke, a surge of pent-up power common in a novice's first casting. It would be years before he could achieve anything like it again. In his other studies, Quentin delved into the history of magic, about which even seasoned magicians knew surprisingly little. It emerged that magic users had always existed within conventional society, yet remained separate from it and largely hidden in plain sight. The true giants of magical history were complete unknowns in the ordinary world, and the usual suspects were wildly off the mark. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci, Roger Bacon, Nostradamus, John Dee, and even Isaac Newton were indeed practitioners of various magical arts, but their actual power was considered quite middling. In fact, their mainstream fame was a mark against them in magical circles. They'd failed the most basic test by lacking the discretion to keep their extraordinary abilities hidden. Quentin's other assigned text, Popper's Practical Exercises for Young Magicians, was a slim, oversized book filled with agonizingly intricate finger and voice drills, each more difficult and painful than the last. Beginning to understand that spell casting largely involved exacting hand motions paired with incantations delivered in every conceivable tone, spoken, chanted, whispered, shouted, or sung. The smallest slip in a gesture or syllable could weaken, nullify, or dangerously twist the intended magic. This was nothing like the stories of Fillory. In those novels, the Chatwin children were always adopted by some benevolent native mentor for a magical apprenticeship. Martin became an expert horseman, Helen trained as a forest scout, Rupert turned into a master archer, and Fiona studied under a fencing virtuoso. Their education was a seamless parade of marvels. Learning real magic, by contrast, was about as tedious as the study of awe-inspiring supernatural forces could possibly be. Just as a verb must agree with its subject, even the simplest spell required endless modification and inflection to align with the time of day. the moon's phase, the caster's specific intent, and a dizzying array of other factors, all meticulously catalogued in massive yellowing volumes printed in tiny, jewel-like type. Half of every page was consumed by footnotes detailing exceptions, irregularities, and special cases, all of which also had to be memorized. Magic was frankly a lot more bureaucratic than Quentin had ever imagined. Yet beneath all that rote practice and memorization, beyond the obsessive dotting of I's and crossing of T's, there was something else, an element Professor March never mentioned in his lectures. Quentin could sense it, though he couldn't quite articulate it. For a spell to truly grip the world, you needed something more. A kind of fierce willpower, a laser-focused concentration, a vivid inner vision, perhaps even a flash of artistic flair. On some fundamental level, you had to mean it. He couldn't explain it, but he knew when it was happening. He could feel his words and gestures gaining purchase on the hidden magical fabric of reality. The sensation was physical. His fingertips grew warm and seemed to etch glowing trails in the air. There was a palpable resistance, as if the atmosphere thickened around him, pushing back against his hands and even his lips and tongue. His mind hummed with a potent electric buzz. He was at the center of a vast, powerful system. He was its beating heart. When it worked, he knew, and he loved it. Now that his friends had returned from their break, Elliot rejoined them at meals, and they formed a conspicuously tight-knit group. They were always huddled in earnest conversation or erupting into boisterous laughter, radiating a self-satisfied camaraderie and a pointed disinterest in the wider Brakebills community. They weren't notably more attractive or intelligent than their peers, but there was an undeniable, if elusive, difference about them. They appeared to possess a quiet certainty about themselves, never glancing around as if seeking validation from others. It still stung how Elliot had distanced himself from Quentin once he was no longer useful, but Quentin's attention shifted to the 19 other first years. They weren't exactly a lively social group, more like a collection of intense, watchful individuals, always sizing each other up as if calculating who would triumph in some hypothetical battle of wits. They kept to themselves, polite but distant, accustomed to competition and victory. In short, they mirrored Quentin himself, and he found it strangely unsettling to be surrounded by his own kind. The student who captivated every first year, Quentin included, was Alice, the girl with the delicate glass creature. Yet it soon became clear that despite her academic brilliance, she was paralyzed by shyness. Attempts to converse with her at meals were met with whispered, one-word answers, her eyes fixed on the tablecloth as if bearing some profound private humiliation. She seemed physically pained by direct attention, often hiding behind a curtain of her hair. Quentin found himself wondering what could make someone so gifted, so afraid of people. Instead of fueling his competitive drive, it stirred a protective instinct in him. The only time he witnessed genuine joy on her face was when he spotted her alone by a fountain, unself-consciously skipping a pebble across the water, so it slipped right between the legs of a stone nymph, a moment of pure, unguarded triumph. Life at Brakebills carried a formal, almost staged quality, with dinners elevated to a ritual. Meals began precisely at 6:30. If you were late, you ate standing up. Everyone gathered at one long, white, draped table set with mismatched heavy silver and lit by armies of ugly candelabras. The food, defying typical school cafeteria expectations, was superb. Classic French-inspired dishes like boeuf en daube and lobster thermidor. First years acted as waiters under the watchful eye of Chambers, eating only after everyone else had finished. Upperclassmen enjoyed wine with dinner, 1 glass for third and fourth years, 2 for the fifth years, or fins. Notably, there were only 10 fourth years, half the usual size, a mystery that met with silence whenever raised. Quentin absorbed these customs like a castaway learning a new language to survive. His first 2 months passed in a blur. Soon autumn painted the grounds. Red and gold leaves skittered across the sea as if swept by unseen hands, and the topiary creatures in the maze showed streaks of color. Quentin made a habit of exploring the campus daily. One 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 one
and long. One.
divided into a grid of squares, each made of a different material. Some were grass, others stone, sand, or shallow pools of water. 2 squares were crafted from a dark, silvery metal covered in intricate engravings. There was no visible fence or wall marking the boundary of the school grounds, if one even existed. The river bordered one side with dense forest encircling the rest. Despite this natural seclusion, the faculty devoted a surprising amount of effort to maintaining the complex spells that kept brakebills hidden and secure from the outside world. They were often seen walking the perimeter, examining invisible details and occasionally pulling each other from classes for urgent consultations. One crisp afternoon in late October, after practical applications class, Professor March asked Quentin to remain behind. Everyone referred to the class as PA, the part of the day where students finally got to attempt real spell casting, albeit the most basic charms under extremely close supervision. It was a tangible reward for enduring endless hours of theoretical study. That day had been particularly frustrating for Quentin. The PA room resembled a sturdy college chemistry lab with stone tables, stained counters, and deep sinks. The air was thick with protective charms placed by generations of professors, carrying a persistent scent of ozone. Quentin watched his lab partner, Sharendra, dust his hands with a mixture of flour and beechwood ash, trace invisible symbols in the air with a willow wand, and then cleanly slice his marble, affectionately nicknamed Rakshasa, in half on the first try. But when Quentin attempted the same with his own marble, named Martin, it simply burst with a soft pop, scattering glass fragments and dust. He dropped the wand and turned away, while the rest of the class turned to look. The atmosphere in the room was competitive, not cooperative, so Quentin was already in a sour mood when Professor March made his request. As Quentin waited, sitting on one of the durable tables and swinging his legs, he noticed Alice had also been asked to stay. She gazed out the window at the slow-moving Hudson River, her marble orbiting her head like a lazy moon, occasionally tapping the glass. Quentin wondered not for the first time why magic seemed to come so easily to her. Was it truly effortless, or did she struggle in secret? He found it hard to believe she faced the same difficulties he did. Penny was there as well, his usual pale, intense expression unchanged beneath his maintained mohawk, a stark contrast to the standard Brakebills uniform. Professor March returned, accompanied by Professor van der Vecke, who got straight to the point. "We've asked you 3 to remain because we are considering moving you to the second-year class for the spring term," she stated. "You would need to complete extra independent study to pass your first-year exams in December and then catch up with the second years, but I believe you are capable, am I correct?" Her tone was encouraging yet firm, more a declaration than a question. Quentin, Alice, and Penny exchanged uneasy glances before looking away. Quentin had grown accustomed to his academic abilities being recognized above others, and this honor certainly erased the embarrassment of his shattered marble. Yet the solemn gravity in the room made it clear this was no small matter. The prospect of accelerating through a year at Brakebills felt like an enormous amount of effort for a reward Quentin wasn't even certain he wanted. "What's the reason?" Penny interjected. "Why push us ahead? Does that mean you'll be holding other students back to open up spots?" It was a valid concern. The 20-student limit for each class at Brakebills was a fixed rule, never altered. Every student progresses at their own pace, Penny. Professor van der Vecke replied simply. "Our goal is to keep everyone in an environment where they can thrive." No one else had anything to add. After a moment of quiet, the professor took their silence as agreement. "Very well," she said. "Best of luck to each of you." Those words ushered Quentin into a grim new chapter of his Brakebills experience, just as he'd finally settled into a comfortable routine. Up until then, he'd put in the work but also enjoyed his fair share of lazy afternoons like everyone else. He'd meander across the grounds and waste hours with the other first years in their common room, a worn but welcoming space with a fireplace, a collection of battered couches and armchairs, and a sad assortment of educational magical board games, warped and stained, always missing pieces. They even had a smuggled video game console tucked in a closet, an outdated box connected to an ancient TV that would fuzz out and restart any time a spell was cast nearby, which was practically all the time. That was his old life. Now, there wasn't a moment when Quentin wasn't buried in his studies. Despite Eliot's repeated warnings and his own prior efforts, he'd somehow clung to a naive fantasy that learning magic would be a charming adventure in a hidden garden where knowledge hung like ripe fruit for the easy picking. The reality was a grueling march. Every afternoon after physical kids' activities, Quentin would bolt to the library to scramble through his standard assignments, only to return there after dinner where his designated tutor awaited him. His tutor was Professor Sunderland, the attractive young woman who had administered his entrance exam. She shattered any stereotypical image of a magician, blonde with dimples and possessing curves that made concentration a daily battle. Professor Sunderland primarily taught advanced 4th and 5th year courses and had zero tolerance for foundational errors. She drilled him endlessly on gestures, incantations, and complex charts. When he finally executed something flawlessly, that was merely the starting point. She'd then demand he perform Popper, Etudes number 7 and number 13 again, slowly forward and then in reverse, just to be absolutely certain. Her hands moved with a grace and precision Quentin couldn't fathom ever replicating. The whole ordeal would have been unbearable if not for the intense, distracting crush he'd developed on Professor Sunderland. He occasionally felt a pang of guilt, as if he were being unfaithful to Julia's memory. But what loyalty did he truly owe her? She likely wouldn't have given it a second thought. Professor Sunderland was here, present in his new reality. He craved a connection within this world. Julia had made her choices. Quentin now spent far more time with Alice and Penny, while break bills enforced an 11 p.m. Lights-out curfew for first years, their crushing additional workload forced the trio to find a workaround. They discovered a small, odd-shaped study room off a student wing that campus legend claimed was immune to the faculty's curfew enforcement spells. It was probably left that way intentionally, a deliberate loophole for situations exactly like this. The room was a leftover, trapezoidal space, musty, windowless, and forgotten, but it held a couch, a table, and chairs, and was never checked after hours. So, while the rest of their class went to sleep, Quentin, Alice, and Penny would claim it. They formed a peculiar little study group. Alice perpetually hunched over the table, Quentin sprawled across the couch, and Penny either pacing tight circles or sitting cross-legged on the floor. The quiet hum of their determined isolation, a stark contrast to the sleeping campus outside. The Popper textbooks were cursed with a particularly irritating enchantment. They would glow green when you performed a spell correctly and flash a harsh red when you made a mistake, but they offered no clues about what the mistake actually was. Alice, however, always knew she was the undeniable prodigy among them, possessing unnaturally supple hands and a memory that bordered on the photographic. Her appetite for languages was boundless. While the rest of their class was still struggling with the basics of Middle English, she was already consuming texts in Arabic, Aramaic, Old High Dutch, and Old Church Slavonic. Her shyness remained, but the long nights spent with Quentin and Penny in the after-hours practice room slowly chipped away at her reserve. She began to share notes and corrections, and on rare occasions she even displayed a dry wit, though her jokes were often delivered in Old Church Slavonic and were completely lost on Penny, who had no discernible sense of humor whatsoever. Penny preferred to practice alone, whispering incantations while his pale hands danced and fluttered before an enormous, ornate mirror propped against the wall. The mirror held a faded, forgotten spell, causing Penny's reflection to occasionally vanish, replaced by a view of a lonely, treeless hill under a heavy gray sky. It was like a television picking up a stray signal from another world. Penny would simply wait, stone-faced and silent, for his own image to return. The sight secretly unnerved Quentin. He couldn't shake the feeling that something dreadful was about to crest that hill, or was stirring uneasily beneath its grassy surface. "I wonder where that place really is," Alice murmured. "No idea," Quentin said. "Maybe it's in Fillory. You could probably step right through. That's how it always happens in the books." "Imagine that. We could go there, study for a solid month, come back and absolutely crush this exam. Please don't tell me you're considering a trip to a magical land just to get more studying done," Alice said flatly. "That might be the most tragically academic thing I've ever heard." A little quiet, Penny intoned. For someone with a rebellious streak, he could be incredibly tedious. A harsh Hudson Valley winter locked the campus in its grip. The fountains turned to ice, and the topiary maze lay under a blanket of snow, the sculpted animals occasionally shuddering to shake off the weight. Quentin, Alice, and Penny found themselves increasingly isolated from their classmates, who watched them with a mixture of envy and resentment that Quentin couldn't be bothered to address. They had become their own exclusive society within the already insular world of breakbills. Quentin was rediscovering a strange, almost perverse love for relentless work. It wasn't a passion for knowledge or a desire to prove himself that drove him. It was the familiar masochistic satisfaction of mastering something through sheer repetitive effort, the same stubborn focus that had once let him conquer complex card shuffles and advanced math years ahead of his peers. A few older students took a pitying interest in the three crammers, treating them like a class project or a set of mascots. They cheered them on and smuggled them snacks and sodas after hours. Even Elliot made a condescending visit, delivering a batch of questionable charms and talismans, supposedly meant to enhance alertness and reading speed, procured from a shady traveling salesman who appeared on campus in a battered station wagon full of magical junk. The charm's effectiveness was dubious at best. As December passed in a bleary, sleepless haze, the work itself became an endless cycle, utterly disconnected from any larger purpose or goal. Quentin found that even his lessons with Professor Sunderland had grown dull and lifeless. His focus drifted during their sessions, his gaze wandering to the soft curves of her figure when he knew he should be concentrating on proper finger placement or the precise pressure of his thumb. What had once been a thrilling infatuation now felt hollow and melancholy, as if he'd skipped straight from the giddy beginnings of a crush into the weary nostalgia of a breakup, without ever experiencing the relationship itself. He drifted through Professor March's lectures from the back of the room, nursing a smug disdain for his peers, who were still laboring over Popper's Etude No. 27, while he had already conquered the soaring challenges of No. 51 and left it far behind. The grimy, irregular room where he, Penny, and Alice burned the midnight oil began to feel oppressive. He detested the acrid, scorched scent of their endless coffee, so much that he briefly considered trying the cheap stimulants Penny sometimes took instead. Quentin saw the irritable, discontented person he was becoming, a version of himself that looked unsettlingly like the Quentin he thought he'd abandoned back in Brooklyn. He didn't confine all his studying to that spare trapezoidal room. On weekends, especially during daylight hours, he could work wherever he pleased. Usually he stayed in his own quarters, but sometimes he sought out the Breakbills Observatory, climbing the long, winding staircase to the top of one of the towers. It housed an enormous 19th-century telescope as thick as a utility pole, angled upward through a weathered copper dome. Someone on the faculty clearly cherished this outdated instrument, because it rested on an intricate system of brass gears and joints, all meticulously oiled and polished to a shine. Quentin liked to read there. It was warm, elevated, and usually deserted, since the telescope was useless by day and the climb was a deterrent. That was typically enough to guarantee him a quiet afternoon of isolated, frosty contemplation. But one Saturday in late November, he learned he wasn't the only one who had discovered this retreat. When he reached the top of the spiral stairs, the trapdoor was already ajar. He lifted his head into the circular, amber-lit chamber and felt as though he'd entered another world, a strange planet that mirrored his own, yet was completely rearranged. The intruder was Elliot, kneeling like a worshiper before an old, tattered orange armchair positioned in the middle of the room, right on the circular track the telescope used. Quentin had always wondered how that chair had ever been brought up here. Magic was the only explanation, since it couldn't have fit through the trap door or the narrow windows. Elliot wasn't alone. Someone was seated in the chair. From his awkward angle, Quentin thought it was one of the second years, an unremarkable, clean-faced boy with straight, rust-colored hair. Quentin hardly knew him. His name might have been Eric. "No," Eric said, then repeated more sharply, "No, absolutely not. He was smiling." Elliot started to rise, but the boy playfully pressed him back down by the shoulders. He wasn't particularly large. His authority over Elliot wasn't physical. "You know the rules," Eric said, as if addressing a child. "Please, just this once." Quentin had never heard Elliot use that pleading, whiny, infantile tone before. He never expected to. Please? Absolutely not. Eric tapped the tip of Elliot's long, pale nose with his finger. Not until you finish every one of your chores, all of them. And take off that ridiculous shirt. It's pathetic. Quentin understood this was a familiar game, a private ritual he wasn't meant to witness. Fine, Elliot replied, his voice thick with petulance. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with this shirt, he mumbled under his breath. Eric silenced him with a single, sharp glare before spitting once, leaving a tiny white speck on Elliot's immaculate white shirt. Quentin caught the flicker of fear in Eric's eyes, the sudden doubt about whether he'd crossed a line. From his angle, the armchair should have hidden most of it, but it didn't. Quentin watched, transfixed, as Elliot's hands fumbled with Eric's belt buckle, the metallic jingle faint, then worked open his fly before yanking his pants down to reveal pale, slender thighs. Easy, Eric cautioned, his tone lacking any real warmth or playfulness. You know how this works, little bit? Quentin couldn't explain why he lingered another full minute before finally retreating down the ladder back to his own mundane world. But he was utterly unable to look away. He was witnessing the raw, exposed circuitry of Elliot's inner life. How had he never known this side of him? He wondered if it was a yearly ritual, Elliot selecting some boy, elevating him, then casting him aside when the novelty wore off. Was this secrecy really necessary, even here at Breakbills? Part of Quentin felt a sting of rejection. If this was what Elliot wanted, why hadn't he ever turned that hunger toward him? Yet as much as he craved Elliot's focus, he wasn't sure he could have endured it. Maybe it was for the best. A refusal would have shattered their friendship. The sheer, desperate intensity in Elliot's eyes as he looked at Eric was something Quentin had never seen before. Though Quentin sat directly in his line of sight, Elliot never once glanced his way. Deciding he needed a change of scenery for his studies, Quentin finished Lady Amelia Popper's Practical Exercises for Young Magicians, Volume 1, just before midnight on Sunday, the night before the exam. He shut the book carefully and sat for a long moment, just staring at the cover. His hands trembled, his mind felt floaty and detached, while his body seemed leaden and strange. Too restless to stay put, but too agitated to sleep. He pushed himself up from the sagging couch and declared he was going for a walk. To his surprise, Alice offered to join him. Penny didn't even look up, his gaze fixed on the greenish, foggy landscape in the mirror, waiting for his own solemn reflection to reappear so he could resume his practice. Quentin had planned to walk through the maze and across the snow-covered sea to its far edge, where he'd first arrived, to look back at the silent, looming shape of the house and ponder why all of this felt so much less thrilling than it was supposed to be. He figured having Alice along wouldn't change much. He moved toward the tall French doors leading to the terrace. "Not that way," Alice said. After hours, she explained, those doors were enchanted to alert whichever faculty member was on duty, a deterrent against curfew breaking. She led him to a side door he'd never noticed, hidden behind a heavy tapestry, unwarded and opening onto a snow-dusted hedge. They squeezed through into the biting cold. Though Quentin was a good 8 inches taller, Alice matched his pace stubbornly. They found their way through the moonlit maze and stepped out onto the frozen sea. The snow was about 6 inches deep, and they kicked up little clouds of it as they walked. "I come out here every night," Alice said suddenly, shattering the quiet. In his exhausted state, Quentin had almost forgotten she was beside him. "Every night?" he replied, a bit dumbly. "Really? Why?" "Just to breathe," she sighed, her breath forming a white plume in the moonlight. "The girls' tower is so loud sometimes you can't hear yourself think. It's peaceful here. Oddly comfortable being alone with Alice, who was usually so reserved. It's freezing, though," Quentin said. "Do you think they know you're breaking curfew?" "Of course they know," she answered, a hint of defiance in her voice. "They just don't care, as long as we don't get caught off the grounds. Sometimes I think they expect a little rule-breaking. It's part of learning where the real boundaries are." She paused, then added quietly, "I found a frozen pond last week, perfectly smooth like glass. I've been practicing small ice melts and refreezes there. It's calming, Fogg probably knows," Alice said, her breath making a small cloud in the cold air. But he doesn't mind us using the side door. He just appreciates the gesture. The sea of trees stretched around them, a smooth, untouched blanket of snow tucked neatly against the horizon. Aside from the tracks of a few deer and some wild turkeys, no one had disturbed it since the last storm. They reached the border of the vast lawn and turned to look back at Brakebills. A single light glowed from a lower-floor teacher's bedroom. An owl hooted somewhere in the stillness. A faint, hazy moon washed the clouds above the stark roofline a pale white, making the whole scene look like a snow globe that had never been shaken. Quentin's mind drifted to a scene from The World in the Walls, where Martin and Fiona wandered through an enchanted frozen forest searching for the Watcherwoman's clock trees. That particular villain was always more of a mysterious nuisance than a true menace, rarely caught in the act of anything truly wicked. She was usually just a distant figure, veiled and frantic, clutching a book and a complex timepiece, or speeding by in her ornate, loudly ticking clock carriage. Wherever she went, she left behind those trees with ticking hearts. Quentin found himself straining to hear a similar sound now, but the night was silent save for the occasional mysterious crack from deep within the frozen woods. "This is where I came through the first time," he said, "back in the summer. I had no idea what Brakebills was. I honestly thought I'd stumbled into Fillory." Alice let out a sudden, loud laugh that seemed to startle even her. "Sorry," she said, composing herself. It's just I adored those books when I was a kid." "So, where did you arrive?" he asked. She pointed toward another indistinguishable stretch of forest, over there. "But I didn't come through a portal, not like you." He imagined some uniquely magical transport for the infallible Alice, a phantom toll booth, perhaps, or a chariot of fire drawn by mythical beasts. A pang of envy was hard to avoid. "I walked here," she continued, her tone deceptively casual, but her voice beginning to tremble. "I wasn't invited. I had an older brother who attended. I always wanted to come too, but the invitation never arrived. I was getting too old, so I just ran away. I'd waited and waited. I knew I'd already missed the first year. I'm actually a year older than you." He hadn't known that. She always seemed younger. "So I took a bus from Urbana to Poughkeepsie, then a series of taxis as far as they would go. Have you ever noticed there's no driveway here? No proper roads? The closest is the state highway." This was the longest monologue Quentin had ever heard from Alice. "I had the taxi drop me on the shoulder in the middle of nowhere. I walked the last 5 miles. Got completely lost, ended up sleeping in the woods. You slept on the ground out here? I know I should have brought a tent, or a clue. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was just determined. What about your brother? Couldn't he have helped you get in? He died." She stated it flatly, a simple piece of data, but it stopped Quentin cold. He had never pictured Alice with a sibling, much less a deceased one, or imagined her life was anything but effortlessly perfect. "Alice," he said, the words feeling inadequate, "that doesn't add up. You do know you're the smartest person in our entire class, right?" She shrugged off the compliment, her gaze fixed intensely on the darkened house. "So you just walked in? What did they do?" They were in disbelief. "No one is supposed to find this place on their own. They tried to write it off as a fluke, but it's so obvious this whole area is saturated with old wild magic. If you view it through the correct spells, it lights up like a raging wildfire. They probably assumed I was living on the streets. My hair was tangled with bits of leaves and bark, and my eyes were red and swollen from a night spent crying. Professor van der Veeg took pity on me. She handed me a mug of coffee and arranged for me to take the entrance exam alone in a quiet room. Fogg objected, but she insisted. "And you made it through." She gave another small shrug. Quentin shook his head, still confused. "I don't understand. Why didn't you receive an invitation like everyone else?" Alice didn't reply. She just glared up at the blurred, pale disk of the moon, her cheeks wet. He belatedly understood that he'd just casually voiced the central, haunting question of her entire Brakebills experience. It was a slow realization, dawning far later than it should have, that he wasn't the only one here wrestling with demons and feeling utterly out of place. Alice wasn't merely his rival, a figure whose sole function was to succeed and in doing so diminish his own share of happiness. A complete person with her own private dreams, fears, a past full of stories, and her own set of nightmares. In her own quiet, furious way, she was just as adrift as he was. They were standing under the looming shadow of a massive fir tree, a shaggy blue-gray beast creaking under the weight of the snow. It reminded Quentin of Christmas, and with a jolt he remembered they had completely missed it. He'd forgotten they operated on break bills time. Out in the regular world, Christmas had come and gone 2 months prior, and he hadn't given it a second thought. His parents had mentioned it during a phone call, but the significance hadn't registered. It was almost funny how things like that just stopped mattering. He wondered what James and Julia had done for their break. They'd all talked about renting a cabin together in Lake Placid. Julia's family had a place up there, so what did matter anymore? A fresh, fine snow began to fall, the tiny crystals catching on his eyelashes. What was the grand prize out there that justified all this relentless work? What were they really striving for? Power, presumably, or arcane knowledge, but it all felt laughably theoretical. The answer should have been simple, staring him in the face. He just couldn't quite grasp it. Beside him, Alice shivered violently, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Well, I'm glad you're here now, however you managed it," Quentin said, the words feeling clumsy. "We all are." He tentatively put an arm around her hunched shoulders. She didn't lean into the gesture or acknowledge the comfort, but she also didn't recoil or have one of her anxious episodes, which he had been half expecting. "Come on, let's head back before Fogg actually does lose his temper, and we've got that exam tomorrow. You'll want to be alert enough to actually enjoy the misery." The test was administered the next morning on the 3rd Monday of December. It comprised 2 hours of essay questions and 2 hours of practical demonstrations. There was surprisingly little actual spell work. Quentin spent most of his time in a stark classroom under the watchful eyes of 3 examiners, 2 from break bills and 1 external auditor with a precise Germanic accent as he recited Middle English invocations, identified complex spell forms, and attempted to draw flawless circles of varying sizes in the empty air with different fingers in different directions. Outside, the silent, powdery snow continued its endless descent from a white sky. The whole affair felt oddly underwhelming. Early the next morning, the results were slipped under their doors on a thick, creamy piece of paper, folded once like a wedding announcement. Quentin had passed, Alice had passed, Penny had failed. Break bills closed for the final 2 weeks of December. At first, Quentin couldn't pinpoint the source of his sheer dread about going home until it clicked. It wasn't home itself he feared. He was terrified that if he left the grounds, they would never allow him to return. He'd never find his way back. They would seal the hidden garden door behind him, lock it, and its outline would vanish forever amidst the ivy and stonework, leaving him stranded in the mundane world for good. In the end, he went home for just 5 days for a moment. As he climbed the front steps and the familiar, comforting scent of home washed over him, a potent mix of cooking, paint, old rugs, and dust, he felt himself slipping back into the person he used to be around them. Seeing his mother's wide, exasperated smile and his father's robust, stubbly cheer, he felt the powerful tug of the child he once was, a version of himself that still lingered in some forgotten corner of his soul. He surrendered to the old seductive lie that he had made a mistake by leaving, that this quiet, predictable life in Brooklyn was the one he was meant to lead. But the illusion shattered almost immediately. He couldn't stay. Something about his parents' house had become utterly suffocating. After the soaring, curved space of his tower room, how could he possibly return to his old, cramped bedroom with its peeling white paint, the iron bars on the window, and a view of nothing but a tiny, walled-in patch of dirt? He found he had nothing to say to his well-intentioned parents, whose polite curiosity felt as oppressive as their occasional neglect. His world had become vast, intricate, and filled with wonder. Theirs remained small, ordinary, and relentlessly domestic. They would never grasp that the visible world was just the surface, and the real one, the one that mattered, lay hidden beneath. It was a truth they were constitutionally incapable of seeing. He arrived on a Thursday. By Friday, he was texting James, and on Saturday morning he met him and Julia at a deserted boat launch on the Gowanus Canal. Hard to pin down why they'd always liked this spot, except that it was roughly halfway between their homes and offered a strange kind of privacy. You had to climb over a rusted metal barrier at the end of a dead-end street to reach it. The place held the hushed, expectant quiet of anywhere near open water, even if that water was notoriously stagnant and foul. A low concrete wall provided seating for tossing handfuls of stray gravel into the canal's thick, oily surface. On the opposite bank, a burnt-out brick warehouse with arched, empty windows watched over the scene like a silent guardian. Some developer's future luxury condominium, no doubt. It was good to see James and Julia again, but it was even better to observe himself seeing them, to recognize the profound change in his own perspective. Brake bills had saved him. He was no longer the moping, insecure kid he'd been when he left, merely James's sidekick and Julia's awkward, persistent admirer. When he and James exchanged their usual gruff greetings and perfunctory half-hugs, Quentin didn't feel that old, automatic deference, as if James were the main character in the story and he was just a supporting player. Looking at Julia, he probed for the old, desperate love he'd carried for her. It wasn't gone, but it had faded into a dull, distant ache, like shrapnel left embedded, healed over but still present. It honestly hadn't crossed his mind that they might not be entirely thrilled to see him. He knew he'd left abruptly, without a real explanation. But the depth of their hurt and sense of betrayal took him by surprise. The three of them sat in a row on the concrete, gazing at the murky water, as Quentin offered a breezy, heavily edited account of the obscure yet highly exclusive school he was now attending. He kept the actual curriculum vague, focusing instead on architectural details and campus life. James and Julia sat huddled together against the lingering March chill like an old married couple on a park bench, their posture stiff and closed off. When it was his turn, James launched into a monologue about senior projects, the prom, and teachers Quentin hadn't given a single thought to in over half a year. Almost surreal that this mundane high school universe was still spinning along, and that James still cared so deeply about it, completely blind to how everything had fundamentally shifted. Once you knew magic was real, everything else felt like a poorly staged play. And Julia, something was different about his once delicate, freckled Julia. Was it simply that he didn't love her anymore? Was he seeing her clearly for the first time? No, it was more than that. Her hair was longer now, but it hung flat and lifeless, as if she'd deliberately ironed out its natural wave. Dark, smudged circles shadowed her eyes, a new weariness that hadn't been there before. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, a brief, awkward phone call over the holidays where she'd mentioned, her voice tight, a family trip to the mountains that had gone badly wrong, leaving her stranded in a snowstorm for hours. She'd laughed it off then, but the strain of it seemed etched into her face now. She had once reserved cigarettes for parties, but now she lit one after another, extinguishing each spent filter in the hollow end of a steel fence post. Even James appeared unsettled by her, his demeanor tense and watchful. She regarded them both with a detached coolness, the wind catching her black skirt around her bare knees. Later, he wouldn't have been able to swear she'd uttered a single word. That night, already craving another glimpse of the enchanted realm he'd just departed, Quentin dug through his old paperbacks for a Fillory novel and read until 3 a.m, revisiting The Flying Forest, one of the series' more minor and less fulfilling entries. It focused on Rupert, the often silly and irresponsible Chatwin brother who, along with the lovely princess-like Fiona, enters Fillory through the high branches of Rupert's favorite climbing tree. Their adventure revolves around hunting for the source of a persistent ticking that prevents their friend Sir Hotspots, a leopard with exceptionally keen hearing, from getting any sleep. The offenders are eventually revealed to be a clan of dwarves who have excavated an entire mountain rich with copper ore, transforming it into a colossal timekeeping machine. Quentin had never before registered how fixated Plover was on clockwork mechanisms. The solution, when it arrives, feels almost comically simple. Rupert and Fiona recruit a benevolent giant to bury the clock deeper with his massive mattock, dampening the sound and appeasing both Sir Hotspots and the dwarves, who, being natural cave dwellers, don't mind the extra layer of earth. They then retreat to the royal castle Whitespire, an elegant fortress ingeniously built as a giant piece of clockwork, its towers slowly rotating in a stately dance powered by windmills and a great brass spring. Now, with Breakbills behind him and some understanding of actual magic, Quentin read Plover with a newly critical perspective. He hungered for the technical specifics behind the spells. More fundamentally, what was the dwarves' true motive for building such an enormous clock? The resolution struck him as unsatisfying and oddly temporary. It reminded him uneasily of Poe's The Tell-Tale Heart. Some noises, some truths refused to stay buried, and for a book titled The Flying Forest, where was the forest that flew? Where were Ember and Umber, the majestic twin rams who were supposed to maintain order in Fillory? They always seemed to arrive fashionably late, after the Chatwin children had handled the crisis, their primary role appearing to usher the children unceremoniously back to England at each story's end. This was Quentin's least favorite part of the series. Why couldn't they just let them stay? Would that have been so terrible? It became glaringly obvious that Christopher Plover knew nothing of genuine magic. He wasn't even authentically English, according to the book jacket. He was an American who amassed a fortune in dry goods during the 1920s and relocated to Cornwall just before the stock market collapsed. A confirmed bachelor, he wholeheartedly adopted Anglophilia, began pronouncing his name the English way, Plover, and established himself as a country squire in a massive house full of servants. Perhaps only an American with such an obsession could have crafted a world that felt more quintessentially English than England itself. Legend suggested a real family of Chatwin children lived next door to him, and Plover always maintained they would visit and narrate tales of Fillory, which he merely transcribed. Yet the enduring puzzle of the Flying Forest, debated endlessly by devoted fans and curious scholars, lies in its final pages. With the ticking finally silenced, Rupert and Fiona are enjoying a celebratory feast with Sir Hotspots and his family, including a sleek leopard bride and a host of adorable fuzzy cubs, when who should make an unexpected appearance but Martin, the eldest Chatwin child who first discovered Fillory 2 books earlier in The World in the Walls. Martin was now 13, a teenager caught in the awkward throes of puberty, feeling almost too old for the adventures Fillory offered. In the earlier stories, he was a volatile boy, his spirits soaring to cheerful heights before plunging into darkness without a trace. The Flying Forest finds him deep in one of these gloomy phases. It isn't long before he provokes a quarrel with his younger brother Rupert, whose disposition is reliably sunnier. A very proper English-style bout of shouting and grappling follows, observed with detached feline amusement by the Hotspots clan. Wrenching himself free, his shirt hanging loose and missing a button, Martin shouts at his siblings that he was the one who discovered Fillory. It was he, not them, who deserved the grand adventures, and none of it was fair. Why did they always have to go back home? In Fillory he was a hero. At home he was nothing. Fiona tells him with icy precision to stop acting like a child. Humiliated, Martin storms off into the shadowy depths of the darkling woods, shedding the pathetic tears of an English schoolboy, and then he simply never comes back. Fillory consumes him entirely. Martin is absent from the next 2 volumes, A Secret Sea and the final book, The Wandering Dune. Though his siblings search tirelessly, they never find a single clue. It now made Quentin think of Alice's poor lost brother. Like most readers, Quentin had assumed Plover intended to bring Martin back in the series finale, restored and remorseful. But Plover died unexpectedly in his 50s while The Wandering Dune was still in manuscript, and his notes held no answers. It became an unsolvable literary puzzle, another mystery of Edwin Drood. Martin would forever be the boy who vanished into Fillory. Quentin wondered if the solution lay in that book he'd held so briefly, The Magicians, but it was long gone. He'd turned the house upside down, questioned everyone, and by now had abandoned the search. Someone at Breakbills must have taken it, or tidied it away, or simply lost it. But who and why? Perhaps the book had never been real at all. Quentin woke early that Sunday morning already in full retreat. He was wasting his time here. He had a new life waiting. With only the faintest whisper of guilt, he concocted an elaborate story for his parents, a wealthy roommate, a last-minute invitation to a ski chalet in New Hampshire. Could he please go? More lies, but what else could he do? That was the price of being a teenage magician living a double life. He packed in a rush, most of his clothes were at school anyway, and within half an hour he was walking the streets of Brooklyn. He went directly to the old community garden, pushing into its most overgrown section until he reached the back fence, staring through it at a neighbor's rusted swing set. Could it really be this tiny? He remembered the garden as a vast enchanted forest, but now it just looked sparse and neglected. For several minutes he paced through the rubble, the frozen, rotting pumpkin carcasses and the broken weeds, growing more anxious and self-conscious by the second. What had he done last time? Did he need the book? He was clearly missing something, but he couldn't figure out what. The magic refused to spark. He tried meticulously retracing his steps. Maybe the time of day was wrong. Defeated, Quentin went to get a slice of pizza to regroup, desperately hoping no one he knew would spot him there when he was supposedly en route to Mount Alibi. He was stuck. The trick had failed. Everything was slipping through his fingers. He sat in a booth, his bags beside him, gazing at his own reflection in the wall-to-wall mirrors. Why do pizza places always have so many mirrors, and distractedly reading the police reports in a local free paper? The mirrors reflected each other, creating an endless, curving corridor of images, and as he sat there, the long, bustling room gradually grew still around him, almost without his noticing. The glass turned opaque, the illumination shifted, and the stark tile transformed into a gleaming hardwood floor. Looking up from his paper, Quentin found himself alone with his slice of pie in the Brakebills' junior common room. Without any announcement or fanfare, he and Alice were now second years. Their classes were held in a curved room tucked away in a rear wing of the house. It was bright but bitterly cold, the tall, wood-paneled windows perpetually frosted on the inside. Mornings were taught by Professor Petitpoids, an elderly, somewhat eccentric Haitian woman in a pointed black hat, who insisted on being called witch. Half the questions posed to her were met with the same serene reply, "And it harm none, do what you will." Yet when it came to the hands-on mechanics of spell work, her gnarled walnut-brown fingers displayed a technical precision that even surpassed Professor Sunderland's. Their afternoons were for practical applications with Professor Heckler, a towering, long-haired German with a shadowy jawline who stood nearly 7 feet tall. There was no warm welcome for the two newcomers. Their promotion had essentially stranded them in a class of their own, ostracized by the resentful first years and largely ignored by the established second years. Alice was no longer the standout prodigy. That role now belonged to a loud, hearty girl named Amanda Orloff, with broad shoulders and straight, dishwater blonde hair, who was frequently called upon to demonstrate techniques. The daughter of a 5-star general, she worked magic with her large, square hands in a gruff, no-nonsense, and brutally efficient manner, as if wrestling an invisible puzzle into submission. Her thick fingers seemed to physically wrench the magic from the air. The other students operated under the assumption that Quentin and Alice were already a unit, probably dating, which ironically began to forge a connection between them that hadn't fully existed before. They were easier around each other since her late-night confession about her painful arrival at Brakebills. She seemed unburdened by it, less fragile, her voice no longer a constant whisper. He could tease her now, and with a little encouragement, she'd give it right back. Wasn't convinced they were friends, not exactly, but she was opening up. He felt like a safecracker who, through a mix of luck and intuition, had stumbled upon the first number in a long, complex sequence. One frigid Sunday, weary of the social chill, Quentin hunted down his old lab partner, Sharendra, and persuaded him to leave the house for a walk. They trudged without enthusiasm through the maze in their heavy coats, the sun offering light but no warmth. The hedges drooped under melting ice, and dirty snow lingered in the shadows. Sharendra, with his round, serene face, was the son of an enormously wealthy Bengali-American tech executive from San Diego, a fact that completely masked his nature as the most savagely sarcastic person Quentin knew. On their aimless route toward the sea, they were joined by a second year named Gretchen. Blonde, slender, and long-limbed like a dancer, but she moved with a pronounced heavy limp, a congenital knee issue, and used a cane. Tally-ho, boys, she greeted them. It's the Gimp, Quentin said without malice. She wore her disability without shame, telling anyone who'd listened that her magical power was rooted in that imperfect ligament, and that fixing it surgically would strip her abilities away. No one knew if it was true. The three of them walked together to the edge of the lawn and then simply stopped. This was a mistake, Quentin thought. None of them had a destination in mind. Gretchen and Sharendra hardly knew each other, and they all just stood there, directionless in the cold. For a few minutes the conversation drifted through trivial topics, campus rumors, upcoming finals, various professors, but Sharendra kept missing the inside jokes and specific references to their second-year experiences, each lapse making him withdraw further into a quiet, brooding silence. The day itself seemed to tilt, unbalanced and slow. Quentin bent to grab a damp, smooth stone and hurled it toward the distant tree line. It landed with a soft, soundless thud in the wet grass. The chill from the stone seeped into his bare hand, sharpening the cold. "Follow me," Gretchen announced abruptly, setting off with her peculiar lurching stride across the wide lawn, a gait that was oddly efficient, devouring distance despite its clumsiness. Quentin hesitated, unsure if her manner was meant as a joke. They moved onto a narrow gravel trail, passing through a sparse stand of bare poplar trees until they emerged into a small, secluded clearing at the very edge of the school grounds. Quentin recognized the place. Before them lay an eccentric, sprawling grid reminiscent of a storybook landscape, a vast checkerboard of squares, each roughly a yard across, bordered by a wide fringe of manicured lawn. The grid was rectangular, longer than it was wide, and each square was composed of a different substance, still pools of dark water, smooth stone, fine pale sand, immaculate grass, and 2 squares of polished silvery metal. The grass patches were cropped as short and neat as a golf green, while the water squares held perfect, shifting reflections of the windy sky above. "What is this?" Quentin asked. "What do you mean, what is it?" Sharendra replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Do we want to play or not?" Gretchen had already circled around to the far side of the field. At the center stood a tall, white-painted wooden chair, like something a lifeguard or a tennis umpire might use. "So it's a game," Quentin ventured. Sharendra narrowed his eyes. "Sometimes I genuinely don't understand you," he said, a note of superiority creeping in as he realized he possessed knowledge Quentin lacked. Gretchen shot Sharendra a look of shared, condescending amusement. She was the type who adopted an air of immediate familiarity with near strangers. "This," she declared, with theatrical flourish, "is welters." Quentin braced for another wave of their disdain. "So it's a game." "Oh, it's far more than a game," Gretchen insisted. "It's a passion," Sharendra added, "a whole lifestyle. It's a state of mind. I could explain it to you if you had a decade to spare." Gretchen blew warm air into her cupped hands. "The basic idea is that one team starts at this end, the other at that end, and you try to claim squares. How do you claim a square?" Gretchen wiggled her fingers mystically, with magic. "Where are the broomsticks?" Quentin asked, only half joking. "No broomsticks. Welters is more strategic, like chess. They dreamed it up ages ago. I think it started as some kind of teaching tool. There's also a story that it was created to replace duels. Students kept fatally injuring each other, so they channeled that energy into welters instead." "Those were the days," Sharendra muttered darkly. He attempted a running leap over one of the water squares, but misjudged his takeoff, slipped and came up short, his heel splashing into the icy pool. "Damn it!" He glared up at the hard, cold sky. "I hate this game." A crow burst from the bare branches of a winter elm. The sun was sinking behind the trees, painting the high clouds in frozen shades of pink and lavender. Sharendra stomped off the grid, swinging his arms vigorously. "I can't feel my fingers at all. Let's head back." They walked in silence back along the path toward the main lawn, breath visible in the air, hands tucked under their arms for warmth. The temperature was dropping rapidly with the fading light, and the trees now stood as stark black cutouts against the twilight. They'd need to rush to get ready for the evening meal. A heavy, familiar sense of late-day pointlessness settled over Quentin. Near the tree line, a group of wild turkeys moved with alert, almost prehistoric menace, their upright postures reminding him of a patrol of small, feathered dinosaurs. As they crossed the darkening grass, Sharendra shifted the topic. "So, are you actually friends with that guy Elliot?" he asked. "Seriously, how do you even know him?" "Not really. He mostly keeps to his own group." Quentin felt a private, stubborn pride in being loosely associated with Elliot, even though in truth they rarely spoke any more. "Yeah, I figured," Sharendra said, his tone implying that such social divisions were both obvious and inevitable. "The physical kids. What a bunch of losers." "What are you talking about, the physical kids? You know, that whole crowd, Janet Way and the heavier guy, Josh Hoberman, that group, their discipline is all physical magic. Their breath formed white clouds in the cold air, drifting up against the dark shapes of the hedges in the maze." Sharendra went on to explain that after the second year, students were assigned a specific magical focus to specialize in, a decision made for them by the faculty. They were then grouped with others who shared that specialty. It doesn't really change much, except that your discipline sort of decides your social circle. People usually stick with their own kind. Physical magic is supposed to be the least common. They get a bit arrogant about it, I suppose. And then there's Elliot. You know about him." Gretchen raised her eyebrows and gave a knowing smirk. Sharendra's nose was red from the cold. They had reached the terrace now, and the pinkish sunset was stretched and distorted across the wavy glass of the French doors. "No, I don't believe I do know," Quentin replied, his tone formal and tight. "Why don't you fill me in? You really don't know?" "Oh, my God," Gretchen clutched Sharendra's arm in delight. "I bet he's one of Elliot's." Just then the French doors swung open and Penny came marching out toward them, his steps quick and stiff, his shirt hanging loose and no coat in sight. His pale, round face emerged from the gathering dusk. His expression was empty and rigid, his walk charged with a frantic, unnatural energy. As he closed the distance, he took a sudden, skipping step, drew his arm back, and drove his fist into Quentin's face. Physical fights were practically a myth at breakbills. Students schemed, gossiped, and messed with each other's practical assignments, but outright violence was almost unheard of. Back in Brooklyn, Quentin had witnessed scuffles, but he wasn't the type to get involved. He wasn't a bully, and his height made him an awkward target for one. He was an only child. He hadn't taken a real punch since grade school. For a frozen instant, Penny's fist filled his vision, enormous and close, like an asteroid veering too near the planet, and then a brilliant flash exploded in Quentin's right eye. It was a clean hit. He spun partially away, his hand flying to his face in that universal gesture of someone who's just been socked. He was still processing what had happened when Penny hit him again. Plate. Quentin wrote, Quentin, look, rich, Penny clearly had some dramatic ideas about how a fight should look, because he was bouncing on the balls of his feet, throwing feints, and weaving his head around like a boxer from the movies. "What are you doing?" Quentin shouted, more stunned than in pain. Penny's jaw was locked tight, his breath hissing between his teeth. Spittle dotted his chin, and his eyes had a strange, glazed look. The phrase "fixed and dilated" popped into Quentin's mind. Penny wound up for a wild, looping punch at Quentin's head, and Quentin jerked back violently, ducking and throwing his arms up for cover. He recovered just enough to lunge and wrap his arms around Penny's middle while Penny was off balance. They staggered back and forth like a pair of drunk dancers, leaning on each other, then plowed into a snow-laden shrub at the terrace's edge. A small avalanche of snow dumped over them. Quentin had a couple of inches on Penny and a longer reach, but Penny was built more solidly and had the leverage to shove him around. A low stone bench caught them at the knees, and they both went down, Penny landing on top. The back of Quentin's head smacked hard against the stone terrace. White light flashed behind his eyes. The pain was sharp, yet it had the strange effect of clearing away Quentin's fear, along with most of his coherent thoughts, as if someone had violently swept a table clean with a single motion. In its wake, a raw, blinding fury took hold. They tumbled across the ground, a tangle of limbs, each scrambling to land a blow while desperately gripping the other's arms to block any strike. Blood was smeared on the stone. Penny had managed to split his own forehead open. Quentin's mind screamed for them to get to their feet, to fight properly, to knock Penny flat with a clean punch through the haze. He registered Gretchen's furious shouts and the swish of her stick as she tried to strike Penny, only to accidentally clip him instead. He was on top, finally wrenching a fist free for a solid hit, when strong arms wrapped around his chest, almost gently, and lifted him up and away. Freed from Quentin's weight, Penny sprang to his feet like a jack-in-the-box, panting hard, a crimson streak painting his face. But the crowd had closed in, bodies now separating them, and Quentin was being pulled backward. The moment shattered. The fight was done. The following hour blurred into a series of unfamiliar rooms and concerned faces leaning in to speak to him in low, earnest tones, dabbing his face with rough cloths. A stout older woman he'd never met worked a spell using cedar and thyme that soothed the ache in his face. She placed something invisible and cool against the back of his head where it had struck the terrace, whispering incantations in a language he didn't recognize. The throbbing dulled to a manageable pulse. He still felt disconnected, not in pain, but as if he were moving in a deep-sea diving suit, trudging in slow motion through the hallways, both heavy and weightless, brushing past curious onlookers who darted away like startled fish. The younger students gazed at his battered face with wide-eyed awe. His ear was puffy, and a spectacular black eye was blooming. The older students, however, seemed to find the whole spectacle hilarious. Quentin decided to lean into the absurdity, forcing an air of calm amusement. For a fleeting second, Eliot's face appeared before him, wearing an expression of such genuine sympathy that hot tears threatened to spill over, which Quentin angrily choked back. It turned out Eliot and his very physical kids, Speak of the Devil, had been the ones to break up the scuffle. Those surprisingly powerful arms that hauled him off Penny belonged to Eliot's friend, Josh Hoberman, the larger one. He'd missed most of dinner and arrived just as dessert was being served, which felt perfectly in keeping with the day's backward logic. The usual rule about tardiness was waived. He couldn't shake the thick, foggy feeling in his head. It was like watching the world through a telephoto lens and hearing it through a glass pressed to a wall. He still hadn't puzzled out what started the fight. Why would Penny hit him? Why would anyone do that? What was the point of coming to a place like Breakbills just to ruin it by being a monumental jerk? He thought he should probably eat something, but the first bite of flourless chocolate cake turned to a gluey paste in his mouth, forcing him to bolt for the bathroom. There, a massive invisible force seized him, pressing him down roughly and irrevocably against the grimy tiles, as if a giant had slapped him flat and then leaned all its weight upon him, mashing him into the cool, dirty floor. He awoke in darkness. He was in a bed, but not his own. His head ached. Awoke might be too strong a word. His focus was soft, and his brain wasn't entirely convinced it was still in one piece. Quentin knew Brakebills had an infirmary, but he'd never seen it before and had no idea where it was. He had passed through another secret portal, this time into the realm of the sick and wounded. A woman was tending to him, a pretty woman. He couldn't see what she was doing, but he felt her cool, soft fingertips moving carefully over his scalp. He cleared his throat, tasting something bitter. "You're the medic," he managed to croak. "You were the paramedic," he said. She nodded. "That's right, but past tense is better. It was a one-time performance, though I won't pretend I didn't enjoy myself." "You were there," he repeated slowly. "The day I arrived." "I was," she confirmed. "I wanted to be certain you made it to the examination. What are you doing here now? I come here sometimes. I've never seen you before." I make a point of not being seen. A long silence stretched between them, a space where he might have drifted off. Yet when he opened his eyes again, she was still there. "I like the hair," he murmured. She had shed her paramedic uniform. Her dark hair was piled up, secured with a pair of simple sticks, framing her delicate, almost gem-like features. She had seemed so young before, and she didn't look any older now. Yet he sensed a profound, weary gravity about her, the weight of someone who had seen far too much. "Those braids were a bit theatrical," she remarked, dismissing his compliment. "That man who died, what truly happened? Why did he die? No particular reason." A faint vertical line appeared between her brows. "He wasn't meant to, he simply did. People do that sometimes. I thought it might have been connected to my being there." "Well, there's certainly nothing wrong with your sense of self-importance. Roll onto your stomach." Quentin complied, and she applied a cool, stinging liquid to the back of his head that smelled sharply medicinal, so it didn't signify anything. Death always signifies something, but no, nothing beyond the ordinary there, finished. "You must take better care of yourself, Quentin. We need you in fighting shape." He rolled back over. His pillow had grown cool during her ministrations. He closed his eyes, aware that a more vigilant version of himself would be relentlessly piecing together her identity and her role in his story, or his in hers. But he couldn't muster the energy. "That book you gave me," he said, the words slurring slightly. "I think I lost it. I never had a chance to read it." In his exhausted, nearly delirious state, the loss of the Fillory book suddenly felt profoundly tragic, an irredeemable catastrophe. A warm tear escaped, tracing a path down his cheek and into his ear. "Hush," she soothed, her voice unexpectedly gentle. "It wasn't the right time. You'll find it again. If you look hard enough, that much I can promise you." It was the sort of vague, hopeful thing people always said about Fillory. She placed something cool and damp on his fevered forehead, and consciousness slipped away. When he woke, she was gone. But he wasn't alone. "You had a concussion," a voice stated. It might have been the sound that finally roused him. It had been calling his name. He recognized the calm, familiar tone, finding it deeply comforting, though he couldn't immediately place it. "Hey, Q, you awake? Professor Moretti said you got a concussion?" It was Penny. Quentin could make out the pale oval of Penny's face propped on pillows across the aisle and one bed down. "That's why you threw up must have been when we tripped over that bench. You smacked your head on the pavement." All the wild anger had drained from Penny. He was almost sociable now. "Yeah, I know I hit my head," Quentin said, his words slow and thick. "It was my head. It won't affect your brain if you're worried. That's what Moretti said," I asked. "Well, that's a relief." Another long quiet settled over the room. A clock ticked steadily somewhere. Quentin's mind drifted to a lovely passage from the last Fillory book, The Wandering Dune, where little Jane, the youngest Chatwin, catches a nasty cold. She spends a week in bed aboard the good ship Windswept, conversing with the drawing master and tended by soft, sympathetic rabbits. Quentin had always favored Jane. She was different from her siblings, more introspective, with a wry, unpredictable humor and a sharper edge than her somewhat saccharine older brother and sister. He wondered what time it was. "What about you?" he asked, dully. "Not quite ready for reconciliation. Did you get hurt? I split my forehead open on your tooth, and you broke my nose when you head-butted me. They fixed it with a Pulaski's mending. I've never seen that done before, at least not on a person. She used goat's milk." I didn't even realize I'd head-butted you." Penny fell silent. Quentin listened to the clock tick 30 times. "Do I have a black eye?" Penny finally asked. "I can't see a thing." Massive figured. A glass of water sat on the nightstand. Quentin drank it down and collapsed back onto the pillow. Sharp, hot threads of pain laced through his skull. Whatever that medic had done, or whoever she was, he wasn't fully mended yet. "Penny, what in the world possessed you to hit me like that?" "I believe it was necessary," Penny replied, sounding almost offended by the question. "You had it coming. Maybe he wasn't as exhausted as he seemed. I didn't do a thing to you. You didn't do a thing, right? Of course you didn't." Penny let out a hollow, rehearsed laugh. His tone was disturbingly calm, as if he'd practiced this final argument in the mirror. Beneath it, Quentin could hear that frantic, simmering anger beginning to boil over again. "You could have spoken to me, Quentin? Shown a little, It reminded him of the perfectly normal-seeming accountant his parents once rented to, who started leaving increasingly unhinged notes demanding they stop, as he claimed, filming him every time he took out the recycling. "Don't be ridiculous," Quentin snapped. He wasn't in a turn-the-other-cheek mood. What was Penny going to do? Give him another concussion? Do you have any idea how you come across? You sit there with that giant punk chip on your shoulder and then wonder why people aren't lining up to be your friend. Penny pushed himself upright. "That night," he said, his voice tightening, "when you and Alice just took off together, no apology, no hey Penny, not even a see you later, you just walked out, and then," he finished triumphantly, "you passed and I failed? How is any of that fair? What did you expect me to do? So that was the heart of it." "You're absolutely right, Penny," Quentin said, his voice dripping with a sarcasm he usually reserved for far less painful circumstances. "A failed test is absolutely grounds for a sucker punch to the face. Why stop with me? Go take a swing at Professor van der Wegge while you're at it. I don't just roll over, Quentin." Penny's voice echoed in the empty infirmary. "I don't go looking for fights, but if you come at me, I swear I will be right there in your face. That's the deal. You think this is some kind of personal playground where you make all the rules? You try to walk all over me, and I'm coming right back at you." They were both shouting so loudly that neither noticed the infirmary door swing open. Dean Fogg stood there, wrapped in an ornately embroidered silk robe and wearing a nightcap that looked borrowed from a Victorian novel. For a bizarre moment, Quentin thought he was holding a candle before realizing it was the dean's raised index finger, glowing with a soft, steady light. "That is sufficient," he said, his voice quiet but absolute. "Dean Fogg." Penny started as if finally addressing a reasonable authority. "I said that is sufficient." Quentin had never heard the dean yell, and he didn't now. By daylight, Fogg often seemed a bit absurd, but here in the middle of the night, shrouded in his kimono within the sterile infirmary, he appeared formidable and utterly alien, truly wizardly. "You will not speak again except to answer my questions. Is that understood? Was that a question?" Quentin decided to just nod, his headache throbbing in agreement. "Yes, sir," Penny said immediately. "I have heard more than enough regarding this affair. Who initiated this disgraceful episode?" "I did, sir," Penny stated at once. "Quentin had no part in it. He didn't do anything." Quentin stayed silent. Penny was a strange case. He was clearly unhinged, yet he clung to his own twisted code of honor with a madman's tenacity. "And yet," Dean Fogg observed, his voice dry, "your nose somehow intercepted Quentin's forehead. Should I expect a repeat performance?" "No, sir. Good." Quentin heard the faint squeak of bed springs as the dean settled onto an empty cot. He kept his gaze fixed forward. "There is exactly one aspect of today's scuffle that I find acceptable," Fogg continued. "Neither of you attempted to use magic as a weapon. You are not yet advanced enough to grasp this fully, but in time you will understand that magic involves channeling immense and volatile forces. To command such power requires a mind of absolute calm and clarity. If you wield magic in a state of anger, you will damage yourself far more profoundly than you could ever harm an opponent. There are spells, if your control slips, they can rewrite you, they can devour you, they can transform a person into something no longer human. A Niffin, a being of pure, chaotic magical force. Fogg studied them both with severe dignity, very theatrical. Quentin stubbornly stared at the infirmary's patterned tin ceiling, his awareness flickering like a dying candle. "When was the part where Penny got told to stop being such an insufferable jerk?" "Pay close attention," Fogg said. "The majority of people are blind to magic. They inhabit a dull, colorless world. They are bored with their own lives, powerless to change it. They are consumed by a yearning they cannot name, and they are spiritually dead long before their bodies fail. You, however, live in the magical world. It is an extraordinary privilege. And if you are determined to get yourself killed here, you will find ample opportunity without resorting to murdering each other." He rose to leave. "Will there be a punishment, sir?" Penny asked. Punishment? Did he genuinely think they were still in some mundane high school? The dean paused at the doorway, the light from his fingertip nearly gone. "Yes, Penny, there will be. 6 weeks of kitchen duty, lunch, and dinner. If this, or anything remotely similar, occurs again, you will be expelled." Quentin, he paused, considering. Just learn to manage your temper. I do not want further incidents." The door clicked shut. Quentin let out a long breath. He closed his eyes, and the room seemed to detach gently from its foundations, drifting away on a silent sea. He found himself idly wondering, with a detached curiosity, if Penny had developed feelings for Alice. "Wow," Penny said, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of 6 weeks with dishpan hands. He sounded oddly youthful. "I mean, seriously, wow, did you hear what he said about magic consuming you?" "I had no idea. Did you know about any of that?" "Penny," Quentin said, his voice low and flat. "First, your hair is ridiculous. Second, I don't know what passes for normal where you're from. But if you ever do anything that could get me shipped back to Brooklyn, I won't just break your nose. I will end you." The physical kids, 6 months later, on a September afternoon that felt more like summer's last sigh, Quentin and Alice found themselves sitting on the grass outside a quaint, square Victorian cottage. It was a good half-mile from the main house, a whimsical piece of architecture, a tiny white-painted house with a gray roof, complete with gables and windows, that might have once been a gardener's shed or guest quarters. A wrought-iron weather vane in the shape of a pig sat atop the roof, perpetually pointing in the wrong direction. Though Quentin couldn't see inside, he thought he caught fragments of conversation drifting through the closed windows. The cottage sat at the border of a vast golden hayfield. The sky was a clear, endless blue, and the sun hung high, bathing the still, silent air in warmth. Nearby, a rusted piece of forgotten farm equipment lay half-submerged in the long grass it was once meant to cut. "This is ridiculous. Knock again. You knock," Alice replied, her words cut short by a sudden violent sneeze. She was allergic to the pollen drifting from the field. "I've been knocking for 20 for 20. Another sneeze overtook her. "Bless you." 20 minutes, she finished, wiping her nose with a look of profound irritation. "Thank you." She wiped her nose. They're inside, but they won't open the door." "What do you think we should do?" Quentin considered it. "I'm not sure," he said. "Maybe it's some kind of test." Back in June, after final exams, all 22nd-year students had been ushered through the practical applications room, one by one, to receive their assigned disciplines. The sessions were spaced 2 hours apart, though they sometimes ran long. The whole affair stretched over 3 days. It felt like a bizarre carnival. Most of the students, and likely the faculty too, were skeptical about the entire concept of disciplines. They created social divisions. The theoretical foundation was shaky, and everyone studied essentially the same material anyway, so what was the real purpose? But tradition demanded every student have one, so a discipline every student would get. Alice had dubbed it her magic bat mitzvah. The PA lab had been overhauled for the event. Every cabinet stood open, and every inch of counter space was jammed with antique instruments crafted from wood, silver, etched brass, and blown glass. There were calipers and bulbs, beakers and clockwork, scales and magnifying glasses, and dusty glass bulbs filled with wobbling mercury and other less identifiable substances. Brake bills relied heavily on Victorian-era technology. It wasn't entirely an affectation. Quentin had been told electronics behaved erratically around active sorcery. Professor Sunderland was running the show. Quentin had mostly steered clear of her since that strange, dreamlike period when she tutored him during his first semester. His infatuation with her had dimmed to a faint, almost embarrassing whisper of what it once was, though he could still barely look at her without imagining the feel of her hair between his fingers. "I'll be right with you," she announced cheerfully, carefully repacking a set of delicate, sharp-looking silver tools into a velvet case. So she snapped the case shut and fastened the latch. Everyone at Brake Bills has a natural talent for magic, but there are individual variations. People often show an affinity for a particular branch. She delivered this speech mechanically, like a flight attendant reciting safety instructions. "It's a very personal thing. It relates to your birthplace, the moon's position, the weather at the time, your personality, plus a mountain of technical details that aren't worth diving into. There are about 200 other factors Professor March would love to enumerate for you. It's practically his own discipline." "What's your discipline?" "It involves metallurgy." "Any other personal inquiries?" "Yes. Why do we need all this testing?" Can't you just calculate my discipline from my birth date and all that other information you mentioned? You could, theoretically. In practice, it would be a monumental headache. She smiled, gathering her blonde hair and securing it with a clip, and a sudden sharp pang of his old longing stabbed at Quentin's heart. It's far simpler to work inductively from the outside in until we find a match. She placed a bronze scarab in each of his palms and asked him to recite the alphabet, first in Greek, then in Hebrew, which required prompting, while she observed him through what looked like a complex collapsible telescope. He could feel the metal beetles humming and crackling with ancient enchantments. A dreadful fear gripped him that their tiny legs might suddenly begin to twitch. Occasionally she would stop him, have him repeat a letter, and adjust the instrument using protruding screws. She murmured. I see. Next, she produced a miniature bonsai fir tree and had him observe it from various angles as its tiny needles rustled in a non-existent breeze. Afterward, she took the tree aside for a private consultation. Well, you're certainly not an herbalist, she declared. For the next hour, Professor Sunderland put him through a bewildering series of tests, most of which left him utterly baffled. He performed a series of foundational first-year spells under her watchful eye as she gauged their potency with an array of humming, clicking devices. At one point, she had him recite an incantation beside a massive brass clock whose 7 hands spun in contradictory directions, one whirling backward at a dizzying pace. She let out a long, weary sigh. On multiple occasions, she retrieved thick, dusty tomes from the highest shelves, poring over them in silence for stretches that made Quentin shift uncomfortably on his feet. You are a most unusual case, she remarked. Quentin thought that life had a peculiar talent for delivering fresh embarrassments without end. He spent a tedious interval sorting a bowl of iridescent pearl buttons by size and hue while she observed his reflection in a tarnished silver mirror. When she suggested a nap to examine his dreams, his anxiety kept him awake, so she administered a single minty sip of a fizzy potion that sent him under instantly. His dreams, it seemed, offered her no new revelations. Placing her hands on her hips, she studied him for a long, silent moment. Let's attempt an experiment, she declared at last, with a brittle sort of cheer. She offered a tight smile, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Professor Sunderland strode to the far end of the room, noisily closing the heavy wooden shutters one by one until the chamber was plunged into gloom after sweeping the clutter from a long slate table. She hoisted herself up to sit on its edge, tugging her skirt over her knees and gesturing for him to sit opposite her. Hold your hands like this, she instructed, raising them as if to lead a silent symphony. Perspiration had formed faint, damp crescents under the arms of her blouse. Quentin mimicked the pose. She guided him through a sequence of gestures he recognized from Popper's primer, though never arranged in this particular intricate order. She murmured words too soft for him to catch. Now, like this, she threw her hands high above her head. When she performed the motion, nothing occurred, but when Quentin copied her thick, luminous white sparks erupted from his fingertips. Astonishing, as if they had been coiled within him his entire life, simply awaiting the correct flourish of his hands. They arced joyously across the shadowed ceiling and drifted down around him like celebratory confetti, bouncing once or twice on the floorboards before fading away. His hands buzzed with a warm, prickling energy. The wave of relief was so profound it felt almost painful. He tried again, producing a weaker shower of sparks. He watched them flutter down. On the third attempt, only a single, lonely spark flickered out. "What does it mean?" he asked, his voice hushed. "I haven't the faintest clue," Professor Sunderland replied. "I'll classify you as undetermined. We'll reassess next year." "Next year?" Quentin felt a cold weight of disappointment settle in his stomach as she hopped down from the table and began methodically reopening the shutters. He flinched as harsh sunlight flooded the room. "What am I supposed to do until then?" "Wait," she said simply, already moving toward the door. "It happens. People assign far too much significance to these classifications. Be a dear and send in the next student, would you? We're behind schedule, and it's barely past noon." The summer that followed seemed to stretch into eternity, each day passing in a slow, viscous crawl in the world beyond break bills. It was actually autumn. and the Brooklyn Quentin returned to for his so-called vacation was perpetually overcast and chill. The streets were slick with wet brown leaves and the pulpy remains of ginkgo berries, whose rancid odor reminded him unpleasantly of sickness. He drifted through his childhood home like an apparition, having to consciously solidify his presence for his parents, who always appeared mildly startled when their spectral son materialized to speak with James and Julia away at university. Quentin filled the empty hours with aimless walks. He found himself drawn to the stark industrial geometry of the Gowanus Canal, its waters a stagnant, toxic green. He took solitary shots on abandoned basketball courts, the hoops stripped of their nets, puddles collecting in the cracked asphalt. The autumn chill seemed to leach all life from the ball, leaving it heavy and unresponsive in his hands. His real world was not here. It was somewhere else, waiting. Quentin kept up a sporadic email correspondence with his Breakbills friends, Alice, Elliot, Sharendra, and Gretchen, and half-heartedly paged through his assigned summer reading, an 18th-century history of magic. The book looked deceptively thin, but through some clever bibliographic enchantment contained over 1,800 pages. In November, a cream-colored envelope materialized between the book's leaves placed there by unseen hands. Inside was a formal letter-pressed card bearing the elegant Breakbills crest, instructing him to return to school via a narrow, forgotten alley beside the First Lutheran Church. 10 blocks from his home. At 6 in the evening, he arrived at the designated spot right on time. Though sunset came early in the fall, the evening was unseasonably warm. As he stood at the alley's mouth, listening to cars rush by and watching for any stray church volunteers who might accuse him of trespassing, or, more awkwardly, try to save his soul, a wave of crushing doubt washed over him. In that moment, Brooklyn felt like the only real place in the world. He was convinced everything from the previous year, the magic, the school, was just an elaborate fantasy, a desperate hallucination cooked up by a mind shattered by mundane reality. The alley was so tight he had to turn sideways to enter, his midnight blue duffel bags with their dark brown trim scraping against the damp stone walls. He felt certain he'd reach a dead end in 30 seconds. Then, from the far end of the passage, an impossible breath of warm, sweet, late summer air drifted toward him, carrying the sound of crickets. Beyond, he could see the vast green expanse of the sea. Heart pounding, he ran toward it, bags and all. Now, it was the first day of the semester, and Quentin found himself stranded with Alice in a sweltering meadow beside a pristine white Victorian bungalow. This was the meeting place for the physical magic seminar, held every Tuesday afternoon. Alice had been placed in physical magic due to her highly technical discipline phosphoromancy, which involved the manipulation of light. Quentin was assigned there simply because it was the smallest group, making it a convenient holding pen until he discovered his own magical specialty. They had arrived early for the 12:30 seminar, but it was now nearly 5 o'clock. The entire afternoon had been wasted in the baking heat. Hot, tired, and thoroughly annoyed, they still refused to give up and retreat to the main house. If they were going to be part of the physical kids, it seemed they had to earn entry first. Taking shelter under the broad, indifferent branches of a massive beech tree, they sat with a thick, gnarled root between them. The late afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, illuminating drifting motes of dust. "So what do you want to do?" Quentin asked, his voice flat. "I don't know," Alice replied before sneezing again. "What do you want to do?" Quentin pulled idly at the blades of grass. A ripple of faint laughter came from inside the house. They had searched for over an hour for a hidden password or clue. They had examined the door across every spectrum they could conjure from infrared to gamma, and even tried to peel the paint away, but it held fast. Alice attempted advanced graphological spells on the wood grain itself, but it offered only a blank stare. They had sent precise currents of force to manipulate the lock's tumblers, and had even theorized about a fourth-dimensional path around the door, all to no avail. They were stuck, and the house, with its mocking laughter, remained firmly shut. They had gathered their courage together and conjured a spectral axe. Nothing in the rules explicitly forbade it, but the door remained unscathed. For a time, Alice was certain the whole thing was a mirage, that no door existed at all, yet it appeared solid, felt real under their hands, and no spell they tried could dissolve it. "Just look at it," Quentin muttered. "It's like something out of a tacky fairy tale. I was under the impression the physical kids were supposed to be impressive." "Dinner starts soon," Alice noted, her tone flat. "I'm not going. It's rosemary-crusted lamb tonight," Quentin said, recalling the menu from the dining hall announcement, "with Dauphinoise potatoes." Alice's precise memory often latched onto such random details. "Maybe we should hold our own study session right here." She let out a short, derisive laugh. "Oh, that would certainly prove a point." They were near a beech tree at the field's edge. The grass freshly cut, large, rounded hay bales scattered across the field, stretched long, dusky shadows. "Remind me," Quentin said, shifting to face her. "You're a light mage, phosphoromancer," she corrected quietly. "What does that actually let you do? I'm still figuring it out." "I worked on a few techniques over the summer, manipulating light, focusing it, bending its path. If you curve light around an object, it vanishes from sight. But I want to grasp the theory behind it all before anything else." "Show me something?" he urged. Alice hesitated, her confidence fragile. "I can barely manage anything worthwhile. Come on, I don't even have a discipline yet. I'm a nothing-mancer, a specialist in squat. They just haven't identified yours," she said. "You have that little electrical spark. Same difference, and don't mock the spark. Now bend some light for me." She made a face but knelt upright on the grass, holding her hand aloft with fingers splayed. Kneeling opposite her, Quentin became acutely aware of the curve of her breasts beneath her modest blouse. "Watch the shadow," she instructed sharply. Her fingers twitched, and the shadow of her hand vanished entirely, leaving behind only faint, shimmering, spectral colors where it should have been. "Not bad, it's pitiful, I know," she said, dismissing the effect with a wave. "The whole hand should disappear. I can only manage the shadow." Quentin felt his simmering frustration begin to lift. This was a tangible challenge. This was physical magic, not some delicate ritual with woodland sprites. It was a problem requiring force. "What about the opposite approach?" he said, thinking aloud. "Could you concentrate light instead, like a lens?" She didn't reply immediately, but he could see her quick mind seizing the idea, examining it. "Possibly. There might be a reference in Kulsh and Owen. You'd have to stabilize the effect, though. Contain it forming a circle with her thumb and forefinger." She whispered 5 elongated words. Quentin saw the light within the ring warp, twisting the view of the leaves and grass behind it. Then it coalesced into a searing white point that left a blazing after-image in his vision, forcing him to look away. She angled her hand, and the grass beneath began to smolder. "If this gets me expelled from Brakebills, I will end you," she stated, her voice utterly serious. "I am not joking. I know ways. I will literally cause your death." "Funny," Quentin replied, a dry smile touching his lips. "That's almost exactly what I told Penny after he punched me, except I'd actually follow through." They resolved to burn through the door. If this was a test, Quentin reasoned, the method likely didn't matter so long as they passed it. No rules had been provided, so they couldn't technically break any. And if they happened to burn the whole pretentious cottage down, with Elliot and his self-satisfied clique inside, then so be it. They'd deserve it. They needed to work quickly. The sunlight was waning, turning a dull, coppery hue. In minutes, the sun's edge would meet the treetops across the hayfield. A faint early autumn chill tinged the air. Yellow lights glowed already within the house. Quentin heard, or did he imagine it? The distinct pop of a cork being pulled from a bottle. Alice stood with her arms raised overhead, curved gently upward as if she were balancing an enormous invisible basket. She had conjured the magical equivalent of a magnifying glass spanning dozens of yards. Her bent arms traced just a small arc of a vast, soaring, circular lens whose upper edge brushed the top of the beech tree, towering even higher than the little Victorian bungalow's chimney. Quentin could barely discern the lens as a wavering curve in the air, its focal point too brilliant to look at directly. Alice positioned herself about 50 feet from the door, while Quentin stood closer, one hand shielding his eyes as he called out directions. "Up a little slow now, keep it moving, okay to the right." Heat from the concentrated sunlight washed over his face, carrying the savory scent of wood smoke mixed with the sharp, acrid smell of scorched house paint. The door was clearly vulnerable to heat. They'd worried the fading daylight wouldn't be enough, but Alice's spell was carving a deep, charred groove into the wood. They'd planned to cut the door in half horizontally, and though the trench might not be all the way through yet, it had to be close. A bigger issue was Alice's aim. It wavered, and at one point she drifted off the door entirely, burning a mark into the wall beside it. "I feel ridiculous," Alice shouted over the hum of energy. "How's it looking?" "Doing great. My back is killing me. Are we almost finished?" "Almost," Quentin lied. With about a foot left to cut, Alice expanded the spell's radius to compensate for the dying sun. She was whispering under her breath. He couldn't tell if it was an incantation or just muttered curses. Then he noticed they had an audience. Professor Brzezinski, a stern, white-haired potions expert, whose trousers were perpetually stained, had paused his evening stroll to observe them. This was the same professor who, in what felt like another life, had administered Quentin's knot-tying exam during the entrance trials. Dressed in a sweater vest and puffing a pipe, he looked like a mid-century engineer from an old corporate photo. Great, Quentin thought. We're about to get busted. But Brzezinski merely took his pipe from his mouth, gave a gruff, "Carry on," and turned back toward the house. It took another 10 minutes for Alice to complete the lateral cut and then make a second pass over it for good measure. The trench glowed a dull, persistent red. When she finally lowered her arms, Quentin walked over to her. "You've got ash on your forehead," she said, brushing it away with her fingers. "Maybe we should go over it one more time, just to be certain." If this failed, Quentin was out of ideas. He couldn't spend the night out here, and he definitely couldn't face returning to the house in defeat. "There isn't enough light left," Alice said, her voice weary. "By the end, the lens was probably a quarter-mile wide. After that, it just loses coherence, starts fraying at the edges." A quarter-mile, Quentin thought, stunned. Just how powerful is she? His stomach growled loudly. Dusk had settled in, the sky a luminous, deep blue. They both stared at the scarred, blackened door. It looked even worse than he'd realized. On the second pass, Alice's aim had strayed, leaving 2 separate grooves in places. If this didn't work, Elliot would murder him. Should I try to kick it in? Alice tugged her mouth to one side. What if someone's standing right behind it? Then what do you suggest? "I don't know." She picked at a cooled, blackened section of the wood. "I think we're almost through." An old iron knocker in the shape of a severed hand clutching a ball was bolted to the door. "All right," Quentin said, "stand back. Please let this work." He gripped the iron hand, braced one foot against the door, let out a long, high-pitched yell, and threw his weight backward. The top half of the door swung open without any resistance. It must have been hanging on by nothing more than ash and a prayer. Quentin tumbled backward onto the path. A fourth-year student Quentin recognized was framed in the doorway, warm light spilling out into the dusk around her as she held a glass of deep red wine. She regarded him with a cool, appraising look. Nearby, Alice was braced against the side of the house, shaking with silent laughter. "Dinner's nearly ready," the girl announced. "Elliot prepared an amatriciana. We had to substitute bacon for the guanciale, but honestly I think it's an improvement, don't you agree?" Despite the summer heat, a cheerful fire crackled in the hearth. 6 hours and 12 minutes, declared a portly young man with tousled hair from a worn leather armchair. "That's pretty much standard, actually." "Do share your own time, Josh," prompted the girl at the door. Quentin was fairly sure her name was Janet. 20 hours and 31 minutes. The single longest night of my existence. Not quite a record, but agonizingly close. "We were convinced he was attempting a siege by starvation," Janet added, finishing off a bottle of wine into 2 glasses on a sideboard and passing them to Quentin and Alice. A couple of empty bottles stood on the floor, though the group didn't appear particularly intoxicated. They were gathered in a cozy, cluttered library, its walls lined with faded rugs and illuminated by candle and firelight. Quentin chanced that the cottage's interior defied its modest exterior. It was also refreshingly cool, like a crisp autumn night. Books cascaded from shelves and rose in teetering piles in every corner, even atop the mantel. The furniture was a collection of dignified but mismatched pieces, many showing their age. Between the bookcases hung the odd assortment of relics, typical of an old club: African masks, somber oil paintings, decommissioned ceremonial blades and glass displays, housing maps, medals, and the carefully preserved remains of exotic moths, presumably captured at great cost. Quentin felt flushed and underdressed, but overwhelmingly relieved to be inside. Including himself and Alice, there were only 5 present. Elliot was there, his back to them as he studied a bookshelf, pretending not to have noticed their arrival. He seemed to be earnestly lecturing on some point of magical theory to an audience of no one. "Tinker Bell, we have company," Janet called, her tone a blend of affection and mockery. She was slender and energetic, with a severe vintage page-boy cut. She was the group's orator. Quentin had seen her holding court during walks in the maze and delivering dinner speeches. Elliot abandoned his soliloquy and turned, an apron tied around his waist. "Hello," he said smoothly. "So glad you made it. Alice, I hear you incinerated our door." Quentin assisted. "We watched from the window," Josh said. "You're insanely lucky Brzezinski didn't spot you with that axe." "What's the proper solution?" Alice asked, her voice tentative. She took a small, cautious sip of wine, then immediately a much larger one. "I know our method worked, but there has to be a more elegant way." "There isn't," Janet stated flatly, "or not a practical one, at any rate. That's rather the lesson. This is physical magic. It's inelegant. It's brute force. As long as you don't demolish the building, it passes, and honestly, even if you did, they'd probably still give you credit." "How did you manage it?" Alice asked shyly. "On your turn, I mean. Froze it and shattered it. Cryomancy is my discipline, 63 minutes flat. That one is a record." "There was a time you could just say friend in Elvish and it would open," Josh mused. "Too many people have read the books now, though." "Elliot, my dear?" "I believe our sauce is about to burn," Janet interjected. Her attitude toward him a confusing mix of tenderness and disdain. She clapped her hands together. "Josh, perhaps you could see to thee?" She gestured vaguely toward the ruined doorway. Mosquitoes buzzed at the windows, finding their way inside. Still, still feeling, still hissed. Click, click, click. Hort. Long. He showed no trace of awkwardness over having ignored Quentin for the past year. It might as well have never occurred. "So you have this whole place to yourself?" Quentin asked, careful not to reveal how deeply he longed to belong here, even though he now technically did. "Mostly you do too now. Do all the disciplines get their own hideouts like this?" "It's not a hideout," Elliot corrected, a bit sharply. He dropped a mass of fresh pasta into a tall pot of boiling water, stirring to separate the strands. "This'll be done in a minute." "Then what is it? Fine, it is a kind of hideout, but we call it the cottage. We hold seminars here, and the library's decent. Janet sometimes paints upstairs. Only members can enter. What about Dean Fogg? Oh, and Fogg, though he hardly ever comes. And Professor Bigby. You know Bigby, right?" Quentin shook his head. "I can't believe you haven't met Bigby." Elliot laughed. "You're going to adore her." He tasted the sauce, then poured in a generous splash of heavy cream, stirring in widening circles until it paled and thickened. Elliot moved around the stove with a relaxed, effortless confidence. "Every group has a spot. The naturals have this painfully uncool treehouse in the woods. The illusionists have a house just like this one, though only they can find it. You have to locate it to get in. Knowledge is stuck with just the library. Poor souls." "And healing has the clinic, Elliot," Janet's voice carried from the other room. "We're starving out here," Quentin wondered how Alice was managing. All right. Hope you don't mind pasta," Elliot added, turning to Quentin. "It's all I made. There's bruschetta out there, or there was. At least there's plenty of wine." He drained the pasta in the sink, releasing a cloud of steam, and tossed it into the pan to finish in the sauce. "God, I love cooking. If I weren't a magician, I'd be a chef. It's such a relief after all that invisible, intangible nonsense, don't you think? Richard was the real cook here, tall guy, graduated last year, a total overachiever, made the rest of us look bad in front of Bigby, but at least he could cook. Grab those 2 bottles and the corkscrew, would you?" In the library, a white tablecloth, 2 heavy silver candelabras, and a wildly mismatched assortment of silverware, some pieces hefty enough to serve as small weapons, almost made the long seminar table feel like a proper dining space. The food was simple but good, and Quentin realized how hungry he'd been. Janet performed a trick, whether magical or merely mechanical, to shorten the table to a dinner size. Janet, Josh, and Elliot fell into easy gossip about classes, professors, and the complex web of who liked whom. They debated other students' magical abilities with the casual expertise of people who'd spent years together, who trusted and loved one another and knew exactly how to highlight each other's strengths while gently curbing annoying habits. Quentin let their chatter wash over him, sitting there eating a thoughtful meal in their own private dining room, felt profoundly grown up. This was it, he thought. He'd been on the outside before, but now he was truly part of the school's inner life. This was the real Breakbills, the warm, secret heart of the hidden world. The conversation turned to their uncertain futures after graduation. Elliot waved a hand dismissively. "I'll probably just disappear to some remote peak," he mused, "live as a recluse. I'll cultivate a magnificent beard, and seekers will pilgrimage to my cave for wisdom, like some cartoon sage. Wisdom about what?" Josh scoffed. "The proper starch level for a tuxedo shirt." "I'd pay to see you try to grow facial hair," Janet cut in. "You're so insufferable. Don't you ever think about actually contributing, helping anyone?" Elliot seemed genuinely confused. "Who exactly? People in need, the impoverished, the starving, the ill, people without magic. What have they ever done for me?" Elliot's voice lost its playful edge. "They don't want my help. When I was 10, a group of kids called me names and stuffed me into a garbage bin because my trousers had a crease, so forgive me if I'm not feeling charitable." "Well, I hope your mountain retreat has a well-stocked wine cellar," Janet snapped, "or a full bar. You wouldn't last a day sober. I shall distill a rustic yet powerful spirit from foraged roots and berries. What about your wardrobe? You can't magic wrinkles away properly." "A valid point. Perhaps I'll just take a permanent suite at a nice hotel instead." "I'm bored," Josh announced abruptly. "Let's practice Harper's flame scripting." He approached a massive cabinet fitted with countless slender, deep drawers, a veritable archive of twigs. Each was meticulously labeled from ailanthus in the top left to Japanese zelkova at the bottom right. The spell was frivolous but fascinating, allowing the caster to coax a candle flame into intricate glowing shapes that hung in the air for a brilliant second before vanishing, guided by an aspen twig. The knight descended into a competition to form increasingly elaborate and, inevitably, rude words and figures with the fire. This led predictably to the curtains igniting a not unprecedented event and a frantic effort to douse them. After order was
with
So those, so this, so this is, it's, oh, No, 5th years were assigned here. Dean Fogg was considering merging us with a natural magic cohort if we didn't get new members this year. Josh gave an exaggerated shudder. What were they like? Alice inquired. Richard and Isabel. Total opposites, Josh said, like sugar and spice. It's quieter without them, Elliot offered. Good riddance, Janet muttered. Oh, they had their moments, Josh countered. Remember when Richard became convinced he could animate the weather vane? He spent 3 days on the roof, anointing it with fish oil and who knows what else. That was just pathetic, Janet said. Not amusing. You never appreciated Richard's unique qualities. Janet let out a sharp, bitter laugh. I appreciated plenty about Richard. A sudden, awkward stillness followed the remark, the first discordant moment of the night. But now we have a proper group again, Elliot interjected smoothly, a thoroughly commendable one. Physical magic always attracts the most interesting minds. To the interesting minds, Josh said, lifting his glass. Quentin raised his to join them, perched high in the swaying branches of his fiery tree, lulled by a warm, intoxicating breeze. He murmured, the absolute finest. They all raised their glasses. The beast. For his entire time at Breakbills, through the grueling first year, the nerve-wracking exams, the whole penny fiasco, right up to the night he was welcomed by the physical kids, Quentin had been unconsciously holding his breath. Only now did it dawn on him that he'd been waiting for the school to dissolve like a mirage beyond the regular defiance of thermodynamic laws. The place felt too perfect to be permanent, much like the fleeting adventures in Fillory. In those stories, Ember and Umber always showed the Chatwin children the door. A part of him felt like a day tripper who'd eventually be corralled back onto a grimy, shuddering tour bus with stained seats and a broken TV, clutching a cheap snow globe as Breakbill's spires and gardens vanished behind him. But that expulsion never came. The realization finally settled in his bones. This was real, and it was his. He'd squandered too much time on doubts, thinking it was all a fantasy, that he was an imposter, that good things inevitably end. It was time to start living as who he truly was, a 19-year-old student at an exclusive college where magic wasn't just a story. Now, accepted into their circle, he could observe the physical kids properly. Meeting Elliot had led him to assume everyone here would possess that same effortless, daunting brilliance. He was wrong. Even in this extraordinary place, Elliot's peculiar personal style marked him as unique. Academically, he shone conspicuously, perhaps not with Alice's relentless, grinding precision, but with a casual genius that seemed to require no effort at all. As far as Quentin could tell, Elliot never cracked a book. His only admitted passion was his wardrobe, particularly his collection of expensive shirts worn with cufflinks, a vanity for which he cheerfully endured regular kitchen duty as punishment. Josh, by contrast, wore the standard uniform, but in a way that seemed a personal rebellion, the jacket perpetually ill-fitting on his broad frame, always rumpled or pulling at the shoulders. His entire demeanor was a continuous, elaborate performance, a joke he never stopped telling. Quentin eventually understood that Josh relished the moment people, having dismissed him as a clown, realized too late they'd underestimated a sharp and perceptive mind. Less self-involved than Elliot or Janet, Josh was the group's most astute observer, missing very little. He confessed to Quentin he'd seen Penny's explosion coming for weeks. Seriously? Josh had said. That guy was a riddle duct-taped to a grenade. He was either going to punch someone or write a manifesto. Honestly, I'm a little relieved he chose you. Unlike the others, Josh was a mediocre student, but once he grasped a spell, he cast it with raw, startling power. Elliot loved to recount how, after 6 frustrating weeks, Josh's first successful telekinetic marble didn't just wobble. It rocketed through a classroom window and embedded itself 6 inches deep in an old maple tree, likely still there today. Janet's upbringing was pure Hollywood spectacle. Her parents were fabulously wealthy attorneys to the stars, and she'd grown up in Los Angeles with celebrities as occasional babysitters, names she'd divulged with only the slightest prompting. Quentin figured this explained her dramatic, performative flair. She was the group's most visible presence, loud and decisive, always the one thrusting a glass in the air to propose another toast at dinner. Janet had a truly awful track record with men. The only positive thing you could say about her endless parade of boyfriends was that none of them stuck around for long. She was pretty rather than classically beautiful, with a slender, almost boyish figure, but she knew how to work with what she had. She even sent her school uniforms home to be custom-fitted, and there was something undeniably magnetic about her wide, hungry stare. You felt drawn to meet that gaze, almost wanting to be consumed by it, as annoying as a person could possibly be while still remaining your friend. Quentin never found himself bored in her presence. Her loyalty ran fierce and deep. If she came across as obnoxious, it was only because her heart was so tender it bruised easily. When she was hurt, she struck out, tormenting everyone around her, but only because she herself was in more pain than anyone else. Even after being accepted into the physical kids, Quentin still spent most of his days with his fellow third years. He attended classes with them, partnered in practical applications, crammed for exams alongside them, and shared meals in the dining hall. Over the summer, the ever-shifting maze had been completely reconfigured, as it was every year, they learned, and they spent a whole week's worth of afternoons getting lost in it again, shouting over the high hedges whenever someone discovered a clever new shortcut or stumbled into a dead end. To celebrate the autumn equinox, they threw a party. A faint Wiccan vibe always hummed through breakbills, though hardly anyone took it seriously except the naturals. There was a bonfire music and even a wicker man effigy. The illusionists put on a shimmering light display, and everyone stayed out far too late, noses running in the crisp fall air, cheeks flushed red from the heat of the flames. Alice and Quentin taught the group the fire-shaping spell, which became an instant hit, and Amanda Orloff surprised everyone by revealing she'd secretly been brewing mead for months. It was cloyingly sweet, faintly fizzy, and utterly revolting. Yet they all drank too much of it and woke up feeling absolutely wretched the next morning. That fall, Quentin's coursework shifted once more. Less emphasis on rote memorization of gestures and dead languages, though heaven knows there was still plenty of that, and more focus on actual spell casting. They dedicated an entire month to low-level architectural magic, charms to reinforce foundations, weatherproof roofs, and keep gutters clear of soggy leaves. They practiced on a sad, tiny shed no bigger than a kennel. Just one spell, designed to make a roof resistant to lightning, took Quentin 3 full days to memorize. He drilled the gestures in front of a mirror, grinding through each motion until the speed, angle, and emphasis were perfect. Then came the incantation, in a distorted old Bedouin Arabic that was fiendishly difficult to pronounce. When he finally attempted it, Professor March summoned a miniature rain cloud overhead that released a single searing bolt of lightning. It sliced through his pathetic enchantment in one blinding, ego-crushing instant, leaving Quentin drenched and humiliated. Every other Tuesday, Quentin worked with Bigby, the physical kid's unofficial faculty advisor. He turned out to be a slight man with large, watery eyes and closely cropped gray hair, dressed with neat, if theatrically old-fashioned flair, like he'd stepped out of a Victorian novel in his long duster coat. His posture was somewhat stooped, but he didn't seem frail or disabled. Quentin got the sense Bigby was a political exile from somewhere overseas. Often muttered vaguely about the conspiracy that had removed him from power and what he would do after his inevitable triumphant return. He carried the stiff, wounded dignity of a deposed intellectual. One afternoon during a seminar, Bigby specialized in absurdly complex enchantments that altered elemental structures on a quantum level. He paused and made a strange, deliberate motion. He reached behind first one shoulder, then the other, as if unbuttoning something hidden. The gesture reminded Quentin oddly of a woman unhooking her bra when Bigby finished 4 magnificent translucent insect wings like those of a dragonfly, sprang out from behind him, 2 on each side. He stretched them out with a long, contented breath. The wings were sheer and shimmered with a rainbow of colors. They vanished for an instant in a blur of motion, only to solidify again as they settled. "My apologies," he said. "I simply couldn't bear it another moment." The strangeness of this place was a constant, unending stream. It just kept coming. "Professor Bigby, are you a—" Quentin halted. "A what?" Some kind of woodland spirit, a celestial being. He knew he was being impolite, but the question tumbled out. "Are you some sort of fairy?" Bigby offered a strained smile. His wings produced a dry, rustling sound. "A pixie, to be precise," he replied, seeming somewhat touchy on the subject. One particularly early morning, Professor March was delivering a lecture on atmospheric magic and the conjuring of cyclonic winds. For a heavy-set man, he was unexpectedly nimble. Just watching him bounce on the balls of his feet, his red ponytail swinging, his face flushed, made Quentin yearn for his bed. Down in the common room, Chambers brewed a potent black espresso using a delicate, ornate glass contraption. But it was always gone by the time Quentin stumbled down for class. He shut his eyes. When he opened them, Professor March was staring right at him. The distinction between a subtropical cyclone and an extratropical one. "Quentin, in French, if you would." Quentin jerked awake. He must have dozed off. "The difference?" he ventured. "There isn't one." A painfully long silence followed, which Quentin tried to fill by rambling desperately, repeating phrases like baroclinic zones in the hope they might be correct. Students fidgeted. March, having caught the tantalizing scent of a student's distress, was perfectly happy to let the moment linger. Quentin waited too, his mind racing. He had actually done the reading. That was the real insult. The silence stretched. His cheeks burned. This wasn't even proper magic. It was just weather science. "I don't follow." A voice piped up from the back. "I'm questioning, Quentin, Amanda. But perhaps you could clear something up." It was Amanda Orloff. She pressed on with the cheerful, oblivious confidence of someone whose grades were bulletproof. "For the rest of us, are these barotropic cyclones or not? I'm finding it a bit muddled." "They are all barotropic, Amanda," March said, his patience thinning. "It's not pertinent. All tropical cyclones are barotropic. But I thought one was barotropic and the other was baroclinic," Alice chimed in. The ensuing class-wide debate became so trivial and drawn out that March had no choice but to drop the matter with Quentin and press on, or lose his lecture entirely. If he could have managed it without drawing attention, Quentin would have sprinted to the back of the room and planted a kiss on Amanda Orloff's broad, decidedly uncreamed forehead. As it was, he settled for a discreet blown kiss when March's back was turned. March had transitioned into a lengthy incantation that required drawing an intricate mandala-like symbol on the blackboard. He paused every half-minute, stepping to the edge of the platform, hands on hips, muttering to himself before diving back into the design. The spell's purpose was rather mundane. It either ensured hail or prevented it. Quentin wasn't fully tracking, and the underlying principle was identical either way. Regardless, Professor March was wrestling with it. The incantation was in a very formal and exacting medieval Dutch that clearly wasn't his strong suit. A petty thought crossed Quentin's mind. It might be rather satisfying if the professor botched it. He hadn't appreciated being put on the spot over pedantic details at this ungodly hour. He'd execute a minor bit of mischief while Breakbill's classrooms were shielded against most pranks. It was common knowledge that the lecturer's podium was the weak point. Couldn't do much, but its protective wards had a slight flaw, and with considerable concentration and a bit of physical suggestion, you could get it to wobble. Maybe that would be enough to break Professor Death, March's concentration. Quentin made a few subtle, concealed gestures beneath his desk. The podium shifted, a subtle movement like it was working out a stiff muscle, then fell still once more. It had worked. Professor March was reciting the final, complex lines in Old High Dutch. He felt the podium's motion, and his focus wavered for a split second, his eyes darting down, but he pushed through. Starting over was not an option. Quentin felt a pang of letdown, but then infallible Alice leaned close. "He messed up," she breathed, her voice a low whisper. "He skipped the second syllable. It should have been in that moment. The fabric of the world itself seemed to stutter and tear." Everything tilted wildly on its axis before snapping back into place as if nothing had occurred. Yet, like a glaring mistake spliced into a film reel, a man now stood directly behind Professor March. He was of modest height, dressed in a sharp, conservative gray suit with a maroon tie held by a silver crescent moon pin. Professor March, still lecturing, appeared utterly unaware of his presence. The man gazed out at the third-year students with a sly, knowing look, as if they were all in on a private jest at the professor's expense. Something was off about his appearance. Quentin struggled to see his face clearly. After a moment of confusion, he realized why a small, leafy branch hovered in the air, partially obscuring the man's features. It wasn't attached to anything. It simply hung there, suspended before him. Then Professor March stopped talking, frozen mid-gesture. Alice was motionless, too, caught in her lean toward him, a stray strand of her hair hanging in Quentin's sightline. He couldn't see her eyes from this angle. The entire lecture hall fell into an absolute breathless silence, broken only by the faint creak of a chair. Quentin found he couldn't move. No physical force held him, but the connection between his will and his muscles had been severed. Was this the man's doing? Who was he? The man on the stage was now the only thing in the entire world that seemed capable of motion. A cold dread began to pulse through Quentin, his heart hammering against his ribs. The man tilted his head, frowning slightly, as if he could hear the frantic rhythm. Something had gone catastrophically wrong, and a surge of useless adrenaline flooded Quentin's veins, leaving his mind racing in a trapped, panicked loop. With an air of casual curiosity, the man began to amble around the stage, inspecting his surroundings like a distinguished explorer who had made an unexpected landing in foreign territory. The ever-present branch made his expressions unreadable. His movements were unnaturally fluid, almost gliding as he circled the petrified Professor March. When he passed through a pool of light, Quentin saw the truth. He wasn't entirely human, or perhaps he hadn't been for a long time. Below the crisp cuffs of his white shirt, his hands bore 3 or 4 too many fingers, time stretched into a torturous crawl. 15 minutes passed, then 30. Quentin, unable to turn his head, could only watch as the figure drifted in and out of his limited view. The man fiddled with Professor March's magical apparatus, toured the rows of frozen students, and even produced a small knife to trim his fingernails. Objects near him seemed to grow restless, shifting slightly in place. At one point, he picked up a solid iron rod from the demonstration table and twisted it effortlessly, as if it were a piece of soft candy. Later, he muttered a spell too rapid for Quentin to follow, causing all the dust in the auditorium to rise in a frenzied dance before settling again. As he cast it, his extra fingers bent at grotesque, impossible angles. An hour bled into another. Quentin's terror came in nauseating waves, a cycle of cold sweats and paralyzing fear. Certain something terrible was unfolding. The specifics were just horrifically delayed. A sickening realization dawned. This had to be connected to his foolish prank on March. How could he have been so idiotic? In a shameful corner of his mind, he was almost grateful for his paralysis. It absolved him of the need to try anything heroic. The man, puttering about the stage, seemed scarcely to register that he was in a room full of living statues. His attention focused solely on the curious new world he had stumbled into. There was something absurdly theatrical about the man's stillness, like a pantomime performer holding a pose. He drifted toward the ship's clock mounted at the rear of the stage, and instead of striking it, he slowly pushed his fist straight through its face. The glass shattered, the hand snapped, and the inner workings crumpled under his deliberate pressure, as if he believed this slow, intimate destruction would cause the clock more profound pain. Class should have ended long before this. Surely someone outside had noticed something was wrong by now. Where was everyone? Where was Dean Fogg? And where on earth was that nurse paramedic when she was actually needed? Quentin desperately wished he knew what Alice was thinking. If only he had managed to turn his head a fraction more before the spell locked him in place, he might have seen her expression. Then Amanda Orloff's voice cut through the quiet. She must have broken free somehow and was now reciting an incantation, rhythmic, rapid, yet eerily calm. It was a spell Quentin had never encountered, a brutal and aggressive piece of magic bristling with harsh, cutting sounds designed to tear an opponent apart. He wondered where she had even learned it. Merely knowing such a spell was strictly forbidden at breakbills, let alone daring to cast it. But before she could complete the chant, her voice grew muffled, rising in pitch and speed like a recording played too fast, then fading into nothing before the final syllables. Silence reclaimed the room, morning bled into afternoon in a disorienting haze of dread and tedium. Quentin felt himself go numb. From outside, he began to detect signs of movement. Through the narrow slice of window visible from the corner of his eye, he saw the light shift as something large passed by. There came sounds of hammering and faintly the unified chanting of half a dozen voices. A brilliant, silent flash erupted behind the corridor door with such intensity that the thick wood glowed, momentarily translucent. Low rumblings followed, as if something were trying to break through the floorboards. None of this seemed to disturb the man in the gray suit in the slightest. In the window, a single crimson leaf clung to a bare branch, whipping madly in the wind. It had outlasted all the others, stubbornly holding on deep into autumn. Quentin fixed his gaze on it. The wind tossed the leaf back and forth on its slender stem, and in that moment it seemed the most exquisite thing he had ever seen. All he wanted was to keep watching it for just 1 minute more. He would have given anything for that, 60 more seconds with his little red leaf. He must have slipped into a trance or fallen asleep, because the next thing he knew, he was roused by the sound of the man on stage singing softly, almost tenderly under his breath, "Bye, baby bunting, daddy's gone a-hunting, gone to get a rabbit skin, to wrap his baby bunting in." He lapsed into a wordless hum, then, without any warning, he vanished. It happened so swiftly and quietly that at first Quentin didn't realize he was gone. In any case, his exit was immediately upstaged by Professor March, who had been standing frozen on stage with his mouth agape the instant the man disappeared. March collapsed forward, limp as a rag doll, tumbling off the stage and knocking himself unconscious on the hard floor. Quentin tried to stand. Instead, he slid right off his chair, landing in the narrow space between the rows. His arms, legs, and back were seized with horrible cramps, completely drained of strength. Lying on the floor in a mix of agony and overwhelming relief, he slowly stretched out his legs. A delicious bubbling pain released in his knees, like finally unbending them after an endless overseas flight crammed in economy. Tears of relief welled in his eyes. It was over. The man was finally gone, and nothing catastrophic had happened. Nearby, Alice was groaning as well. A pair of shoes, likely hers, was now right in his face. The entire room echoed with moans and muffled sobs. Later, Quentin would learn that Dean Fogg had rallied the entire faculty almost the moment the man appeared. The school's protective wards had detected the intrusion instantly, even if they hadn't been strong enough to keep him out. By all reports, Dean Fogg proved an unexpectedly capable commander in the crisis. Poised, methodical, swift, and precise in his evaluations, and adept at utilizing the assets he had on hand. Throughout the morning, a makeshift framework of scaffolding had been erected around the exterior of the tower. Professor Heckler, his eyes shielded by a welder's mask, came perilously close to igniting the ancient stones with a series of fiery, magical assaults. Not to be outdone, Professor Sunderland made a valiant effort to shift her physical form directly through the wall, though the attempt failed, and even success would have left her stranded with no clear next step. Even the enigmatic Bigby appeared, employing a form of arcane craft so alien it visibly unsettled the other faculty members. Quentin sensed their discomfort like a chill in the air. That evening, after a subdued dinner where the routine announcements about clubs and meetings were met with listless indifference, Dean Fogg stood before the assembled students to offer an explanation. He took his place at the head of the long dining table, appearing more weary and aged than usual as the candle flames dipped low and the first-year students somberly cleared away the last of the silver. He adjusted his cuffs and brushed his fingers over his temples, where his fine blonde hair was thinning. "It will not shock most of you to learn that other worlds exist alongside our own," he began, his voice carrying a new gravity. "This is not speculation, it is established truth. I have never traveled to these realms, and you never will. The magic required to move between worlds remains largely a mystery. What we do know is that some of these places are inhabited. The entity we encountered today, what I am calling the Beast, was likely of immense physical scale. From that moment on, the term the Beast was the only one anyone used for the gray-suited figure. What manifested here was merely a fragment, a probing appendage. It extended into our plane of existence, not unlike a child idly feeling around in a shallow pond. Such intrusions are documented in magical archives. They are classified as excrescences. Divining its motives is nearly impossible. Fog sighed, the sound heavy in the quiet room. To beings of its nature, we must resemble tiny figures skimming the surface of their reality, silhouetted against the light from above, occasionally diving a little deeper but never venturing far. Typically, they ignore us. Regrettably, something in Professor March's incantation today drew the beast's notice. I believe the casting may have been flawed or disrupted in some fashion. That lapse provided the opening the beast needed to breach our world. Inside, Quentin recoiled, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. It was his fault. He had caused it. Fog continued. The beast ascended from the depths like a predator from the abyss, intent on seizing its prey from below. Its purposes are beyond our comprehension, but it did seem to be searching for something or for someone. Whether it found its target, I cannot say. We may never know. The dean, who usually radiated a confident, if slightly absurd, authority, seemed uncharacteristically scattered. He lost his place, fidgeting with his necktie. The event is concluded. Every student who witnessed it will undergo thorough medical and magical examination, followed by a cleansing ritual in case any trace or influence of the beast remains. Classes for tomorrow are canceled. He stopped abruptly and left the hall, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. Everyone had expected more, but all that reflection came later. In the immediate aftermath, lying on the floor as the searing pain in his limbs and back began to ebb, Quentin was flooded with a strange, buoyant relief. He was alive. Catastrophe had been narrowly avoided. Yes, he'd made a colossal error, but everything was somehow still okay. He felt a deep, almost reverent gratitude for the old splintered wood of the chair leg above him. It seemed intricately, wonderfully beautiful. He could have studied its grain forever. There was even a faint, illicit thrill in having survived such an ordeal. In a twisted way, he felt like a hero. He took a deep breath, feeling the sturdy floorboard solid against his back. His first instinct was to reach out and place a comforting hand on Alice's ankle, which rested warm and soft beside his head. The simple relief of seeing her again washed over him. He had no idea yet that Amanda Orloff was gone, consumed by the beast. Lovelady. The remainder of Quentin's third year at Brakebills passed under a dull, watchful haze. In the aftermath of the attack, the school became a fortress, sealed by both physical barriers and renewed enchantments. Professors combed the grounds, retracing and reinforcing ancient defensive wards. One chilly day, Professor Sunderland walked backward around the entire perimeter. Her cheeks flushed pink as she scattered intricately braided trails of colored powder across the snow. A cluster of students cleared her path and replenished her supplies while Professor van der Veke followed, meticulously inspecting every symbol. The ritual demanded a single, unbroken circuit. Securing the main wards took a full week. Student gossip claimed they were all anchored to a massive iron totem hidden in a secret chamber at the school's exact center, though no one had ever laid eyes on it. Meanwhile, Professor March, who never fully shed the anxious, haunted look from his ordeal, prowled the endless basements, cellars, and underground passages, obsessively strengthening the foundational spells against any threat from below. The faculty built their own bonfire, a serious affair compared to the students' equinox party. Professor Heckler spent an entire day stacking specially prepared cedar logs into a confounding, puzzle-like structure. When he finally lit it with a twist of paper inscribed in Russian, it blazed with a fierce magnesium-white light. Students were warned not to look directly at the flames. In a way, it was an education, a rare glimpse of high-stakes practical magic, but there was no joy in it. Dinner halls fell silent, thick with a useless anger and a new, lingering dread. One morning, a first-year boy's room was found empty. He'd left in the night. It became common to see small groups of girls huddled on the stone edge of a fountain in the maze, shivering and weeping girls, who only weeks before had avoided sitting near Amanda at meals. 2 more fights broke out. As soon as he was satisfied with the foundations, Professor March departed on sabbatical, and those in the know, like Eliot, gave him 0 chance of ever returning. Sometimes Quentin wished he could vanish too. He expected to be shunned for the podium prank he'd pulled on March, but strangely, no one ever mentioned it. He almost wished they would. The silence left him wondering whether he'd committed the perfect crime or one so publicly grotesque that nobody dared confront him. He was trapped. He couldn't properly mourn Amanda because he felt responsible for her death, and he couldn't seek atonement because he couldn't bring himself to confess, not even to Alice. He didn't know how. So he nursed that small, filthy particle of shame inside himself, letting it fester. This was exactly the kind of catastrophe he thought he'd escaped the day he entered that garden in Brooklyn. This wasn't how things worked in Fillory. Their struggles and clashes were grand and meaningful, and any truly noble character lost along the journey was always restored by the final page. Now a tear had appeared in the fabric of his perfect fantasy, letting a flood of cold, grim reality seep in. Brakebills no longer seemed a hidden sanctuary, but a garrison under a quiet siege. He wasn't living in a tidy tale where every injustice was magically undone. He was stuck in the actual world, where senseless, ugly things occurred, and people bore the cost for tragedies they didn't cause. About a week after the accident, Amanda Orloff's parents arrived to pack up her dorm room. At their own quiet request, there was no formal ceremony, but Quentin passed by the dean's office just as they were finishing their goodbyes. All of Amanda's possessions were contained in a single trunk and one heartbreakingly small suitcase with a faded floral pattern. Watching them, Quentin's chest tightened with a guilt he was certain they could see radiating from him like a stain. Yet they looked right through him. Mr. and Mrs. Orloff resembled siblings more than a married couple, both tall and sturdy, with ash-blonde hair, his cut short, hers in a practical layered bob. They moved in a fog, with Dean Fogg gently steering them by their elbows around some invisible obstacle, and Quentin realized after a moment that they were under a powerful enchantment, a spell ensuring they would never truly comprehend the magical nature of the school their daughter had attended. That August, the physical kids drifted back to campus early from their summer breaks. They spent the last week before term camping in the cottage, shooting pool, avoiding any pretense of study, and dedicating themselves to slowly draining a revoltingly thick and ancient decanter of Port Eliot had discovered at the back of a kitchen cupboard. The atmosphere, however, was muted and somber. Against all odds, Quentin was now a fourth-year student. "We have to field a welters team," Janet declared one afternoon in the cottage library. They were all languidly sprawled about, worn out from a day of dedicated idleness. "No," Eliot mumbled from the old leather couch, his arm draped over his eyes. "We absolutely do not. Actually, we do, Eliot." She prodded his ribs firmly with her toe. "Bigby told me there's a tournament. It's mandatory for every discipline. They just haven't made the official announcement yet." A collective groan filled the room. "I call equipment manager," Alice said quickly, not looking up from an old atlas spread on the rug. The maps inside were ornate, with oceans dominated by intricately drawn sea monsters that dwarfed the land masses. She had gotten a pair of stylish rectangular glasses over the summer, a new look for her. "Why?" Josh lamented, throwing an arm over his forehead. "Why would they inflict this on us? What did we do to deserve it?" "It's a morale initiative," Janet explained, adopting a mock-official tone. "Fogg says our collective spirit needs lifting after last year. Organized welters is part of the grand return to normalcy. My morale was perfectly elevated until 30 seconds ago," Josh retorted, pointing a finger at the ceiling. "I despise that game. It's a travesty against proper magic, a complete and utter travesty." "Tough luck, it's compulsory," Janet said, unmoved. "And it's by discipline, so we're all a team, even Quentin," she added, giving his hair an affectionate ruffle. "Who, still, bless his heart, hasn't officially declared one. Thanks for the reminder. I nominate Janet for captain," Eliot said dryly. "Obviously, I'm captain," Janet replied, "and in my glorious capacity as your captain, I'm thrilled to inform you that first practice begins in 15 minutes. A fresh wave of groans erupted, followed by everyone settling more deeply into their spots of lethargy. "Janet?" Josh said plaintively. "Please stop this." "I've never even played," Alice murmured, tracing a monster's tail on the map with her finger. "I don't know the first thing about the rules." "Oh, you'll catch on," Eliot said with a wave of his hand, his tone suddenly absurdly bright. "Welters is a blast and so educational." "Don't worry about it," Janet said, leaning down to plant a theatrical motherly kiss on top of Alice's head. "Truth is, nobody really knows the rules." "Except for Janet," Josh muttered. "Except for me," Janet finished, a grin spreading across her face. "I'll meet everyone there at 3, she announced, her departure marked by a cheerful, energetic exit. The truth was, none of them had any more appealing plans, a fact Janet had clearly anticipated. They gathered again by the weathered welter's board, looking somewhat wilted and unenthusiastic under the oppressive summer sun. The glare off the grass was almost blinding. Elliot stood clutching a decanter of port, its surface sticky, his dress shirt sleeves rolled up. Just the sight of it made Quentin's mouth feel parched. The brilliant blue of the sky was mirrored perfectly in the board's water squares. A grasshopper landed on Quentin's pant leg and stuck there. All right, then," Janet said, climbing the ladder to the old wooden judge's chair, her skirt dangerously short. "Does anyone actually know how we begin?" It turned out beginning involved selecting a square and tossing a special stone, known as the globe, onto it. The stone was made of rough, bluish marble. It did vaguely resemble a tiny planet, and was about the size of a ping-pong ball, though it felt unnaturally heavy in the hand. Quentin discovered, to his own surprise, a particular knack for this initial throw, a skill required at several points in the match. The crucial part was avoiding a splashdown in a water square, which meant an automatic forfeit and the tedious task of fishing the globe back out. Teams were Alice and Elliot versus Josh and Quentin, with Janet officiating from her perch. Janet wasn't the most diligent student among the physical kids. That title belonged to Alice, nor the most innately powerful. That was Elliot's domain, but she possessed a wild, competitive streak and had committed to mastering every technical nuance of welters, which was, frankly, an absurdly complicated pastime. "You'd all be utterly clueless without me," she declared, and she wasn't wrong. The game was a strange hybrid of battlefield strategy and spellcraft. You seized squares using magic, shielded them, or stole them back by overpowering a previous enchantment. Water squares were the simplest to manipulate, while metal squares, reserved for summonings and more arcane workings, were notoriously difficult. The ultimate phase involved a player physically stepping onto the board, becoming a living game piece, and thus open to direct magical assault. As Quentin neared the edge, the surrounding meadow seemed to contract, the board swelling to dominate his vision like the center of a fisheye lens. The trees took on a dim, silvery hue, their colors leaching away. The early rounds progressed swiftly as both sides rushed to claim unoccupied squares in a frantic scramble for territory. Like chess, there were countless established opening sequences, refined and perfected over generations. But once the easy squares were gone, the real grinding conflict began. The afternoon stretched on, punctuated by long pauses for Janet's intensely detailed welter's lectures. At one point, Elliot vanished, returning 20 minutes later with 6 slender bottles of a bone-dry Finger Lakes Riesling he'd apparently been hoarding for a crisis exactly like this one. The bottles nestled in 2 tin buckets of slushy ice. Having forgotten glasses, they drank straight from the bottles. Quentin's tolerance for alcohol was still minimal, and the more wine he drank, the harder it became to track the game's increasingly hellish complexities. Rules seemed to allow for transmuting squares from one type to another, and even somehow making them slide and swap places on the board. By the time the players finally stepped onto the squares themselves, everyone was sufficiently intoxicated and bewildered that Janet had to direct their positioning, which she did with monumental condescension. Not that anyone particularly minded anymore. The sun sank behind the trees, casting long dappled shadows across the grass as the sky deepened to a luminous aqua blue. The air felt as warm as bathwater. Josh dozed off on the square he was meant to be defending. His body sprawled across an entire row. Elliot launched into a spot-on impression of Janet's officious tone, and Janet feigned outrage. Alice slipped off her shoes and let her feet dangle in a momentarily peaceful water square. Their laughter and fading chatter drifted upward, getting lost among the rustling summer leaves. The wine was nearly finished, the empty bottles floating in tin buckets, now filled with tepid water where a wasp had met its end. Everyone acted as if they were dying of boredom, or perhaps they truly were. But Quentin felt differently. An unexpected happiness filled him, a secret he instinctively guarded. In fact, he was so overwhelmed with relief and quiet joy he could hardly draw a full breath. The long ordeal of the beast had withdrawn like a glacier, leaving behind a transformed landscape, scoured and raw. Yet now green shoots were finally pushing through the soil. Against all odds, Fogg's ridiculous welter's scheme had succeeded. The oppressive gray gloom the beast cast over the school was lifting. They could be teenagers again, if only for a little while longer. He felt a sense of forgiveness, though he couldn't say from whom. Quentin, 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 clink, Quentin, 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 clink, Quentin, cleep, Quentin, glee, clank, clank, clank. Glit. It was warm over. "Without me," Janet repeated with fierce delight, wiping tears of laughter with her hand. "You'd all be hopeless." If welters helped restore Quentin's inner balance, they introduced a fresh set of challenges for Josh. They practiced through the first month of the term, and Quentin slowly grasped the game's rhythm. It wasn't just about knowing spells or strategy, though those mattered. About executing spells flawlessly under pressure, about tapping into that core sense of power in your chest that made magic feel strong and alive. Whatever that spark was, you had to summon it when it counted. Josh never knew what would come out when he tried. During one practice, Quentin watched him face off against Elliot over one of the 2 metallic squares on the board. These were made of a dull, silvery material. One was actual silver, the other palladium, whatever that was, etched with delicate swirling patterns and tiny italic script. Elliot conjured a basic enchantment, producing a small, softly glowing orb. Josh attempted a counterspell, mumbling the words half-heartedly while sketching lazy gestures with his big fingers. He always looked sheepish, casting magic, as if he never really believed it would work. But as he finished, the daylight dimmed and took on a sepia tone, like a cloud passing before the sun or the first hint of an eclipse. "What in the world?" Janet said, squinting upward. Josh had defended the square. He'd erased Elliot's will-o'-the-wisp, but he'd overdone it. Somehow he'd created its opposite, a kind of black hole. He'd punched a drain in the afternoon, and daylight was now swirling into it. The 5 physical kids gathered in the amber glow to stare, as if examining some strange and possibly poisonous insect. Quentin had never seen anything like it. It was as if a heavy-duty appliance had switched on somewhere, sucking up the energy that lit the world and causing a local brownout. Josh alone seemed unbothered. "How you like me now?" He did a silly victory dance. "Huh? How do you like Josh now?" "Whoa," Quentin said, taking a step back. "Josh, what is that thing?" "Beats me." I just wiggled my fingers. He fluttered them near Elliot's face. A gentle breeze began to stir. "All right, Josh," Elliot said. "You win. Turn it off." "Had enough? Is the magic too real for you, hotshot?" "Seriously, Josh," Alice said. "Please make it go away. It's giving everyone the creeps." By now the entire field was plunged into deep twilight, even though it was only 2 in the afternoon. Quentin couldn't bring himself to stare straight at the area above the metal plate, but the atmosphere surrounding it shimmered and warped, the lawn beyond appearing stretched and blurred. Within a flawlessly round boundary beneath it, as if drawn with a precise instrument, each blade of grass stood rigidly upright, sharp as slivers of emerald. The distortion shifted slowly, edging toward the board's perimeter, and a massive oak nearby began to groan and tilt with a deep, unsettling crackle. "Josh, don't be a fool," Elliot said sharply. Josh had stopped his triumphant cheering and was now watching his handiwork with clear anxiety. The tree let out another groan, leaning dangerously. Subterranean roots snapped, with sounds like suppressed gunfire. "Josh! Josh!" Janet yelled. "Okay, fine, I get it." Josh hastily canceled the spell, and the spatial tear disappeared. He looked shaken and sullen, as if they'd deliberately rained on his moment of glory. They stood in a silent semicircle around the partially uprooted oak, its longest limb now nearly scraping the frosty ground. Dean Fogg organized a full bracket of weekend welters matches, building toward a final school championship at term's end. Surprisingly, the physical kids kept winning. They even defeated the aloof psychics cohort, who compensated for their occasionally shaky spell work with an almost spooky talent for anticipating plays. This winning streak carried them deep into October. Their toughest competition came from the natural magic group, who, despite their generally peaceful, nature-loving philosophy, turned fiercely and annoyingly competitive on the welters' field. Gradually, the easy, warm camaraderie of the early season faded as the afternoons grew colder and darker, and the time demanded by the game began to clash with their already overwhelming course loads. Before long, welters felt like just another obligation, and arguably a more pointless one. As Quentin and his fellow physical kids lost their initial zeal, Janet became more strident and demanding about their practices and strategies, a shift that made her considerably less charming. It was just her compulsive need to manage everything surfacing, but knowing that didn't make it any less irritating for everyone else. They could have easily thrown a single match to end the whole affair, but no one did. Nobody quite had the nerve or the heart to be the one to quit. Josh's unreliable nature, however, remained an issue. On the morning of the season's final match, he simply failed to appear. It was a cold Saturday in early November, and they were competing for what Dean Fogg had pompously dubbed the Breakbills Cup, though no actual trophy had yet materialized. The field was flanked by two sets of rickety, old-fashioned wooden bleachers that looked salvaged from a black and white sports reel, likely hauled out from some forgotten storage closet where they'd been gathering dust for 50 years. A special viewing box held Dean Fogg and Professor van der Wege, the latter clutching a steaming mug with mittened hands. The sky was a flat gray, and a biting wind stirred the trees into a restless rustle. The house banners in breakbills, blue and brown, flapped and snapped along the bleachers. The grass crunched underfoot with a thin layer of frost. "Where is he?" Quentin asked, jogging lightly in place to fight off the chill. "I have no idea." Janet had wrapped her arms around Elliot's neck, using him as a human shield against the cold, which he tolerated with obvious annoyance. "To hell with him, let's just start," Elliot grumbled, trying to shrug her off without success. "I want this over with. We can't start without Josh," Alice stated firmly. "Says who?" Elliot countered. "We're probably better off without him anyway." "I'd rather lose fairly with him," Alice replied, "than win because he's not here. Besides, he's not missing. I saw him right after breakfast." "If he doesn't get here soon," Elliot muttered, "we'll all freeze to death before the first spell is cast." Quentin felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach at Josh's absence. "I'm going to find him," he announced, cutting off Janet's protest. Just then, Professor Foxtree, a robust man with a complexion like weathered brick wrapped in a long-down coat, approached them. Students naturally respected him for his easygoing demeanor and his stature, both physical and as a Native American faculty member. "Why are we stalled?" he asked, hugging himself against the cold, a droplet clinging to the end of his prominent nose. "We're missing a player, Professor," Janet reported. "Josh Hoberman is nowhere to be found, so," Foxtree replied, his breath forming little clouds. "Let's move this circus along. I've got a warm fire waiting in the senior common room. How many warm bodies do you have?" "4, sir." "That will have to suffice." "Actually 3, Quentin corrected, already stepping back. "My apologies, but I need to locate Josh. He should be here." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and jogged back toward the house, shoving his hands deep into his pockets and turning his collar up against the biting wind. He heard Janet call out, "Quentin, come on," followed by a frustrated, "Damn it." When he didn't stop, Quentin simmered with a mix of irritation and concern. Foxtree had a point. The welters match wasn't exactly critical. Maybe the guy just slept through his alarm, Quentin thought as he crunched across the frost-stiffened grass of the sea. At least all that extra padding kept him warm. The thought was petty, but it felt justified. However, Josh wasn't in his chaotic room, a familiar whirlwind of hovering books, scattered papers, and laundry. Quentin checked the sunroom, finding only the ancient potions master, Professor Brzezinski, dozing in a shaft of sunlight, his white beard cascading over a stained apron. A large fly buzzed persistently against the window pane. As Quentin was about to leave, the old man spoke without opening his eyes. "Searching for someone?" Quentin halted. "Yes, Professor, Josh Hoberman. He's late for the match. Hoberman, the portly one." Brzezinski gestured him closer with a veiny hand, retrieving a colored pencil and a sheet of lined paper from his apron pocket. With swift, confident strokes, he sketched a crude map of the Breakbills' grounds. Muttering an incantation in French, he made a precise gesture over it like drawing a compass rose. He held it up. "What do you see?" Quentin anticipated some flash of magical insight, but the paper remained stubbornly ordinary, even bearing a coffee stain in one corner. "Nothing, sir. Truly?" The old professor examined the map himself, looking genuinely perplexed. He carried a sharp scent, like the air after a lightning strike. "But this is an exceptionally competent locating charm." "Look again. I really don't see anything." "Precisely. And where on this campus would even a superior locating charm fail to function?" "I don't know," Quentin admitted, having learned that prompt confession of ignorance was the quickest route to an answer with Breakbills faculty. "Try the library," Brzezinski murmured, already settling back into his sunbeam like a contented seal. Centuries of scholars layering find and hide spells on those stacks have rendered the place magically opaque. It's a scrambled palimpsest, frankly. You'd be lucky to find your own feet in there, he added, almost as an afterthought. Some of the more restless volumes have even taken to wandering the shelves on their own. Quentin had always avoided the library. Most students did. The very idea of books with a migratory impulse was both absurd and strangely unsettling, adding a new layer of urgency to his search. During the 1800s, Brakebills had hired a librarian whose wildly romantic vision led him to create a living, flying library. He imagined books fluttering from shelf to shelf like a flock of birds, rearranging themselves magically whenever someone needed one. For a brief, dazzling period, the spectacle was reportedly breathtaking. A mural behind the main desk still depicted that chaotic scene, with massive atlases circling the room like great winged condors. The system, however, proved utterly unworkable. The constant motion caused ruinous damage to the bindings, and the books themselves were stubbornly unruly. The librarian had dreamed of calling a volume to his hand simply by shouting its catalog number, but the texts were far too independent. Some were even viciously territorial. That librarian was promptly removed, and his replacement dedicated himself to taming the collection once more. Yet even now, a few rebellious holdouts, particularly in the sections for Swiss history and medieval architecture, could be seen flapping obstinately near the high ceilings. Every so often a long dormant subsection would suddenly take flight with an eerie, rustling whisper of pages. This left the library largely deserted, making it easy for Quentin to spot Josh in a second-floor alcove seated across from an exceptionally gaunt man. The man had sharp cheekbones and a narrow pencil mustache, his black suit hanging loosely on his frame like something an undertaker might wear. Quentin recognized him. He was the oddities dealer who appeared at Brakebills once or twice a year in his old wooden station wagon packed with a strange assortment of talismans and curios. No one really liked him, but the students put up with him because he was unintentionally hilarious and irritated the professors, who were constantly threatening to ban him for good. He wasn't a magician himself and couldn't distinguish real magical items from worthless junk, yet he regarded both himself and his wares with profound solemnity. His name was Lovelady. He'd reappeared on campus not long after the terrifying encounter with the beast, and some of the more fearful first years had bought protective charms from him. Josh, Quentin had assumed, would know better than to fall for that. Apparently he'd assumed wrong. "Hey," Quentin called out, but as he stepped forward, his forehead smacked into a cool, invisible wall that squeaked like polished glass. The barrier was soundproof, too. He could see Josh and Lovelady talking, but their alcove was completely silent. He managed to catch Josh's eye after a brief, tense exchange. Lovelady glanced over his shoulder at Quentin, looking displeased. He then picked up an ordinary-looking glass tumbler that had been sitting upside down on the table and flipped it right side up. The barrier instantly disappeared. "Hey," Josh muttered, his tone sullen. "What's going on?" His eyes were bloodshot, with deep, bruised-looking circles beneath them. He didn't seem any happier to see Quentin than Lovelady had. "What are you doing?" Quentin asked, ignoring the dealer. "You know we have our match this morning, right?" "Oh, man, right." "The game." Josh rubbed his eye roughly with the heel of his hand. Lovelady observed them both, clutching his dignity like a precious artifact. "How much time do we have?" "About -30 minutes." "Fantastic!" Josh groaned. He dropped his forehead onto the table with a thud, then jerked his head up to look at Lovelady. "You got anything for time travel? Hour reverser, maybe?" "Such items are not currently in my inventory," Lovelady intoned with grave importance. "But I shall certainly make inquiries." "Terrific." Josh pushed himself to his feet and offered a sloppy salute. "Send an owl when you find one. Let's go, they're all waiting. Dean Fogg is probably freezing out there. Serves him right. The man has entirely too much backside to begin with." Quentin managed to steer Josh out of the library and toward the back of the house, though his friend moved with a slow, unsteady gait, frequently wobbling into door frames and once stumbling into Quentin himself. Suddenly Josh spun around. "Hold on," he announced. "I need my Quidditch gear. I mean my uniform. I mean the winter coats. We don't have official uniforms." "I'm aware," Josh retorted sharply. I've had a drink. I haven't lost my mind. I still need my heavy coat. Good grief, it's not even 10 in the morning. Quentin felt a wave of relief wash over his earlier concern. This was the grand secret. It was an experiment. I thought it might steady my nerves before the match. Is that so? Quentin replied. Honestly, how's that going for you? It was a single glass of scotch, for heaven's sake. My family mailed me a bottle of Lagavulin for my birthday. Ilia
Right. You're really mastering the situation.
Oh, who cares? Josh's mood was souring. If Quentin was going to get angry, Josh would match and exceed it. You were probably praying I wouldn't show up and ruin your precious game. I just wish you had the guts to say it. You should hear Elliot imitate you when you're not around. You're as much of a pep squad captain as Janet is. At least she has the figure for it. If winning was my only concern, Quentin stated icily, I would have left you in the library. Everyone else suggested it. He stood in the doorway, seething, arms crossed, as Josh rummaged through his belongings. Josh yanked his coat from the back of a desk chair, sending it clattering to the floor. He left it there. Quentin wondered if there was truth to what Josh said about Elliot. If Josh intended to wound him, he certainly knew where to aim. They started down the hallway together without a word. All right, Josh said at last, heaving a sigh. Listen, you know, I'm something of a disaster, right? Quentin remained silent, his expression unreadable. He wasn't in the mood to participate in Josh's personal theatrics. Well, I am, and save the pep talk about self-worth. It's so far beyond what you'd even want to understand. I've always been clever, but I'm the type who gets mediocre grades and aces the exams. If it weren't for Dean Fogg, they would have expelled me after last term. All right, look, the rest of you can all parade around like perfect students, and that's fine, but I have to grind just to keep my spot here. If you saw my transcripts, you people don't even realize the grading scale goes that low. We all have to put in the work, Quentin said, a touch defensively. Well, except for Elliot. Yeah, sure, fine, but you enjoy it. You get a thrill from it. That's your specialty. Josh pushed his way through the French doors into the crisp late fall morning, struggling into his thick overcoat simultaneously. Damn, it's freezing. Listen, I love this place, but I'm not going to survive on my own. I just don't understand where the ability comes from. Without any warning, he seized the front of Quentin's coat and shoved him against the stone wall of the house. Don't you understand? I don't know where it comes from. I cast a spell, and I have no idea if it will work or not. His usually gentle, calm face was twisted into a furious mask. You search for the energy, and it's just there for me. It's never certain. I never know if it will be there when I call for it. It appears and vanishes, and I don't even understand why. Okay. Quentin placed his hands on Josh's shoulders, trying to soothe him. Seriously, you're crushing my dignity here. Josh released him and strode off toward the hedge maze. Quentin hurried to catch up. So you thought Professor Lovelady could help? I thought he might. I don't know. Josh shrugged, looking utterly lost. Give me a little edge. Just make it so I could rely on it a bit more by selling you some junk he found online. You know, he has fascinating contacts. Just like that. Josh was recovering his usual cheerful demeanor. He always bounced back. They act all high and mighty when we're watching, but some of the faculty buy from Lovelady. I heard a couple years ago Professor van der Wege bought an old brass door knocker from him that turned out to be a hand of Oberon. Professor Chambers uses it to clear timber around the Netherlands Sea. I thought he could sell me a talisman, something to improve my grades. I know I act like I don't care, but I want to stay here, Quentin, more than anything. I don't want to go back out there. He gestured vaguely toward the world beyond the field. The grass was slick with ice, and a fog was rolling in off the distant water. I want you to stay too, Quentin replied, his own anger fading. But seriously, Lovelady, what were you thinking? Why not just go to Elliot? Elliot? He's the last person I'd ask. You see how he watches me in lectures? Sure, he's had a rough go of it, but this isn't exactly his area of expertise. What did Lovelady even offer you? Quentin asked. A box of what looked like old cobwebs. The guy swore it was the actual ashes of Aleister Crowley. What were you planning to do with them? Frame them. They pushed through the fringe of trees back to the field. It was a dismal sight. Elliot and Janet were hunched together at one end of the playing board, looking soaked and miserable. Alice was out on the board itself, crouched on a stone square and shivering. The natural magic team, in a decidedly unsportsmanlike move, had fielded a full 5 players despite the physical kids being short-handed. To add to the intimidation, they wore hooded robes of green velvet, clearly sewn from old curtains and not meant for the damp. A ragged cheer went up from the physical kids when Josh and Quentin emerged. "Our saviors," Janet said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Where was he? Some place a lot warmer and drier," Josh answered. Though they were losing badly, Josh's return sparked a flicker of hope. On his first turn, he targeted the silver square. After several minutes of low, resonant chanting, he somehow conjured a small, fiery elemental, a salamander about the size of a groundhog, glowing like hot coals. It lazily claimed 2 squares before settling on 6 legs to smolder, raindrops hissing into steam on its scaled back. This comeback, however, had the unfortunate side effect of prolonging the game to an unbearable degree. It was becoming the longest match anyone could recall. After another grueling hour, the captain of the natural team, a tall, blond guy Quentin was fairly sure Janet had once dated, elegantly gathered his sopping robe and, with a toe to the sand square he stood on, caused a gracefully gnarled olive tree to sprout from a grass square in the physical kid's territory. "Deal with that," he crowed. "That's the winning move," Professor Foxtree announced from the judge's stand, sounding utterly dead inside. "Unless you physicals can answer it. If not, this interminable game is over. Somebody throw the globe." "Your turn, Q," Elliot said through chattering teeth. "I can't feel my fingers. I bet you can't feel a lot of things right now," Quentin muttered. He hefted the heavy marble globe from its stone bowl. He took in the surreal scene. They were still in it, having clawed their way back from the brink. He rarely missed this throw. The mist was thickening now, obscuring the far end of the board. The only sound was the steady drip from the trees. "Quentin!" A hoarse voice yelled from the bleachers. "Quentin!" The dean was still in his VIP box, performing a pantomime of enthusiasm. He loudly blew his nose into a silk handkerchief. The sun had vanished hours ago. Suddenly, a wave of unexpected warmth and lightness washed over Quentin, so intense and disconnected from the freezing reality that he glanced around, suspecting magical interference. His eyes fell on the smoldering salamander, but it merely gazed past him with an air of profound indifference. The world seemed to shrink and bend, the edges of the board becoming the only horizon as the trees and people around it grew distant and faintly luminous. Quentin's gaze drifted over Josh, who was miserably pacing the perimeter and taking deliberate breaths, and then to Janet, her jaw tight and thrust forward with a fierce, almost hungry intensity as she held Elliot's arm. Elliot himself stared blankly into some middle distance, lost in thought. It all felt incredibly remote. None of it truly mattered, and that was the absurdly simple revelation he'd somehow missed until now. He would need to find a way to make Josh understand. What he'd done in that classroom the day Amanda Orloff died was terrible and stupid, a weight he would always carry, but he had learned to bear it. The trick was to sort out what actually mattered from what didn't, to gauge the scale of things and to stop being afraid of the insignificant stuff, put it all in its proper place. Otherwise, what was any of it for? He wasn't sure he could put it into words for Josh, maybe, though, he could show him. Quentin shrugged off his coat like shedding a tight, irritating second skin. He rolled his shoulders in the chill air, bracing for the coming cold. But for now, it just felt sharp and clean. He focused on the blonde natural in his ridiculous robe, leaned to one side, and hurled the globe sidearm straight at the boy's knee. It connected with the heavy velvet with a solid, satisfying thud. Ow! The natural clutched his knee, glaring up at Quentin with pure indignation. That was going to leave a mark. "Foul, deal with it," Quentin said. He yanked his shirt off over his head, ignoring the shocked protests rising around him. It was astonishingly easy to tune people out once you realized how little real power they held over you. He walked straight to where Alice stood frozen on her square. He'd probably pay for this later, but damn, it felt good to be a magician sometimes. He hoisted her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and jumped with her into the icy, purifying water. Marie Bayard Land. The enigma of the fourth year had nagged at Quentin since his very first days at Brakebills. Everyone wondered about it. The basic outline was common knowledge. Every September, half the fourth years vanished overnight from the house without a word. Their absence went undiscussed. They would reappear at the end of December looking gaunt, weary, and generally worse for wear. And no one remarked on it. Asking was considered a grave social error. They simply blended back into the student body, and that was that. The remaining fourth years disappeared in January and returned in late April. Now, with the first semester of his own fourth year nearly over, Quentin had gleaned exactly 0 new clues about what transpired during that time. The secret of where they went and what happened there, or what was done to them, was guarded with improbable devotion. Even students who treated everything else at Brakebills as a joke became deadly serious on this one topic. "Seriously, man, I'm not joking. You really do not want to ask me about that. The catastrophe of the beast had disrupted the previous year's schedule. The usual first semester group had already left. They were gone when it attacked. But the second semester contingent, which included Elliot, Janet, and Josh, had ended up finishing the year on campus as usual. In their private speculations, they'd taken to calling themselves the Spared, apparently. Whatever the faculty had planned for them was unpleasant enough without adding an attack by an interdimensional predator into the mix. But now the normal routine had resumed. This year, half the fourth years left on schedule, joined by a few fifth years. The 10 spared were divided between the 2 semesters, 5 and 5. Whether by chance or by design, all the physical kids would be departing together come January. The conversation at the worn billiard table in the cottage was a familiar one. "Here's my theory," Josh announced on a chilly December afternoon. They were nursing hangovers with glasses of Coke and plates piled high with bacon. "I bet they ship us off to some ordinary state college. We'll be stuck reading Steinbeck and debating colonial tax policies. Elliot will be sobbing in a dorm bathroom by day 2, desperately missing his fancy pâté and red wine, while some athlete threatens him with sports equipment." "Did your prediction just veer into a very specific personal fantasy?" Janet inquired. Elliot, unfazed, attempted a trick shot that sent both the cue ball and the 8-ball into a pocket. "I have it from the highest sources," he declared, "that the whole fourth-year mystery is a ruse. It's designed to weed out the uncommitted. You actually spend the semester on Dean Fogg's private island in the Maldives, pondering cosmic mysteries in the sand, while attendants bring you tropical drinks." "I believe the term coolies is both outdated and geographically inaccurate," Alice noted softly. "The Maldives have been an independent nation for decades." "So, why does everyone return looking so thin?" Quentin asked from one of the battered Victorian couches. The room was so cramped they had to dodge the pool cues. "It's from all the nude swimming." Janet made a sound of mock disgust. "Quentin would excel at that," Josh added. "His physique could definitely use the exposure." "I don't want to go," Alice said. "Can't I get an exemption, like a medical note? Isn't anyone else anxious about this?" "Terrified," Elliot stated flatly, handing Janet the cue ball, which was painted to resemble the moon's surface. "I lack your resilience. I'm fragile, a delicate blossom." "Don't fret, delicate blossom," Janet said, sinking a shot without even looking. "A little hardship will build character." They came for Quentin on a frigid January night. He had always known it would happen after dark. The absences were only ever noted at breakfast. A knock at his door woke him instantly around 2 in the morning. Professor van der Vege's distinctive smoky voice in the darkness took him back to his first night at Brakebills after his entrance exam. "It is time, Quentin," she called. "We are going to the roof. Bring nothing." He slipped on his slippers. Outside, a line of sleepy, silent students in identical navy blue pajamas stood on the staircase. No one spoke as Professor van der Vege led them to a section of wall. Quentin was certain had been blank just yesterday. situated between two massive paintings of storm-tossed sailing ships. A hidden door swung open. They trudged up a narrow, dark wooden staircase, 15 of them, 10 fourth years and 5 fifth years. Despite the clear instructions, Gretchen clutched a ragged black teddy bear alongside her cane. Ahead, Professor van der Wege shoved open a heavy wooden trapdoor, and they filed out onto a narrow, wind-swept strip of roof. A low wrought iron railing ran along the edge, offering no real safety and seeming perfectly designed to trip someone over the side. The cold was sharp, carrying a brisk crosswind that cut through their pajamas. High, thin clouds raced across the sky, illuminated by the stark light of a bulging moon. Quentin wrapped his arms around himself. The silence was complete. No one spoke or even exchanged a glance. They moved as if still wrapped in the last threads of sleep, where even a whisper might fracture the fragile dream they all shared. Even the other physical kids felt like distant figures. "Everyone, remove your pajamas," Professor van der Wege instructed. Strangely, they complied. The moment was already so surreal, so trance-like, that it seemed perfectly logical for everyone, boys and girls alike, to stand naked in the biting cold without a trace of embarrassment. Later, Quentin would even recall the warm press of Alice's hand on his bare shoulder as she steadied herself, stepping out of her pajama bottoms. Soon they were all shivering, pale skin glowing under the moon, the starlit campus sprawling far below with the dark forest beyond. A few students clutched their sleepwear, but the professor told them to let the garments fall in a pile at their feet. Quentin's own pajamas caught a gust and vanished over the ledge, but he made no move to chase them. It didn't seem to matter. She moved along the line, using her thumb to dab a thick, chalky paste onto each forehead and both shoulders. After finishing, she walked back, adjusting their postures, ensuring everyone stood straight. Then she called out a single, sharp syllable. Immediately, a tremendous soft weight settled onto Quentin, pressing down on his shoulders and forcing him to bend forward. He crouched, muscles straining against the pressure. He fought to lift it, to resist, but it was crushing him. Panic surged. Was the beast back? But this felt different. As he folded over, his knees seemed to draw up into his abdomen, merging with it. Why wasn't Professor van der Wege helping his neck stretched forward grotesquely, horribly, entirely beyond his control? A nightmare. He felt nauseous but couldn't vomit. His toes melted and fused, his fingers elongated and splayed. Something soft and warm erupted from his arms and chest, enveloping him completely. His lips puckered and hardened. The narrow slate roof rose up to meet him, and then the weight vanished. He squatted on the cold gray slate, breathing heavily. At least he wasn't cold anymore. He looked at Alice, and she looked back. But it wasn't Alice. She had become a large gray goose, and so had he. Professor van der Wege moved down the line again. With both hands, she picked up each student and hurled them bodily from the roof. Whether from shock or instinct, every one of them reflexively spread their wings, catching the air before the bear, grasping treetops below could snare them. One by one, they sailed away into the night. When his turn came, Quentin honked in protest. The professor's human hands felt hard and alarming, burning against his feathers. In his panic, he defecated on her shoes, but then he was tumbling through the air. He spread his wings and beat upward, thrashing at the air until it carried him. It would have been impossible not to. Quentin's new goose mind, it turned out, wasn't prone to deep reflection. His senses now tracked only a few key stimuli, but it tracked those with intense focus. This body was built for sitting or flying, little else, and as it happened, Quentin was in the mood to fly. In fact, he wanted to fly more than he had ever wanted anything in his life. Without conscious thought, he and his classmates slipped into a ragged V formation, led by a fourth year named Georgia at the point. Georgia was the daughter of a car dealership receptionist in Michigan, and she had come here against her family's wishes. Unlike Quentin, she had confessed the true nature of brake bills. And as a reward for her honesty, her parents had tried to have her committed, thanks to Fogg's discreet magical influence. Georgia's parents remained convinced she was enrolled in a special program for adults needing guidance. Georgia, whose expertise lay in a rare healing discipline similar to endocrinology, kept her wiry black hair neatly secured with a tortoise-shell clip. She now guided them southward, her recently acquired wings beating with steady determination. It could have been any of them at the front. Chance had placed her there. Quentin dimly understood that while the transformation had stripped away much of his reasoning power, it had also granted him new ways of perceiving. The air itself spoke to him. He could read wind, speed, direction, and temperature as easily as watching smoke curl in a lab. The sky transformed into a vivid three-dimensional chart of swirling currents, welcoming warm updrafts and treacherous pockets of sinking cold. He could even sense the faint, prickling exchange of electrical charges within distant cloud banks. His internal navigation had become so precise it felt like a master-crafted gyroscope, perfectly balanced and fluid, sat at the core of his mind. He perceived invisible pathways stretching away in every direction through the vast blue. These were the planet's magnetic lines, and Georgia was skillfully following one of these aerial rails, taking them steadily south by sunrise. They were a mile high and cruising at 60 miles per hour, outpacing the cars on the Hudson Parkway far below. New York City passed beneath them, a stone-crusted landscape, buzzing with strange warmth, electrical energy, and a haze of unpleasant emissions. They flew throughout the day, tracing the coastline past Trenton and Philadelphia, sometimes over the gray ocean, sometimes above frost-touched fields. They rode the temperature gradients, catching boosts from rising thermals, gliding effortlessly from one air current to the next as the previous one faded. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Quentin couldn't fathom ever stopping. The strength in his iron-hard breast muscles seemed endless, a reservoir of wing beats that never ran dry. The pure joy of it all became too much to hold inside. He just had to express it. "Honk!" he cried out. "Honk! Honk! 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 Honk!" His companions echoed the sentiment. Quentin found himself moved up and down the formation's V in an orderly rotation, much like players shifting positions on a sports team. Occasionally they would land to rest and feed in a reservoir, a highway median, or a soggy patch on some corporate lawn. These landscaping oversights were absolute treasures to a goose. They often shared these precious bits of terrain with other V formations' real geese who, sensing their altered essence, observed them with a sort of bemused courtesy. How long they traveled, Quentin couldn't say. Now and then a recognizable landmark would flash by, and he'd try to piece together time and distance if their speed was such, and the Chesapeake Bay lay so many miles from New York. Then a certain number of days must have passed since. Since what, again? The variables and blanks in any such calculation stubbornly refused to resolve. His goose mind simply lacked the circuitry for mathematics and had zero interest in whatever abstract point numbers were trying to make. They had flown far enough south that the air grew noticeably warmer, and then they kept going. They passed over the Florida Keys, those parched little bumps barely rising from the endless lapping turquoise sea, then out over the Caribbean, skirting past Cuba, venturing farther south than any reasonable goose ought to go. They flew above the Panama Canal, likely causing any birding enthusiasts who spotted them to shake their heads in pity before dutifully noting the lost formation in their logs. Days slipped into weeks, perhaps even months. Who kept track, and why would they? Quentin had never known such profound peace and complete satisfaction. He had shed his human history like an old skin, leaving behind Brakebills, Brooklyn, James, Julia, Penny, and Dean Fogg. What use were those memories now? He had no name, no real sense of self, and he desired none. Such human relics were meaningless. A creature of instinct, his purpose to convert insects and foliage into muscle, fat, feathers, and the sheer, relentless act of flight. His allegiance belonged solely to his flock, to the wind and to the raw, unforgiving laws of nature. He served the unseen force that guided him along its invisible magnetic pathways, always pushing southward, tracing the rugged Peruvian coastline with the jagged Andes to his left and the vast, endless Pacific to his right. In this existence he found a profound, uncomplicated joy. The journey grew more demanding. Their landings became infrequent, occurring at strange, preordained waypoints scattered far apart. He would be soaring 1.5 miles above the earth, one eye on the mountainous spine of the continent, feeling the hollow ache in his gut and the burn in his chest, when a distant glimmer would catch his attention in the forest 100 miles ahead. Inevitably, they would descend upon a recently flooded soccer pitch or discover an abandoned swimming pool at some ruined villa, its rainwater so diluted it barely held the ghost of chlorine. After a long tropical reprieve, the cold began to bite again as Peru yielded to Chile and the wind-swept, grassy expanses of Patagonia. They were a lean, hardened group now, their fat reserves long gone, yet not a single bird wavered as they committed to a seemingly suicidal plunge south from Cape Horn, out over the terrifying, churning blue chaos of the Drake Passage. The invisible highway permitted no deviation. The playful honking within the flock had ceased entirely. Once, Quentin glanced across the formation and met Janet's black, bead-like eye, which burned with a fierce and furious resolve. They spent one night on a miraculous drifting barge laden with watercress, alfalfa, and clover, a fleeting oasis in deep water. When the bleak, gray shoreline of Antarctica finally rose on the horizon, the flock met it not with relief, but with a collective, weary acceptance. This was no sanctuary. Geese had no names for this land because they did not come here, or if they did, they never returned to tell the tale. Quentin could see the magnetic tracks converging in the air ahead, drawing together from distant points like lines of longitude crowding at the bottom of a globe. The Brakebills formation flew high, the wrinkled gray ocean swells visible with telescopic clarity through 2 miles of crisp, salted air. A fringe of boulders crowded with bizarre, chattering penguins slid past below, followed by an unbroken plain of white ice, the frozen skull of the earth itself. Quentin was exhausted. The cold clawed through his thin, feathery coat, biting into his small body. He no longer understood what kept them airborne. He knew with certainty that if one of them fell, they would all give up, simply fold their wings and dive toward the porcelain snow that would eagerly swallow them. And then the rail they followed suddenly dipped like a divining rod. It angled them downward, and they surrendered to the descent, trading precious altitude for speed and a blessed respite from the agonizing effort of maintaining height with their burning wings. Now he could see it, a stone house standing alone in the snow, a stark anomaly on the featureless plain. It was a place of men, and under ordinary circumstances Quentin would have feared it, defiled it in passing, and then forgotten it entirely. But this was different. Their track ended here, driving directly into one of the house's snow-covered roofs. They were close enough now for Quentin to make out a figure standing on a rooftop, waiting, holding a long, straight staff. The instinct to flee was powerful, but it was no match for his utter exhaustion and, more than anything, the irresistible magnetic logic of the path that had brought them here. At the final moment he arched his stiffened wings, and they seized the air like a canvas sail, grabbing the last of his momentum and halting his descent. He landed with a soft thump on the snow-covered roof and lay there, panting in the thin air. His gaze grew hazy. The human figure remained motionless. Fine, let him be. The man could do as he pleased with them, pluck them, clean them, prepare them for a feast. Quentin was past caring so long as he could just have one merciful moment of rest for his throbbing wings. The man formed a peculiar sound with his soft, beakless lips and tapped the base of his staff against the roof. Lying in the snow under the stark polar sun were 15 pale, unclothed human teenagers. Quentin awoke in a sparse, white room. He couldn't have estimated within a day how long he'd been unconscious. His chest and arms felt tender and sore. He examined his rough, pink, human hands with their blunt, featherless fingers. He raised them to feel his face with a resigned sigh. He accepted his return to being a man once more. The room contained very little, and everything was white: the bed sheets, the whitewashed walls, the rough pajamas tied with a drawstring that he wore, the white painted iron bed frame, the slippers placed for him on the cold stone floor. Through the small square window, Quentin could see he was on the second story. His view was of fractured snowfields under a pale sky extending to the horizon where a vague white line marked an impossible distance. Good Lord, what had he walked into? Quentin shuffled out into the hallway, still in his pajamas and a thin robe he'd found hanging on the door. He made his way downstairs into a quiet, spacious hall with a timbered ceiling. It was structurally identical to the dining hall at Breakbill's. Yet the atmosphere was distinct, more reminiscent of a cozy ski chalet. A long wooden table with benches occupied most of the room. Quentin took a seat. A man sat alone at one end of the table, cradling a mug of coffee and staring blankly at the scattered remains of an elaborate breakfast. He had sandy hair, was tall but slumped, with a receding chin and the start of a belly. His dressing gown was noticeably whiter and plusher than Quentin's. His eyes were a pale, watery green. "I let you sleep," he stated. "Most of the others are already up and about. Appreciate it." Quentin slid down the bench to sit opposite him. He sifted through the leftover plates to find a clean fork. "You are at Breakbill's South." The man's voice was curiously monotone, carrying a slight Russian inflection, and he avoided direct eye contact. "We are approximately 500 miles from the South Pole. Your flight path brought you over the Bellingshausen Sea from Chile across an area known as Ellsworth Land. This section of Antarctica is called Marie Byrd Land. Admiral Byrd named it for his wife." He scratched his messy hair without a hint of self-consciousness. "Where is everyone?" Quentin asked. Formalities seemed pointless, given they were both in bathrobes. Besides, the cold hash browns were astonishingly delicious. He hadn't realized the depth of his hunger. "I gave them the morning to themselves," the man gestured vaguely. "Instruction begins this afternoon?" Quentin nodded, his mouth full. "What sort of instruction?" he got out between bites. "What sort of instruction?" the man echoed flatly. "Here at Breakbill's South you will commence your true education in magic. Or did you suppose that was what you were doing with Professor Fogg?" These kinds of questions always flustered Quentin, so he defaulted to blunt truth. "Yes, I did suppose that. You are here to internalize the fundamental mechanisms of magic. You think," he said, his accent thickening the word, "that you have been studying magic. You have practiced your popper and memorized your conjugations and declensions and modifications. Recite the 5 tertiary circumstances." The answer came automatically. "Altitude, age, position of the Pleiades, phase of the moon, nearest body of water." "Splendid," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Absolutely magnificent." "You're a genius," the man said, and Quentin made a conscious choice not to let the barb land. Still floating on the serene high of having been a goose, not to mention thoroughly enjoying the hash browns. "Thanks," he replied. "You've been approaching magic like a parrot reciting Shakespeare. You can say all the words, even sound like you mean them, but you don't feel them. You don't truly understand." "I don't?" Quentin asked, though it was less a question and more an acknowledgment. "To become a real magician requires a fundamental shift," the man continued, clearly in his element. "You can't just study it. You can't merely learn it. You have to consume it. Let it become a part of you, and you a part of it. When a true magician works a spell, he doesn't stop to mentally check a list of circumstances or calculate planetary alignments. He doesn't wonder about the tide or what he had for breakfast. If he wants to cast, he casts. If he wishes to fly, he flies. If he desires clean dishes, they are simply clean, with a muttered phrase and a single resonant tap on the wooden table. The man set the plates and utensils into motion. They clattered together, stacking themselves neatly as if drawn by an invisible force. "You must go beyond memorization, Quentin. The principles of magic must be known by more than your mind. They must be known in your bones, in your blood, in your heart, in your gut." For emphasis, he grabbed at the front of his robe and gave a firm shake. "We are going to sink the language of spellcasting so deep into your being that it's always there, an instinct, not a studied recollection. This isn't some mystical quest. It will be long, painful, humiliating, and incredibly," he leaned forward, practically shouting the word dull. "It's work best done in silence and solitude. That is the entire point of you being here. You will not enjoy your time at Breakbill's South. I strongly advise you not to try." Quentin listened, saying nothing. He wasn't fond of this man, who had just gestured toward his own crotch, and whose name remained a mystery. Pushing the irritation aside, he focused on fueling his exhausted body with more potatoes. "So how exactly does one learn things in their bones?" He finally mumbled around a mouthful. "It is profoundly difficult. Not everyone manages it, not everyone is capable. Right, and if I can't, nothing dramatic. You return to Breakbills, you graduate, you live out your life as a middling magician. It's a common path. You likely wouldn't even realize what you'd missed, as the understanding of your own failure would be beyond your grasp. Quentin had zero intention of letting that be his story, though a cynical thought flickered. Nobody probably plans for that outcome, and yet statistically it finds someone. The hash browns suddenly lost their appeal. He set his fork down. "Dean Fogg mentioned you have some manual dexterity," the sandy-haired man said, his tone relenting just a fraction. "Prove it." Quentin's fingers were still aching and stiff from their recent service as wings, but he selected a well-balanced knife from the table, wiped it clean with a napkin, and held it between the last two fingers of his left hand. He began the spin, rolling it finger by finger toward his thumb, then sent it spinning upward toward the ceiling rafters, aiming carefully between the beams with the plan to catch it point first in the table between his splayed fingers. The real trick was doing it without looking, keeping his eyes locked on his audience for maximum effect. His breakfast companion, however, picked up a loaf of bread and casually extended it, intercepting the falling knife which buried itself in the crust. He tossed both loaf and knife onto the table with a look of disdain. "You take foolish, showy risks," he stated flatly. "Go find your friends. I believe you'll discover them on the roof of the West Tower." He gestured toward a doorway. "We begin this afternoon." "All right, Mr. Sunshine," Quentin thought. "You're in charge." He stood up. The stranger rose as well and shuffled off in the opposite direction without another word. He carried himself with the weary slump of a man whose expectations had been thoroughly dashed. In every physical detail, each stone, each wooden plank, Breakbills South was a perfect replica of the house at Breakbills. That sameness should have been comforting, yet it felt utterly bizarre to see what appeared to be an elegant 18th-century English manor dropped in the heart of a vast, desolate Antarctic expanse. The roof of the West Tower was a wide, circular space paved with smooth flagstones, ringed by a low stone wall. Though open to the sky, some enchantment maintained the air within as warm and damp, shielding it from the worst of the wind, or at least most of it. Quentin sensed a deep, persistent cold hiding just beneath that manufactured warmth. The air itself was lukewarm, yet every surface, the floor, the furniture, anything he touched, felt cool and slightly damp, like stepping into a heated greenhouse in the deepest part of winter. As expected, the rest of the Breakbills group was already there, clustered in small, dazed knots, speaking in hushed voices as they gazed out at the endless snow, all washed in the strange, flat light of the Antarctic. They looked altered. Their faces were leaner, their jawlines sharper, and their frames seemed broader, more solid. The long flight south had stripped away softness and replaced it with hardened muscle. Alice appeared, hauntingly beautiful, thin and adrift. "Honk, honk, 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 honk," Janet called out when she spotted Quentin. A ripple of laughter followed, though Quentin got the feeling she'd already trotted out that joke several times. "Hey, man," Josh said, aiming for casual. "Is this place completely messed up, or what could be worse?" Quentin replied. "So when's the nude swimming session?" "I might have oversold that particular activity," Elliot muttered glumly, likely repeating himself. "We did all end up naked for what it's worth." They were each dressed in identical white pajamas, making Quentin feel like a patient in a mental institution. He wondered if Elliot was pining for his latest secret boyfriend, whoever that might be. "I bumped into Nurse Ratched downstairs," Quentin said. The pajamas lacked pockets, leaving him fidgeting, unsure where to put his hands. "He delivered a lovely lecture on my stupidity and how thoroughly miserable he plans to make me. You slept through our introductory meeting. That's Professor Mayakovsky. Mayakovsky, as in Dean Mayakovsky. His son, Elliot, confirmed. I always wondered what became of him. Now we know. The original Mayakovsky had been the most formidable magician among a wave of international faculty recruited in the 1930s and 1940s. Before that era, Breakbills focused almost entirely on English and American magical traditions, but the 1930s saw a craze for multicultural spellcasting sweep through the school. Professors were brought in at great cost from the farthest corners of the globe. skirt-wearing shamans from tiny Micronesian islands, hunched hookah-smoking wizards from crowded Cairo coffeehouses, blue-faced Tuareg necromancers from southern Morocco. Legend said Mayakovsky Sr. was recruited from an isolated Siberian outpost, a cluster of frozen Soviet barracks where local shamanic customs had blended with sophisticated Muscovite practices brought there by Gulag prisoners. You have to wonder how badly you'd have to mess up to get stationed here, Josh pondered aloud. Maybe he asked for it, Quentin suggested. Maybe he loves it here. The guy's probably in creepy hermit paradise. You know, I think you were right, Elliot said, as if answering a different question entirely. He rubbed the soft stubble on his cheek. I think I'm going to be the first one to break. I hate it here. This fabric is giving me a rash. He pinched the material of his Breakbill's South pajamas. I think there might even be a stain on this set. Janet gave his arm a comforting pat. You'll be fine. You made it through Oregon. Is this really worse than Oregon? Maybe if I ask nicely, he'll turn me back into a goose. Oh, my God, Alice exclaimed, her voice tight with remembered horror. Never again. Do you even realize we ate bugs? We actually ate bugs. What do you mean, never again? How do you think we're getting back? You know what I liked about being a goose? Josh said, a wistful note entering his voice. The freedom to relieve myself anywhere I pleased was a small but undeniable perk of this frozen exile. I'm not going back. Elliot tossed a pale stone into the endless white, watching it vanish before it ever struck the ground. From this spot I could launch myself straight to Australia or New Zealand. I hear their vineyards are thriving. Some generous sheep rancher would take me in, keep me supplied with Sauvignon Blanc, and cultivate my liver into a truly exquisite pâté. Perhaps Professor Mayakovsky could transform you into a kiwi bird, Josh offered, trying to be supportive. They're flightless, you know. Regardless, he didn't strike me as the sort who'd be handing out favors, Alice observed. Quentin added, he must be alone most of the time. I almost feel sorry for him. Janet let out a derisive snort. Honk, 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 honk. Time at Breakbill's South was impossible to track. With no clocks and a sun that hung like a dim fluorescent bulb permanently fixed just above the white horizon, hours and days bled together. It reminded Quentin of the Watcherwoman and her obsession with halting time. She would have adored this place, that first morning they congregated on the West Tower roof for what felt like an eternity, clinging to each other for comfort amidst the overwhelming strangeness. Even after they grew weary of standing and conversation dwindled, nobody wanted to descend. They eventually settled along the roof's edge, backs against the cold stone wall, and simply gazed into the pale, misty void, soaked in the eerie, directionless white light reflecting off the snow. Quentin leaned back, closed his eyes, and felt Alice rest her head on his shoulder. If everything else was slipping away, he could at least hold on to her. She remained his constant. They drifted in quiet exhaustion. Later, whether minutes, hours, or days had passed, he couldn't say. Quentin opened his eyes. He tried to speak and found he couldn't. Some of the others were already standing. Professor Mayakovsky had materialized at the top of the stairs, his white bathrobe tied snugly over his belly. He cleared his throat. I have taken the liberty of removing your ability to speak, he announced, tapping his own throat. There will be no talking at Breakbill's South. It is the most difficult adjustment, and I find it smoothens the transition if I simply silence you for your initial weeks here. You may use your voice for incantations, but for nothing else. The class stared at him in mute shock. Mayakovsky appeared markedly more at ease now that no one could talk back. If you will all follow me downstairs, your first lesson awaits. One aspect of magical lore had always puzzled Quentin. It never seemed particularly difficult. The stories were full of grave expressions, ancient tomes, and long white beards. But when it came down to it, you just memorized an incantation, or read it off the page if you were lazy, gathered some herbs, waved a wand, and presto, cosmic forces obeyed. It sounded like following a recipe, shifting gears, or piecing together flat-pack furniture, just another skill to acquire. It required some effort, sure, but compared to mastering calculus or playing the oboe. Please? Any fool could do magic? He'd felt a twisted sense of relief upon discovering the truth was far more demanding. Raw talent played a part, that silent internal pressure he felt in his chest with every successful spell. But the real ingredient was grueling, monumental work. Every spell required 100 tiny adjustments according to the prevailing circumstances, a word they capitalized with reverence at breakbills. These circumstances could be anything. Magic was a delicate temperamental instrument that needed precise calibration to its environment. Quentin had drilled into his mind countless sheets of dense charts and schematics that laid out the major circumstances and their precise influence on any enchantment. And that was just the beginning. After that came the endless parade of corollaries and exceptions to be committed to memory. If magic resembled anything, it was a living language. Textbooks and instructors presented it as a neat, orderly system for the sake of instruction, but in truth it was a wild, intricate, and ever-evolving organism. It followed rules only when it suited it, boasting nearly as many unique deviations and singular variations as it did laws. These exceptions were marked by trails of asterisks, daggers, and other cryptic typographical creatures, each one beckoning the reader toward the dense thicket of footnotes that crowded the margins of magical tomes like scholarly exegesis. Mayakovsky's goal was to force them not merely to memorize these fine details, but to digest and embody them completely. The greatest practitioners possessed innate talent. He informed his silent, captive students. But they also housed exceptional mental architecture, the refined yet formidable engines of correlation and cross-reference required to navigate, command, and oversee this immense repository of knowledge. That first afternoon, Quentin anticipated a lecture. Instead, once Mayakovsky had finished silencing their voices, he led each student to what resembled a monk's cell, a modest stone chamber with one high barred window, a solitary chair, and a plain square wooden table. A shelf of reference volumes was fastened to the wall. The room carried the scent of diligent cleaning, as if freshly swept with a bundle of birch twigs. "Sit," Mayakovsky instructed. Quentin obeyed. The professor then arranged before him, with the deliberate care of a chess player setting his board, a hammer, a block of wood, a box of nails, a sheet of paper, and a slender book bound in pale vellum. Mayakovsky tapped the paper. "Legrand's hammer charm," he stated. "You know it?" Everyone knew it. It was a classic pedagogical spell. Theoretically simple, its sole function was to guarantee a hammered nail would drive in straight with a single strike. It was notoriously finicky to execute. It existed in literally thousands of variations, each dictated by the circumstances. Honestly, casting Legrand was probably more difficult than just hammering the stupid nail the ordinary way, but it served wonderfully for instructional torture. Mayakovsky tapped the book with a thick-nailed finger. This volume, he said, his Russian accent thickening as the day progressed, his speech shedding contractions and articles. Each page describes a distinct set of circumstances, all different. You understand? Location, weather, stellar alignment, season, you will see. You turn the page, you cast the spell for each set. Good practice, I return when you finish the book. Horosho. He closed the door, leaving Quentin alone. Quentin opened the book. On the first page, in an uncreative hand, was scrawled, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Quentin had a feeling Mayakovsky had seen the graffiti and chosen to leave it as a fitting welcome. Soon, Quentin knew Legrand's hammer charm more intimately than he ever wished to know any incantation. Page by page, the listed circumstances grew increasingly bizarre and improbable. He cast the charm at high noon, and in the dead of night, in midsummer heat and deep winter frost. He cast it atop a mountain peak and 1,000 yards below the earth's crust. He cast it under water and on the dusty surface of the moon. He cast it during a twilight blizzard on a beach on Mangareva, an event nearly impossible given the island's location in French Polynesia's South Pacific. He cast it as a man, as a woman, and once bafflingly as a hermaphrodite. He cast it fueled by rage, with detached indifference, and with a pang of bitter remorse. By then his mouth was parched, his fingertips had gone numb, and he had smashed his thumb with the hammer 4 painful times. The wooden block bristled with the flattened heads of countless iron nails. Quentin let out a silent groan, his head falling back against the unyielding chair. The door burst open, and Professor Mayakovsky strode in, a tray jingling in his hands. He placed it on the desk, its contents clattering into place, a steaming cup of tea, a glass of water, a plate holding a thick slice of sourdough bread with a pat of yeasty butter, and a small glass containing what Quentin would soon learn was peppery vodka. Mayakovsky downed half of it himself before setting the glass down. Then, without warning, he slapped Quentin sharply across the face. "That is for your lack of faith in yourself," he stated. Quentin could only stare, a hand rising to his stinging cheek. The thought was clear. This man is completely unhinged. We are utterly at his mercy out here. Mayakovsky turned the book back to its first page. He flipped over the sheet of paper with the spell, giving it a pat. On the reverse was written another, Bujold's sorcerous nail extraction. Begin again, please. It was a brutal, mind-numbing cycle. After Mayakovsky left, Quentin stood, his joints cracking in protest. Instead of returning to the spell, he walked to the small window overlooking the endless lunar snowfields. The stark, monochrome landscape was so oppressive it was starting to trick his eyes into seeing phantom colors. The sun, fixed in its position, offered no sense of time's passage. That was the essence of Quentin's first month at Breakbill's South. The specific spells and their circumstances shifted, but the room remained a prison, and the days stretched into an empty, relentless wasteland of repetition. Mayakovsky's dire warnings hadn't been exaggerations. If anything, they'd been too gentle. Back at Breakbill's, even during the toughest trials, Quentin had harbored a secret feeling that he was getting a bargain, that the demands of his instructors were a small price for the magical life that awaited him. Here, for the first time, he felt he was truly earning his keep, paying in full with every ounce of his concentration. He finally understood why they'd been sent to this frozen outpost. What Mayakovsky demanded was inhuman. The mind wasn't built to absorb such torrents of arcane data. If Dean Fogg had tried to impose this regimen back at the main campus, the students would have revolted. Gouging how the others were coping was nearly impossible. They saw each other at meals and passed in the silent halls. But the prohibition on speech meant no shared complaints, only bleak glances and hollow shrugs. Their eyes would meet over the breakfast table, devoid of warmth, before quickly looking away. Eliot's usual lively gaze was vacant, and Quentin assumed his own reflected the same emptiness. Even Janet's normally expressive face was set in a frozen mask. They couldn't even pass notes. Whatever enchantment enforced the silence also stopped their pens from writing. Ironically, Quentin found he was losing the desire to communicate at all. He should have been starving for human connection, but instead he felt himself retreating inward, detaching from the others. He moved like a ghost through the stone corridors, from his bedroom to the dining hall to his solitary classroom, under the unchanging, tedious glare of the white sun. On one aim lone, one M did on one late right. We No one had even noticed it was gone, with a hint of perverse theatricality. Mayakovsky then began to alter the routine, while most days were still consumed by the grinding work on circumstances and their endless exceptions. He now occasionally introduced strange, new exercises, brief, bewildering respites from the crushing sameness in a vast, silent chamber. He constructed a complex three-dimensional labyrinth from interlocking wire hoops. The student's task was to levitate objects through this maze at high velocity, honing their focus and precision. They began with simple marbles, graduating to steel spheres that were barely smaller than the rings themselves. A single graze against the metal would produce a sharp crackle of electricity, delivering a painful jolt to the caster's nerves. The final, most demanding stage involved guiding living fireflies through the identical course, bending the insects' simple wills through mental force alone. They observed each other's attempts in a heavy, competitive silence, each privately measuring their peers' successes and failures. This relentless practice had effectively turned them against one another. Janet struggled profoundly. Her mental push was too forceful, often causing the tiny creatures to combust into brief, sad embers of ash. Mayakovsky, his expression unreadable as granite, would merely gesture for her to begin again, as silent tears of rage streaked her cheeks. These sessions stretched for hours, with no one permitted to leave until every last student had succeeded. More than once they ended up sleeping right there on the cold floor. As the silent weeks accumulated, they were pushed into magical territories Quentin had never dared to explore. They practiced transmutation. He deciphered the intricate spell that had once turned them into geese, learning that a key component involved managing the drastic shift in body mass, shedding it, storing the excess magically, and then meticulously restoring it. One uproarious afternoon found them as polar bears, a clumsy, shambling group lurching across the icy ground, swatting playfully at each other with massive paws, their movements muffled by thick layers of blubber and fur. Their new forms felt ungainly and unbalanced, leading to frequent hilarious collapses onto their backs. The shared laughter was a rare bright spot. While no one warmed to Mayakovsky personally, his formidable skill became undeniable. He performed feats Quentin had never witnessed at Breakbill's, magic that seemed plucked from ancient lore. One demonstration involved a spell that temporarily reversed entropy itself. He shattered a glass orb and then, as if rewinding time, pieced it back together perfectly. He burst a helium balloon, then meticulously retrieved the scattered atoms, some from deep within the lungs of gaping students, and reconstituted it. With detached curiosity, he suffocated a spider using camphor, then, with visible strain, revived it. Quentin watched the traumatized creature skitter in confused circles on the table, making aborted charges at nothing before huddling in a corner, shuddering, as Mayakovsky coolly moved on. Then, about 3 months in, Mayakovsky declared they would spend the afternoon as Arctic foxes. It seemed a curious selection after other mammals, no more technically challenging than the goose transformation. But who were they to argue? The experience was an absolute blast. The moment the change took hold, Quentin darted across the snow on 4 swift paws. His compact fox body was explosively fast and agile. His perspective so low to the ground that it felt like piloting a fighter jet just above the terrain. Every minor ridge and snowdrift became an exhilarating obstacle to leap over or plow through. Attempting a sharp turn at full speed, he skidded out in a glorious spray of powder, immediately buried by a yipping, playful pile of his fellow foxes, all snapping harmlessly in a frenzy of shared delight. It was a pure, unadulterated eruption of joy, an emotion Quentin had forgotten he could even feel, like a cave explorer who had been underground so long they'd begun to believe sunlight was a myth. They spent the rest of the time chasing their own tails, panting, tumbling, and reveling in sheer, foolish abandon. It was absurd, Quentin reflected with his tiny, simplified fox mind, how instantly he could identify each of his friends in their vulpine forms. That lanky one with the crooked fangs was Elliot. The round, pale creature was Josh, and that delicate, sleek figure with the huge, watchful eyes, that was Alice. Amid their playful chaos, a game somehow took shape. The objective seemed to involve shoving a piece of ice across the snow as quickly as you could, using only your paws and muzzle. Beyond that, the rules were gloriously unclear. They hurled themselves at the ice chunk, or at whoever had just claimed it, driving it forward until the next fox tackled them. An Arctic fox's vision wasn't anything special, but its nose was a revelation. Quentin's new snout was an absolute marvel of perception. Even in the frantic scrum, he could distinguish his classmates by the scent of their fur. Gradually, one particular odor began to dominate the others. It was a pungent, skunky musk that to human senses might have registered as unpleasant, but to a fox it was intoxicating. He caught whiffs of it every few moments, and each time it seized his attention, yanking him around like a fish on a line. The game was falling apart. Quentin kept playing, but fewer of the others joined in. Elliot suddenly bolted, a streak of white vanishing into the snow dunes. The pack thinned to 10, then 8. Where was everyone going? His fox brain yapped. And what in the world was that incredible, mind-blowing scent he kept finding? There it was again. This time he lunged at its source, burying his twitching nose in her fur, because of course some remaining shred of his human awareness had already known that what he was smelling was Alice. Completely against the rules, but breaking them turned out to be just as thrilling as following them. Why had that never occurred to him before? The others were now playing with reckless abandon, having abandoned the ice chunk entirely, and the game dissolved into scattered clusters of wrestling foxes. He was wrestling with Alice. Fox hormones and instinct surged, overwhelming the last rational remnants of his human mind. He gently locked his teeth into the thick fur of her neck. It didn't seem to hurt her, or if it did, the pain was indistinguishable from pleasure. Something wild and urgent was unfolding, and stopping it was unthinkable. Why would you even try? Halting yourself was one of those futile, joy-killing human impulses his cheerful little fox mind found utterly pathetic. He glimpsed Alice's dark, wild fox eye wide with a flash of fear before it half closed in bliss. Their quick, shallow breaths made white puffs in the frigid air that merged and vanished. Her white fur was both coarse and soft, and she emitted little yips and snarls each time he pressed closer. He never wanted it to end. The snow beneath them seemed to burn, glowing like a bed of hot coals. They were aflame, and they let the fire take them. To any casual observer, breakfast the next morning appeared entirely normal. Everyone drifted into the dining room in their loose, white breakbills South uniforms, sat down without a word or a glance, and mechanically ate what was served. But Quentin felt as though he were walking on the moon, taking giant, slow-motion steps in a ringing silence, surrounded by vacuum, with an invisible audience of millions. He didn't dare look at anyone, especially not Alice. She sat across the table and 3 seats down, perfectly composed and undisturbed, calmly focused on her oatmeal. He couldn't have guessed what she was thinking if he had 1,000 years. He was certain, however, of what occupied everyone else's thoughts. They all had to know what happened. They'd been right out in the open, after all, or had each of them been lost in their own private, similar chaos? Had everyone found a partner, his cheeks burned? He wasn't sure if she had ever been with someone before, or if that even mattered anymore. The whole situation would be easier if he grasped what it truly meant, but he was lost. Could what he felt for Alice be love? He attempted to measure it against his past feelings for Julia, but the two were incomparable. Everything had spiraled out of control. Simple as that. It wasn't them. It was those fox forms they were trapped in. No one needed to treat it as anything more than that. Mayakovsky presided over the table with a self-satisfied air. He had planned for this all along, Quentin fumed, viciously spearing his cheese grits. Take a group of teenagers, isolate them in this frozen fortress for months, then shove them into the bodies of impulsive hormonal animals. Of course, they lost their minds. Whatever twisted pleasure Mayakovsky derived from the ordeal, it became clear in the following days that it served a practical purpose in managing the group. Quentin threw himself back into his magical studies with the intense concentration of someone desperately avoiding eye contact or any serious thoughts about his real feelings for Alice, or about who exactly had been with her on the ice, him or the fox. It was a return to the relentless routine, hammering through circumstances and exceptions and a barrage of memory aids designed to cram 1,000 insignificant facts into his already overwhelmed brain. They sank into a shared trance-like state. The barren, washed-out landscape of Antarctica held them in a hypnotic grip. Once the drifting snow outside parted to reveal a low, dark ridge of shale, the sole break in a monotonous world, and the students watched it from the roof as if it were a TV screen. It reminded him of the desert in The Wandering Dune. He hadn't thought about Fillory in what felt like forever. Quentin began to wonder if his previous life had just been a vivid dream. When he imagined the world now, it was entirely Antarctic, as if this monochromatic continent had spread like a glacial disease over the entire planet. He edged toward madness. They all did, though it manifested differently, for some obsession turned carnal. Their higher minds were so dulled and exhausted that they reverted to a base animal need for any wordless connection. Spontaneous gatherings became a quiet feature of the evenings. Quentin stumbled upon them once or twice, small groups in seemingly random arrangements in a vacant classroom or a dorm room, moving in silent, half-anonymous chains, their white uniforms in disarray, their eyes distant and bored as they touched and moved. He saw Janet involved on one occasion. The performances seemed as much for an audience as for themselves, but Quentin never participated or even lingered to watch. Who would turn away, filled with a sense of superiority and a strange, sharp anger. Maybe he was just angry at whatever internal barrier kept him from joining. He felt an irrational wave of relief that he never spotted Alice among them. Time was supposedly passing, though Quentin saw little proof of it beyond the bizarre collection of mustaches and beards sprouting among him and the other male students. No matter how much he ate, he grew steadily thinner. His mental state deteriorated from mesmerized to hallucinatory minute. Random objects would suddenly blaze with profound meaning: a smooth stone, a single broom straw, a smudge on a white wall, only for that significance to vanish minutes later. During lessons he sometimes glimpsed fantastical creatures mingling with his classmates, a large, graceful stick insect clinging to a chairback, a great rough-skinned lizard with a German accent, its head wreathed in pale flame. He could never be sure afterward if he'd imagined them. Once he thought he saw the man with the branch obscuring his face. He couldn't endure this much longer. The announcement came without ceremony one morning at breakfast. Mayakovsky informed them that with only 2 weeks left in the term, it was time to consider their final examination. The task was deceptively simple: a trek on foot from Brakebills south all the way to the South Pole, a journey of roughly 500 miles. They would receive no supplies, no food, no maps, no special clothing. Their survival would depend entirely on magic. Flying was strictly forbidden. They must travel as humans, not shape-shift into bears or penguins or any creature adapted to the cold. Collaboration was also prohibited, though they could treat it as a race if they wished. There was no time limit, and participation was entirely optional. Those 2 weeks of preparation felt less like adequate study time and more like a prolonged, anxious deliberation in or out. Mayakovsky was blunt about the risks. Safety measures would be minimal. He would attempt to monitor them, but there were no guarantees of rescue if they made a fatal mistake. The practical questions piled up. How would they prevent sunburn or snow blindness? Should they enchant the soles of their feet or conjure boots from nothing? Was there any chance of smuggling mutton fat from the kitchen for Chartishvili's enveloping warmth spell? And if the test was optional, what was the real point? Failure carried an undefined weight, making the whole endeavor feel more like an arcane initiation than an academic evaluation. On the final morning, Quentin rose early, resolved to compete. He needed to know if he could do it. His target was the kitchen, hoping to scavenge any useful spell components. Most cabinets were locked. He clearly wasn't the first with this idea, but he managed to pocket some flour, a forgotten silver fork, and a few sprouting garlic cloves that might prove useful. As he headed downstairs, he found Alice waiting on the landing between floors, the stone cold beneath their feet. "I need to ask you something," she said, her voice carrying a brittle resolve. "Are you in love with me? It's fine if you're not. I just need to know." She held her composure until the very end, where the final words dropped to a whisper. He realized he hadn't truly looked at her since their afternoon as foxes weeks ago. Standing there, utterly human and unkempt, he was struck by how someone who hadn't washed her hair in months could still be so radiant. "I don't know," he rasped, his voice unfamiliar from disuse. The admission felt more dangerous than any incantation. "You'd think I would know, but I honestly don't." He tried to sound casual, but a gravitational pull seemed to root him to the spot. In that moment of required honesty, he couldn't even discern his own truth. After all his study, why was this the one mystery he couldn't solve? He was failing them both. "It's all right," Alice said, offering a small, swift smile that sent a painful twinge through his chest. "I didn't think you were. I was more curious to see if you'd lie about it." He was utterly adrift. "Was I supposed to lie?" "It's okay, Quentin. It was nice. The sex, I mean." Her tone shifted then from vulnerable to something wiser and faintly amused. "You do understand it's permissible to simply enjoy a good thing once in a while, don't you? Or is everything just another problem to solve?" She spared him a reply by rising onto her toes and kissing him softly. Her lips were chapped, but the touch of her tongue was warm, a fleeting echo of comfort in the freezing air. "Try not to die," she whispered, patting his stubbled cheek before turning and disappearing down the stairs into the gloom. After that exchange, the impending trial ahead felt almost trivial. They were sent out onto the ice one by one, spaced apart to prevent any teamwork. Mayakovsky made Quentin strip down first, so much for all those superstitious preparations, and walk naked beyond the protective wards that kept Breakbill's South habitable. The moment he crossed that invisible line, the cold assaulted him with a violence that defied imagination. His entire body convulsed, muscles locking tight. It was like being plunged into a vat of liquid fire. The air scalded his throat and lungs. He doubled over, shoving his hands into his armpits. "Safe journey," Mayakovsky shouted from behind him, tossing a sealed plastic bag filled with something gray and slick. Mutton fat, bogzvami. Quentin didn't have time to care. He knew his fingers would be useless in seconds. He ripped the bag open, shoved his hands inside, and gasped out the incantation for Chkartishvili's enveloping warmth. The relief was immediate. One by one, he layered on the other spells, a shield against the biting wind and blinding sun, enhancements for speed and leg strength, a toughening for his soles. He cast a navigation charm and a brilliant golden compass wheel, visible only to him, materialized in the pale sky. He'd studied the theory, but he'd never pushed all the spells to their limit at once. The sensation was incredible. He felt unstoppable, almost mechanical. He was ready. Turning toward the ES on the compass, he broke into a steady trot, circling the building he'd just left, his bare feet whispering through the dry, powdery snow. With the strength spells active, his legs felt like powerful hydraulic pistons. His calves were coiled springs, his feet as tough and senseless as slabs of hardened rubber. The week that followed became a blur in his memory. The experience was stripped down to pure mechanics, a relentless exercise in resource management. His sole task was to shelter and sustain the faint, flickering spark of his own consciousness, while the entire Antarctic continent worked to siphon away every ounce of his body's warmth, energy, and moisture. He slept in brief, fitful snatches. His urine darkened to a deep amber, then stopped altogether. The landscape was a maddening study in sameness. Every low, crunchy ridge he crested revealed an identical vista of its clones, repeating into infinity. His thoughts spiraled in pointless circles. Time lost all meaning. He found himself humming commercial jingles and TV theme songs. He carried on conversations with James and Julia in his head, though sometimes their identities blurred with figures from the Fillory stories. His body consumed its own reserves. His ribs grew stark, pressing against his skin. He had to stay focused. The margin for error was slim. The spells he wielded were potent and stubbornly persistent, with a life of their own. He could die out here, and his enchanted corpse might just keep jogging cheerfully toward the pole without him. Once or twice a day, sometimes more. A lipless blue crevasse would yawn open under his feet. He'd have to veer around it or make a magically assisted leap. On one occasion, he misstepped and plummeted 40 feet into a blue-tinged chasm. The protective wards around his pale, naked form were so dense he barely registered the impact. He simply ground to a gradual halt, wedged between two rough ice walls, then levitated himself back out as if on an invisible lift, and resumed his run without breaking stride. Even as his physical strength waned, he drew upon the deep, ironclad, magical stamina his training under Mayakovsky had forged success in magic no longer felt like a lucky accident. The magical world and the physical one felt equally tangible and immediate to him now. He summoned simple spells without conscious effort, reaching for the magical force within as naturally as reaching for a salt shaker at dinner. He had even begun to improvise, to intuitively piece together magical circumstances. He hadn't explicitly memorized. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Magic wasn't just chaotic noise. It had a structure, a wild fractal geometry, and somehow the fumbling touch of his own mind had started to map its contours. A lecture from Mayakovsky, one he'd mostly ignored weeks ago, came rushing back as he ran endlessly south across the shattered, frozen plain. He could almost hear the man's gravelly voice. "You despise me," Mayakovsky had started, his eyes sweeping over them. "You are sick to death of the sight of me, you Skraelings." That was his favorite name for them. Skraelings, some ancient Viking insult meaning wretches or barbarians. "But if you listen to me just once more in your miserable lives, listen now. Reach a certain level of fluency, and reality becomes clay in your hands. Not all of you. Dale, I'm looking at you. You'll likely never see that shore. But for some, the spells will soon flow without thought, an effortless reflex. When that shift happens, I beg you to recognize it. Be aware, for a true magician, the border between the inner world and the outer one dissolves. Desire something, and it manifests. Despise something and watch it crumble. In that way, a master is no different from a toddler or a lunatic. It requires a formidable will and a crystal-clear mind to operate from that space, and you will discover brutally fast whether you possess either. Mayakovsky had stared at their silent, sullen faces with pure contempt before stepping down. Age. Quentin heard him mutter, wasted on the young, just like youth. When darkness finally swallowed the world, the stars erupted overhead with a fierce, icy brilliance. Quentin ran with his face turned upward, his legs moving on numb autopilot, utterly alone and mesmerized by the cosmic display. He was a ghost, a mere flicker of warmth in a universe of absolute zero. At one point, a faint, flickering glow pulsed on the eastern horizon. Another student, another Skraeling, running a parallel course miles away. For a second he considered veering off to meet them, but come on, what was the point? Risk getting flagged for collaboration just for a little pathetic company. He was a wraith. What did a wraith need with anyone else? He observed dispassionately that the distant figure was using a different magical signature, throwing off a wasteful spray of pale, pinkish light, sloppy work, he thought. Just plain ugly. Dawn erased the other runner from view. Time lost all meaning. Some immeasurable span later, Quentin blinked. He'd forgotten the reflex. His magically shielded eyes staying open for days, but something was wrong. A small, stubborn, black speck had lodged itself in his vision. The landscape had become a soul-crushing sameness. The occasional dark streak of frozen rock was a memory far behind him. He'd passed what looked like a meteorite once, a black lump frozen in the ice like a forgotten piece of coal. But that was another lifetime ago. Far gone now, his mind stripped down to a simple machine. Maintain the spells, move the feet, and while he was cataloging glitches, his compass wheel was acting up too. It shuddered and warped. The N for north had bloated monstrously, consuming almost the entire circle, while the other directions had shriveled. The S he was supposed to be chasing had dwindled to a faint, jeweled squiggle, nearly impossible to see. The dark shape ahead was more vertical than horizontal, and it swayed with the rhythm of his own movement, proving it was not some flaw in his own vision. It was also expanding, becoming more distinct. It was Mayakovsky alone in the endless powdery white, clutching a thick blanket. Quentin had lost all sense of his purpose or destination. As he stumbled forward, the tall magician intercepted him. With a gruff sound, Mayakovsky enveloped him in the rough, heavy wool and guided him down to the snow. Quentin's legs churned uselessly for a few more seconds before he collapsed on his side, gasping and shuddering like a creature pulled from the sea. For the first time in over a week, he was no longer running. The world whirled above him. He gagged, his stomach heaving. Mayakovsky loomed over him. "Molodets, Quentin! Good man, you did it! You are going home!" There was a strange quality to Mayakovsky's voice. The usual contempt was absent, replaced by a raw emotional thickness. A crooked smile briefly revealed the older wizard's yellowed teeth in his stubbled face. He hauled Quentin upright with one powerful hand. With the other he made a sweeping gesture, and a shimmering portal tore open in the air. Without ceremony he pushed Quentin through it. Quentin stumbled and fell into a violent psychedelic explosion of green. The sensory assault was so overwhelming he didn't immediately recognize it as the rear terrace of Brakebills on a sweltering summer afternoon. After the stark void of the polar ice, the campus was a dizzying carnival of color, sound, and oppressive warmth. He squeezed his eyes shut. He was home. He rolled onto his back on the sun-baked, smooth stone. Birds shrieked in the trees. Opening his eyes, he saw something even odder than the grass and foliage. Through the still-open portal, he could see the tall, slope-shouldered magician standing with Antarctica behind him. Snow flurries danced around his boots. A few stray crystals drifted through the opening and vanished in midair. It looked like an oval painting suspended in nothingness. But the magical window was already shrinking. He must be steeling himself to return to that empty palace of ice, Quentin thought. He raised a hand in a feeble wave, but Mayakovsky wasn't looking at him. His gaze was fixed past the portal, out at the maze and the rest of the Brakebills' grounds. The naked, aching longing on his face was so painful Quentin had to turn away. Then the portal winked out of existence. It was over. It was late May, and the air was thick with pollen. After the thin, sterile atmosphere of Antarctica, it felt like breathing hot, heavy soup. It reminded him absurdly of his very first day at Brakebills, transported directly from a cold afternoon in Brooklyn. The sun hammered down. He sneezed violently. They were all there waiting for him, or nearly all, Elliot and Josh and Janet, at least, dressed in their old-school uniforms, looking well-fed, content, and utterly relaxed, as if they'd spent the last 6 months doing nothing but lounging around and eating grilled cheese sandwiches. "Welcome back," Elliot said, around a mouthful of a pale pear. "They only gave us about 10 minutes' notice that you might be popping in. Wow." Josh's eyes were wide. "Dude, you look emaciated. Wizard needs food badly, and possibly a bath." Quentin knew he had only a minute or two before he either broke down sobbing or lost consciousness. He was still wrapped in Mayakovsky's itchy blanket. He glanced down at his pale, frozen feet. Nothing appeared frostbitten, though one toe was definitely pointing in the wrong direction. It didn't hurt yet. It was profoundly, deliriously comfortable lying there on the hot stone with his friends looking down at him. He knew he should probably get up, if only for the sake of good manners, but he couldn't summon the will to move. He thought he might just stay there for another minute. He had definitely earned a rest. "Are you okay?" Josh asked. "What was it like out there?" Alice, totally schooled you," Janet added bluntly. "She got back 2 days ago. She's already gone home." "You were out there for a week and a half," Elliot said. "We were starting to get concerned. Why wouldn't they just stop talking?" He just wanted to lie there quietly, looking up at them to simply watch them, hear the birds singing, and feel the solid warmth of the flagstones beneath him. A glass of water would be perfect. His throat was so parched it felt like cracked earth. He tried to ask, but only managed a faint, raspy sound. "Oh, I think he's curious about us," Janet remarked, taking a bite from Elliot's pear. "Yeah, you two were the only ones who went out. What did you think the rest of us were idiots that summer?" Quentin didn't go to Brooklyn because his parents no longer lived there. Without a word to him, they'd sold their Park Slope townhouse for a staggering amount and moved to a sprawling colonial-style house in the quiet Boston suburb of Chesterton. There his mother could paint full-time, and his father occupied himself with, well, Quentin wasn't entirely sure. He expected to feel a sharp sense of loss for his childhood home. But that feeling never surfaced. It was as if he'd been quietly shedding his old self all along without realizing it, making this break surprisingly clean. Honestly, it was probably for the best, not that his parents had moved out of any particular kindness. It was purely a financial decision. Their new house was a bright yellow with green shutters, sitting on a meticulously manicured acre that looked almost like a computer-generated image. Though it aimed for a colonial aesthetic, it was so massive, with extra wings and gables bulging in every direction, that it seemed less built and more inflated. Large concrete air conditioning units hummed constantly outside. The whole place felt even more surreal than the ordinary world usually did. When Quentin arrived home for summer break, Bilges's summer, which was September for everyone else, his parents were taken aback by his thin frame, his hollow, distant eyes, and his generally haunted look. But their concern, as usual, was mild and easy to manage. He began putting weight back on quickly thanks to their perpetually stocked suburban refrigerator. At first it was a relief to be consistently warm, to sleep in every day, and to be free of Mayakovsky, the circumstances, and that relentless Antarctic glare. But after just 3 days, the boredom set in hard. In Antarctica he'd dreamed of having nothing to do but lie in bed and stare at the ceiling. Now that he had endless empty hours, they became tedious with astonishing speed. The prolonged silences at Brakebills South had eroded his patience for trivial conversation. Television held no appeal anymore. It seemed like a silly electronic puppet show, a fake version of a world that meant nothing to him anyway. Real life, or was it the fantasy life, whichever one Brakebills represented? That was what mattered, and it was happening somewhere else without him. As he often did when stuck at home, he plunged back into the world of Fillory. The old 1970s covers looked more dated each time he saw them, with their psychedelic, yellow submarine-esque color schemes. A couple had even detached completely and were tucked between the pages as makeshift bookmarks. Yet the world inside remained as vibrant and alive as ever, untouched by time or irony. He found himself newly admiring the cleverness of the second book, The Girl Who Told Time, where Rupert and Helen are suddenly whisked away to Fillory from their respective boarding schools, the only time the Chatwins cross over in winter instead of summer. They find themselves in an earlier era, one that intriguingly overlaps with the events of the very first book. Armed with the knowledge of what was to come, Rupert shadowed the steps of Martin and Helen, the earlier version of Helen, as they meticulously reenacted the events of The World in the Walls. He stayed just out of sight, planting subtle hints and offering unseen assistance, a silent guardian whose presence was only later revealed as the enigmatic Wood One. Quentin mused that perhaps Plover had penned The Girl Who Told Time merely to patch the narrative inconsistencies left gaping in the earlier tale. Concurrently, Helen found herself pursuing the fabled questing beast of Fillory, a creature of legend said to be uncatchable, yet promising the fulfillment of one's deepest desire to any who managed the impossible. This led her on a maddening, winding pursuit that seemed to weave directly through the very threads of the enchanted tapestries hanging in the library of Castle Whitespire. She would catch only the briefest flicker of it, a sly, dark eye peering from behind stitched foliage, the flash of a cloven hoof before it dissolved into the embroidery once more. True to form, the twin rams, Ember and Umber, eventually made their appearance, less like benevolent deities and more like a pair of vaguely menacing, grass-chewing police officers. While nominally a force for good, their governance had a distinctly Orwellian flavor. They were all-knowing and all-powerful, yet displayed a profound reluctance to actually do anything helpful. Instead, they preferred to lecture everyone involved, finishing each other's sanctimonious sentences before demanding renewed vows of loyalty and then ambling off to devastate some poor sod's alfalfa crop. With firm impersonal authority, they ushered Rupert and Helen back into the stark reality of their respective boarding schools, all damp chill and dark wood paneling, as if their entire Fillorian adventure had been nothing more than a shared daydream. Quentin, undeterred, pushed on through The Wandering Dune, the fifth and final volume of the series, at least the final one known to the public. It was never a crowd-pleaser. The book was notoriously bloated, nearly twice as long as its predecessors, and shifted focus to Helen and the youngest Chatwin, the clever and withdrawn Jane. The tone here was markedly different. The cheerful British pluck of the earlier stories had been worn thin by a weary, melancholic search for their lost brother, Martin. Upon entering Fillory, the sisters encounter a solitary, migrating sand dune drifting across the kingdom. They climb it and are carried away on a silent journey over the green Fillorean hills and into a vast, dreamlike desert in the distant south, where they remain for the bulk of the narrative. Remarkably, little occurs. The pages are filled with their endless circular debates on morality, adolescent theological angst, and the nagging question of where their true duties lay on earth or in this magical escape. Jane, much like Quentin, was torn between worry for Martin and a secret, gnawing jealousy. He had somehow broken the fundamental rule that always pulled the Chatwins home. He had overstayed his welcome, finding a loophole in the cosmic fine print, whether he was alive or dead to enjoy it. Helen, however, with her particular talent for disapproval, had no patience for such ambiguity. She heaped scorn on Martin, convinced he was simply hiding from adulthood in a fantasy playground. To her, he was the child who refuses to leave the swings at dusk, a selfish Peter Pan throwing a permanent tantrum against the real world. She called him indulgent, infantile, the most pathetic baby of us all, her frustration boiling over during one argument as they watched the endless, empty horizon from their sandy perch. Their existential drifting is finally interrupted by the arrival of a majestic clipper ship that sails the dunes as if they were an ocean. Its crew consisted of large, efficient rabbits who would have been insufferably cute. Detractors of the book often likened them to Ewoks, were it not for their dead serious, almost militaristic competence in managing their intricate vessel. These no-nonsense bunnies eventually deposit Jane and Helen back into their world, but not before bestowing upon them a parting gift, a set of magical buttons granting them passage between Earth and Fillory at will. Back in England, Helen, flushed with a sudden sense of moral superiority, conceals the buttons and refuses to divulge their location. Jane responds with a blistering tirade in perfect period language, throwing the entire household into chaos with her frantic search. Yet the buttons remain lost, and the series concludes on this deliberately unresolved note. Even if it hadn't been the final volume, Quentin pondered where Plover could have possibly taken the story next in The Magicians. He had run out of Chatwin children. The pattern always involved an older sibling from a prior book and a new, younger one. Jane, the pretty, dark-haired youngest, was the last. Would she have ventured back to Fillory alone? It shattered the established formula. Moreover, half the charm of the books was the anticipation of the Chatwins stumbling upon the entrance to Fillory, that magical doorway that appeared for them alone. You always knew it would happen, yet it always delivered a thrill. But with the buttons, you could commute back and forth at will. Where was the wonder in that? Perhaps that was Helen's very reason for hiding them. It was practically like building a subway line to a magical kingdom. Quentin's dialogues with his parents were such exhausting, circular affairs, they could have been performed as an avant-garde play. He lingered in bed each morning, straining to avoid the shared breakfast, but they invariably outweighted him. He couldn't compete. Their schedules were even emptier than his. Some days he suspected it was a bizarre, private game they were all playing, one whose rules he'd never been taught. He would descend to find them at a table strewn with crusts, cereal bowls, and clementine peels. As he feigned interest in the Chesterton chestnut, his mind would race for any conceivable topic of conversation. So, are you two still planning that trip to South America? South America? His father glanced up, seeming almost surprised Quentin was present. I thought you were the one going to South America. A quick, silent exchange passed between his parents. Spain, his mother clarified. We're visiting Spain and Portugal? Oh, Portugal, right. My mind was stuck on Peru for some reason. Spain and Portugal, his father repeated. It's for your mother's work. There's an artist exchange with the university in Lisbon. Afterwards, we're taking a leisurely boat trip down the Tigris. Tagus, dear. His mother chimed in with her tinkling, I married an idiot laugh. The Tigris is in Mesopotamia. She took a bite of raisin toast with her large, straight teeth. Well, I don't foresee us sailing down the Tigris any time soon. His father boomed a laugh at this, as if it were genuinely hilarious, then grew pensive. Darling, do you recall that week on the houseboat on the Volga? What followed was an extended duet of Russian reminiscence, punctuated by meaningful silences that Quentin interpreted as references to marital intimacies he desperately wished to ignore. It was enough to make a person envy the Chatwins. At least their father was off with the army and their mother safely in an asylum. Mayakovsky would have known precisely how to handle such a conversation. He would have ended it. Quentin wondered how difficult that particular silencing spell was to master. By 11 o'clock most mornings he would reach his breaking point and escape the house for the deceptively tranquil streets of Chesterton, which maintained a smug, verdant calm and offered not the faintest whisper of intrigue. Having never learned to drive, he rode his father's cumbersome white 10-speed from the 1970s, which weighed a ton, into the town center. Governed by oppressive zoning laws designed to preserve its glorious colonial heritage, the town existed in a state of forced, perpetual quaintness. Knowing no one and caring about nothing, Quentin toured the low-ceilinged, heavy-timbered home of some Revolutionary-era notable. He examined a stark, white-painted Unitarian church, established in 1766, feeling the profound weight of his own disconnection. He took in the wide, manicured fields where untrained colonial volunteers had once squared off against disciplined British regulars, with the obvious outcome. A small delight waited behind the church, a charming, half-forgotten cemetery from the 1600s, a neat plot of impossibly green grass dotted with damp, golden elm leaves, enclosed by a sagging iron fence. Within, the air was cool and still. The markers featured winged skulls and clumsy, sorrowful verses about entire households lost to sickness, the stone worn smooth in spots. Quentin knelt on the damp ground to study a particularly ancient slab of blue slate, cracked in two and sinking into the earth, the turf swelling around it like a gentle tide. Quentin. He stood up. A woman around his age had entered through the gate. "Hello," he said, wary. How did she know his name? "I suppose you never imagined I'd track you down," she said, her voice trembling. "I suppose that never crossed your mind." She closed the distance between them. At the final second, too late to react, he understood she wasn't going to halt. Without slowing, she seized the front of his canvas jacket and propelled him backward, his feet catching on a low grave marker until he stumbled into the fragrant needled branches of a cypress. Her face, thrust dangerously close to his, was a portrait of fury. A light rain had been falling on and off all day, and the needles were wet. He fought the urge to wrestle free. He wasn't about to be seen scuffling with a woman in a churchyard. Hey, hold on," he said. "Stop, just stop. I'm here now," she said, her composure hanging by a thread. "I'm here, and we are going to have a conversation. You are going to face me." Getting a proper look at her, he saw she was a walking collection of red flags. Everything about her screamed instability. She was unnaturally pale and gaunt. Her eyes held a frantic light. Her long, dark hair was greasy and carried the scent of neglect. She wore a tattered goth getup. Her arms were wound in what resembled black tape. Scabbed scratches marked the backs of her hands. He barely recognized her. "I was there, and you were there," Julia said, her gaze locking onto his. Weren't you in that place, that school or whatever it was? You got in, didn't you?" He understood then she had been at the examination, after all. He hadn't been wrong, but she hadn't been selected. They'd filtered her out early during the written portion. This wasn't how it was meant to go. There were protections in place. Anyone who failed the exam was supposed to have their memory softly, kindly blurred by a professor and then layered with a believable cover story. The spells weren't simple, nor were they strictly ethical, but they were considered humane and reliable, except they hadn't worked on her, or not entirely. "Julia," he said. Their faces were inches apart. He caught the stale scent of cigarettes on her breath. "Julia, what are you doing here? Don't you play dumb with me. Don't you dare you go to that school, don't you?" "The school for magic." Quentin kept his expression neutral. A fundamental rule at Breakbills was never to discuss the school with outsiders. He could be expelled. But then again, if Dean Fogg had botched the memory spells, that wasn't Quentin's responsibility. And this was Julia. Her once lovely freckled face, so near his own, looked years older. Her skin was patchy. She was in torment. "All right," he said. "Okay, yes, I go there. I knew it," she cried out, her voice cracking. She stamped her boot on the cemetery grass. From her reaction, he guessed she'd been at least partly bluffing. "I knew it was real. I knew it was real," she muttered, more to herself than to him. "I knew it wasn't just a dream." She folded over, hands covering her face, and a single wrenching sob broke free. Quentin drew a steadying breath. He straightened his jacket. "Listen," he said softly. She remained hunched over. He leaned down, placing a hand on her slender back. "Julia, you're not supposed to remember any of that." She straightened, her eyes flashing with a feverish red intensity, the cold, crystalline seriousness of someone truly unhinged. "I was meant to be there. I know it was a mistake. You have to believe me." Her gaze locked onto his, desperate and burning. "I'm like you. I can do real magic. That's why their forgetting spells didn't work on me." Quentin understood completely. It all became clear. No wonder she seemed so changed the last time they'd met. That single fleeting glimpse behind the curtain of reality had shattered her world. She'd seen it once and couldn't move on. Break bills had broken her. There was a time he would have done anything for her, and part of him still wanted to, but he was paralyzed, unsure how to help. A strange, heavy guilt settled in his chest. He took a steadying breath. "That's not how it works, Julia. Even if you have real talent, it doesn't make you immune to memory charms. It doesn't work that way for anyone." She stared at him, hungrily absorbing every word, each one just confirming the reality she so desperately clung to. He took a step back, instinctively creating space, but her hand shot out, gripping his sleeve. "Oh, no, no, no," she said, her smile thin and fragile. "Q, please, wait. You're going to help me. That's why I came all this way." He noticed her hair was dyed a harsh black, the ends looking dry and brittle. "Julia, I want to help. I just don't know what I can actually do. Just watch this." She released his arm reluctantly, as if fearing he'd disappear the moment she let go. Then, incredibly, Julia launched into a passable rendition of a simple Basque optical charm known as Ugarte's prismatic spray. She must have dug it up online somewhere. Fragments of genuine magical knowledge did float around in the ordinary world, mostly buried under mountains of internet nonsense, useless to anyone without the proper training. Quentin had once even spotted a break-bills blazer for sale on an auction site. It was rare, but not impossible for outsiders to stumble upon a working spell or two. Real magicians dismissively called them hedge witches. Some made careers as stage illusionists or set themselves up as minor cult leaders, attracting followers from all sorts of fringe spiritual groups. Julia recited the incantation with theatrical overemphasis like a bad community theater performance. She had no true grasp of what she was doing. Quentin nervously glanced toward the church's rear doorway. "Look," she insisted, holding up her hand defiantly. The spell had sort of worked. Her chewed fingernails left faint, shimmering rainbow trails in the air as she waved them around with the dramatic flair of an interpretive dancer. Ugarte's prismatic spray was utterly useless. A sharp pang of sympathy hit Quentin as he imagined the months, maybe years, she must have wasted mastering it. "You see it, right?" she demanded, her voice trembling on the edge of tears. "It's not too late for me. I won't go back to school. You have to tell them. Tell them I could still come. Does James know about any of this?" She gave a tight, sharp shake of her head. "He wouldn't understand. We don't talk anymore." He wanted to help, but the path was closed. It was far too late. Honesty was the only kindness left. This could have been me, he thought with a chill. This was almost my story. "I don't think there's anything I can do," he said, his voice flat. "It's not my decision. I've never heard of them reconsidering. No one gets a second exam." A thought flickered, unbidden. But Alice got an exam even without an invitation. "You could still tell them, though," she pressed, her grip tightening on his arm. He had to mutter a quick counter-charm to dissolve the lingering prismatic sparks before they damaged his jacket. "You can't decide, but you can tell them I'm here. That I'm still out here waiting, you can at least do that much. Just tell them you saw me," she urged, her eyes holding the last embers of a fading hope. "Please, I've been practicing every day. You could teach me. I'll be your apprentice. I'll do anything you ask. I have an aunt in Winchester. I could stay with her, or what is it you need, Quentin?" She shifted closer, just enough that their knees met against his will. He felt the familiar electric charge spark between them. She risked a crooked, knowing smile, letting the tension linger. Maybe we can help each other. You used to want my help." He was furious with himself for feeling that pull. He was furious at the world for being so unfair. He wanted to scream every curse he knew. It would have been awful to see anyone reduced to this but her. It should have been anyone else. She has already endured more sorrow, Quentin thought, than I will ever know. "Listen to me," he said. "Julia, if I tell them, they'll just track you down and erase your memory. For good this time. They can try," she snapped, her expression turning fierce. "They already tried once." She breathed heavily through flared nostrils. "Just tell me where it is, where we were. I've been searching. Just tell me where the school is, and I'll leave you alone." Quentin could only picture the disaster if Julia showed up at the house dead set on enrolling and name-dropping him. "It's in upstate New York, somewhere along the Hudson. I don't know the exact spot. It's near West Point. They hide it. Even I don't know how to find it. But I'll tell them about you if that's really what you want." He was only making things worse. Maybe he should have tried to bluff her, he thought, lied more convincingly. Too late now. She wrapped her arms around him as if relief and despair had drained all her strength, and he held her. There was a time when this was all he ever wanted. "They couldn't make me forget," she whispered against his chest. "Do you get that? They couldn't make me forget." He could feel her heart pounding, and with every beat it seemed to say, "Shame, shame, shame." He wondered why they hadn't chosen her. If anyone deserved to go to Breakbills, it was her, not him. But they really would wipe her memory this time. He thought Fogg would see to it. She'd be better off that way anyway. She could return to college, reconnect with James, move on with her life. It would all be for the best. By the next morning, he was back at Breakbills. The others were already there. They were surprised he'd lasted as long as he did. The most any of them had managed at home was 2 days. Elliot hadn't gone home at all. The cottage was cool and quiet. Quentin felt safe again. He was back where he belonged. Elliot was in the kitchen with a carton of eggs and a bottle of brandy, attempting to make flips, a drink nobody wanted, but he was stubbornly determined to perfect. Josh and Janet were playing a ridiculous card game called Push, essentially the magical version of war that was hugely popular at Breakbills. Quentin usually just used it as an opportunity to show off his card-handling skills, which was precisely why nobody wanted to play with him anymore. As they played, Janet recounted the story of Alice's Antarctic ordeal, even though everyone except Quentin had already heard it, and Alice herself was right there in the room, quietly flipping through an old herbal in the window seat. Quentin hadn't known how he would feel seeing Alice again after completely botching their last conversation, but to his immense relief, and against all logic it wasn't awkward in the slightest. It was perfect. His heart tightened with a quiet joy when he saw her. And then when Mayakovsky tried to hand her the bag of sheep fat, she threw it right back in his face. "I meant to hand it back to him," Alice said softly from the window seat, "but it was so cold and I was shaking so much I kind of hurled it. He started yelling, 'Chayort, vozmi.' Why didn't you just take it?" "I don't know." She set the book down. "I'd made all these plans to manage without it. It just caught me off guard. Plus, I wanted him to stop staring at me while I was naked. Besides, I had no idea he was planning to serve mutton fat. I hadn't even prepared the Chartishvili spell. That wasn't entirely true. Alice could have conjured Chartishvili in her sleep. He'd missed her terribly. "So how did you stay warm?" he asked. "I tried some of those German thermogenesis charms, but they'd flicker out every time I dozed off. By the second night, I was jolting awake every quarter hour just to check I was still breathing. By day 3, I was nearly delirious. In the end, I rigged a modified Miller flare." Josh looked puzzled. "How does that keep you from freezing? If you tweak it just wrong, it gets inefficient. The wasted energy bleeds off as heat instead of light. You could have roasted yourself alive," Janet pointed out. "Believe me, I know. But once the German charms failed, my mind went blank. It was the only idea I had left." "I think I saw you once," Quentin said softly. "Late at night. You'd have had to be blind to miss me." "I was glowing like a highway flare. A naked highway flare," Josh added. Elliot entered then, carrying a tureen of thick, unappealing flip, and began pouring it into teacups. Alice picked up her book and moved toward the stairs. "Hold on, I'm bringing the good stuff," Elliot called out, vigorously grating nutmeg. Quentin didn't wait. He followed Alice. At first, he'd imagined everything between them would feel different. Then he'd hoped it might snap back to normal. Now he understood he didn't want normal at all. He couldn't stop watching her, even after she'd caught him staring and glanced away, flustered. It was as if she'd become magnetized, pulling him toward her against his will. He could almost sense her body beneath her dress, like a vampire scenting blood. Maybe Mayakovsky hadn't fully purged the fox from his system. He found her upstairs in one of the bedrooms, lying atop a faded bedspread on one of 2 twin beds, reading. The room was dim and stuffy, with a sharply slanted ceiling and mismatched furniture, a wicker chair with a broken seat, a dresser with a stuck drawer, deep red wallpaper covered the walls, unlike any other room in the house. Quentin wrestled the window halfway open. It shrieked in protest and dropped onto the other twin bed. "Can you believe they have these here, a full set? I found them in the bathroom bookcase." She held up the book, an old copy of The World in the Walls. "I had that same edition," Quentin said, surprised. The cover showed Martin Chatwin halfway through an antique grandfather clock, his feet still in our world, and his astonished head emerging into Fillory, depicted as a vibrant, disco-infused winter landscape. "I haven't looked at these in years, God. Remember the cozy horse, that giant velvet horse that just carried you around? I wanted one so badly when I was little. Did you read them?" Quentin hesitated, unsure how much of his old Fillory fixation to admit. "I might have glanced through them once or twice." Alice gave a knowing smirk and returned to the book. "Why do you still think you can keep secrets from me?" Quentin laced his fingers behind his head and stared up at the low, angled ceiling. This felt off, too platonic, almost sibling-like. "Here, scoot over?" He switched beds, nudging her sideways to make room on the narrow mattress. She held up the paperback, and they read together in silence for several pages, their shoulders and arms pressed together. Quentin felt as if the bed were on a speeding train, the world blurring past outside the window. Both of them were breathing with deliberate care. After a while, Quentin broke the quiet. "I never really got the cozy horse, for one thing. There's only ever one. Is there a whole herd somewhere, and it's too convenient? You'd think someone would have tamed them by now."
She thumped his head with the book's spine, not exactly lightly, someone truly wicked. "You can't break the cozy horse. It's a free spirit. Besides, it's too large. I always assumed it was mechanical, like someone built it long ago." "Built it? Who could do that?" "I don't know. A magician, maybe. Someone from another time. Honestly, the cozy horse feels like something meant for girls." Janet poked her head in, having followed the general migration upstairs. "Ha!" she snorted.
"I can't believe you're still reading that." Alice instinctively shifted an inch away, but he stayed where he was. "Like you never did," Quentin shot back. "Of course I did. When I was 9, I made my whole family call me Fiona for 2 solid weeks. With that, she disappeared, leaving a warm, quiet stillness behind." The room was growing cooler as warm air drifted out the partly open window. Quentin pictured it rising in a twisting invisible column into the bright summer sky.
"Did you know the Chatwins were a real family?" he asked.
In real life, they supposedly lived next door to Plover. Alice nodded, easing back now that Janet had gone. "It's kind of heartbreaking, though." "Why heartbreaking? Do you know what became of them?" Quentin shook his head. "There's a book about it. Most of them grew up to be pretty ordinary housewives, insurance executives, that sort of thing. I think one of the boys married an heiress. One was killed in World War II. "But you know about Martin, again?" Quentin shook his head. "Well, you remember how he vanishes in the books? He really did disappear, ran away, had an accident. Nobody knows. One morning after breakfast, he was just gone. They never found him. The real Martin. The real Martin. Wow, that is sad." Quentin tried to picture it, a cheerful, tousle-haired English family. He imagined them in a faded photograph, dressed in tennis whites, suddenly with a hollow space right in the middle of them. The solemn news, the quiet, strained acceptance, the lasting hurt. "It reminds me of my brother," Alice said softly. "I know." She looked at him, surprised. He met her gaze. It was true, he did understand. Propping himself up on one elbow, he looked down at her as dust motes danced excitedly in the air around them. When I was little, he began, choosing his words carefully, and even when I wasn't so little anymore, I used to envy Martin. A soft smile touched her lips. I know. I thought he'd finally made it. I know it was supposed to be a tragedy, but to me it was like he beat the game. He got to stay in Fillory forever. I know. I feel that. She placed a gentle hand on his chest. That's what sets you apart, Quentin. You genuinely still believe in magic. You do realize almost no one else does, right? I mean, we all accept magic as real, but you truly believe in it, don't you? He felt a flush of embarrassment. Is that a bad thing? She nodded, her smile widening. Yes, Quentin, it is. He kissed her gently at first. Then he got up and turned the lock on the door. And that's how it began, though of course it had been building for much longer. At first it felt like they were stealing something, half expecting to be interrupted. When no one came and there were no consequences, they let go completely, tugging at each other's clothes with a frantic, almost rough hunger driven not only by desire for one another, but by a raw need to surrender control. It felt like a secret fantasy. In that prim, quiet bedroom, every breath and rustle of fabric seemed deafening. Who knew what could be heard downstairs? He wanted to test her, to see if she felt this desperate pull too, to discover how far she would go and how much she would let him. She didn't hold back. She urged him further. It wasn't his first time, or even technically his first time with Alice, but this was different. This was real human connection, all the more intense because they weren't mere animals. They were proper, reserved, self-aware people who had willingly shed every inhibition, not by magic, but because somewhere underneath this was who they had always been. They made an effort to keep things quiet, hardly even talking about it with each other. But the rest of the group noticed, and they found polite reasons to give Quentin and Alice some space, which the two of them gladly accepted. In a way, the fact that Alice desired him just as much as he desired her felt as astonishing as any magic he'd witnessed since arriving at Breakbills, and just as difficult to fully accept, though he had no choice but to believe it was real. What he'd felt for Julia had been a kind of anchor, a risky attachment that kept him tied to a lonely, empty version of Brooklyn. What he shared with Alice was tangible and solid, finally rooting him permanently in his new existence, his true life here at the school. It grounded him completely. This wasn't some daydream, it was living, breathing reality, and Alice understood that. She seemed to perceive everything about Quentin, every thought and emotion, sometimes before he recognized them himself, and she wanted him anyway, maybe even because of it. Little regard for anyone else, they claimed the upstairs of the cottage as their own, only returning to the dorms for absolute necessities, and making it clear that anyone who wandered in would be subjected to affectionate displays, both spoken and physical, along with the sight of their casually discarded clothes. That summer held more than one surprise. Against all expectations, the 3 senior physical kids were about to graduate from Breakbills, Josh included, despite his less than stellar academic record. The formal ceremony was still a week away, a private event closed to the rest of the student body. By custom, they could stay on campus through the remainder of the summer, but after that they'd be guided out into the wider world. Quentin was taken aback by the news. Everyone was difficult to picture Breakbills without them. For Quentin, it was even harder to imagine any life beyond these walls at all. There hadn't been much talk about what came next, at least not in front of him. That wasn't necessarily alarming. The transition from Breakbills to the outside was a well-established path. An extensive network of magicians operated in the world, and being skilled in magic, they weren't likely to go hungry. They could pursue more or less whatever they wished, provided they didn't step on each other's toes. The real challenge was deciding, to their own satisfaction, what that should be. Some graduates entered public service, quietly advancing humanitarian efforts, subtly supporting fragile ecosystems, or taking part in the loosely organized governance of magical society. Many simply traveled, created enchanted art, or orchestrated elaborate magical war games. Others turned to research. Numerous magical institutions, though not Breakbills, offered postgraduate programs, complete with advanced degrees. A few even chose to enroll at ordinary non-magical universities. Applying conventional science, especially chemistry, to magical methods was a booming area of study. Who could guess what extraordinary spells might be crafted using the newly discovered transuranic elements? "I was considering speaking with the Thames Dragon about it," Elliot remarked casually one afternoon. They were sprawled on the library floor. The heat made chairs unbearable. "The what?" Quentin asked. "You really think it would agree to see you?" Josh wondered. "You never know until you ask." "Hold on," Quentin said, looking around for support. "What or who is the Thames Dragon?" "The dragon that lives in the Thames," Elliot replied, as if it were obvious. "I'm sure it has a proper dragon name, but I doubt we could pronounce it." "What are you talking about?" Quentin scanned the others' faces. "A real dragon? Are you saying dragons actually exist?" He still hadn't fully developed a sense for when he was being teased. "Oh, Quentin," Janet sighed with a roll of her eyes. They had moved on to the part of their card game where they flicked cards across the room, aiming for a hat, though today they were using a mixing bowl borrowed from the kitchen. "I'm completely serious. You honestly have no idea? You never read the McCabe?" Alice stared at him, disbelief plain on her face. "We covered it in Mirk's seminar." "Correct. I never read the McCabe," Quentin replied, a confusing mix of irritation and thrill stirring within him. "You could have simply mentioned that dragons are real." She gave a dismissive shrug. The topic never presented itself. It turned out dragons did exist, though sightings were exceptionally uncommon. Most were water dragons, reclusive beings who seldom disturbed the surface, preferring long periods of slumber deep within river silt. A single dragon nevermore resided in each of the planet's great rivers. Being highly intelligent and virtually immortal, they had a habit of accumulating vast stores of peculiar knowledge and obscure wisdom. The dragon of the Thames was considered less approachable than its counterparts in the Ganges, the Mississippi, or the Neva, but it was reputed to be far more clever and intellectually engaging. Even the Hudson River had its own guardian, a creature that spent its days nestled in a dark, swirling pool barely a mile downstream from the Brakebills' boathouse, unseen for nearly 100 years. The grandest and most ancient known dragon was a massive white serpent residing within a colossal freshwater reservoir beneath the Antarctic ice, a being that, throughout all recorded history, had never deigned to speak to anyone, not even another of its kind. "But you genuinely believe the Thames Dragon is just going to offer you unsolicited life guidance?" Josh asked skeptically. Elliot sighed. "Who can predict a dragon's whims?" You arrive prepared with grand existential queries, the origin of magic, the existence of extraterrestrial life, the next sequence of Mersenne primes, and half the time they'd rather challenge you to a board game. "I adore board games," Janet chirped. "Fine, perhaps you should go have a chat with the Thames Dragon," Elliot said, his tone laced with exasperation. "Maybe I will," she answered brightly. "I suspect we'd get along famously." Quentin observed the physical kids with a sense of bewildered fondness. It felt as though they were all tumbling into a collective infatuation, not merely him and Alice, but with the amplified versions of themselves they became in each other's company. Mornings were for sleeping in, afternoons were filled with pool games, rowing on the Hudson, analyzing each other's dreams and heated debates over trivial points of magical theory. They compared the unique qualities of their hangovers with scholarly intensity. An absurd, fiercely competitive game had emerged to see who could make the most mind-numbingly dull statement. Upstairs, Josh was painstakingly teaching himself to play the tinny upright piano in the hall, and they would sprawl on the lawn listening to his faltering, repetitive attempts at heart and soul. By all rights, it should have been maddening, yet somehow it was perfectly soothing. They had, by this time, fully won over the butler Chambers, who now regularly supplied them with exceptional bottles from the overstocked Brakebills wine cellar. Elliot, the sole connoisseur among them, attempted to educate the group. But Quentin's tolerance was poor, and he refused to spit on principle, resulting in him getting thoroughly drunk each evening, forgetting every lesson, and starting anew the next night. Each morning brought a solemn vow to never touch alcohol again, a resolution that invariably melted away by late afternoon. On one particularly sweltering summer day, the five of them sat in a circle on the vast, empty floor of the sea. They had gathered with the ambitious goal of attempting an absurdly complex piece of collaborative magic, a 5-person spell of Viking origin, designed for a raiding party to temporarily enhance sight, hearing, and physical strength. As far as any of them knew, it hadn't been successfully cast in nearly 1,000 years. Josh, who was orchestrating the attempt, admitted he wasn't entirely certain the spell had ever actually worked to begin with. The Viking shamans had a reputation for making grand promises that didn't always deliver. They'd begun their drinking early, well before lunch was over. Josh had insisted everything was prepared by noon, a done deal ready to roll. But the actual handouts, those spiral-bound pages filled with Old Norse chants in Josh's meticulous, tiny runic handwriting, weren't distributed until much later. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon by the time he finished preparing the ritual ground, pouring black sand into an intricate, branching knot pattern on the grass. There was singing involved, and neither Janet nor Quentin could hold a tune, which led to constant laughter and restarts. When they finally completed the chant, they sat in a circle, staring at the grass, the sky, their own hands, and the distant clock tower, wondering if anything had actually changed. Quentin jogged to the forest's edge to relieve himself, and when he returned, Janet was deep into a story about someone named Emily Greenstreet. Don't tell me,
Like,
leak. He seemed utterly unconcerned about whether the spell had worked. It's a big secret, though. You can't tell a soul. Emma wasn't a nightmare, Josh mused, or if she was a strikingly attractive one, like one of those premium Wagyu cows. Did she ever pay you back for that dress she ruined? No, she did not, Janet snapped. And now she's off in Tajikistan or somewhere trying to save the endangered Asiatic grasshopper or something. Nightmare. Who is Emily Greenstreet? Alice asked. Janet drew a dramatic breath, savoring the rich gossip she was about to unveil. Emily Greenstreet, she announced grandly, was the first person to voluntarily leave Brakebills in over 150 years. Her words hung in the warm summer air like fading cigarette smoke. It was brutally hot out in the open field of the sea, with no shade in sight, but they were all too lethargic to move. She arrived at Brakebills about 8 years ago. I think she was from Connecticut, but not the posh part with old money and Kennedy cousins and Lyme disease, more like New Haven or Bridgeport. She was quiet, had a sort of mousy look about her. How do you know she looked mousy? Josh interrupted. Shush! Alice whacked his arm. Don't derail her. I want to hear this. They were all sprawled on a striped blanket that now covered the remnants of Josh's sand design. I know because Emma's cousin told me. Anyway, it's my story, and if I say she was mousy, then she had a tail and lived on gourmet Swiss cheese. Emily Greenstreet was one of those girls who just blends into the background, only friends with other invisible girls. Nobody particularly liked or disliked them. Maybe they had weak chins or old chickenpox scars, or their glasses were too large for their faces. I know I'm being cruel, but you know the type. They're always on the periphery of everything. She was a decent student. She kept to herself, managed her work in her quiet, unremarkable way until her 3rd year, when she finally made a name for herself by falling desperately in love with one of her professors. Let's be honest, everyone does it at some point, or at least the girls do, since we all supposedly have daddy issues, but usually it's just a passing infatuation, and we get over it and settle for some mediocre guy our own age. Not our Emily. This was deep, passionate, delusional love. Wuthering Heights-level obsession. She would stand outside his window at night. She'd sketch little portraits of him during lectures. She'd gaze at the moon and weep. She even drew pictures of the moon in class and cried over those. She grew moody and withdrawn. She started dressing in all black, listening to melancholic music, and reading existential philosophers in their original language, whatever that was. Her eyes took on a interestingly hollow, sleep-deprived look. She started spending all her time at Woof. A collective groan echoed from the group. Woof was a fountain in the maze, officially named Van Pelt after an 18th-century dean. It showed Romulus and Remus nursing from a she-wolf with numerous teats, which earned it the nickname. It became the favorite spot for the goths and the artsy students. Emily now carried a secret with a capital S, and it made her oddly more appealing because everyone wanted to uncover what it was. Predictably a boy, some poor, unfortunate soul, fell head over heels for her. She didn't return his feelings, having reserved all her affection for the dashing Professor Sexyman, but his devotion still gave her a thrill. No one had ever been in love with her before. She led him on, flirting openly, in hopes of making her true object of desire jealous. Then we come to the professor, the 3rd point of this love triangle. By all logic, he should have been entirely immune to Emily's advances. He should have shared an amused, avuncular chuckle about it in the senior common room and moved on. She wasn't even particularly striking. Perhaps he was navigating a midlife crisis, or maybe he thought an entanglement with Miss Greenstreet could recapture a shred of his vanished youth. Who can say? The fool was also married. We'll never know the precise details or how far things went, only that they went too far. Eventually, Professor Sexyman came to his senses, or got what he wanted, and ended it. Unsurprisingly, Emily became even more gothic, more tearful, and more like a character from a gory illustration. Her devoted boy grew even more infatuated, showering her with gifts, flowers, and unwavering support. You might not have known this, I certainly didn't, but Woof was different from the other fountains. That's why the melancholy crowd gathered there in the first place. At first glance, you wouldn't notice anything strange, but after a while, you'd realize that when you peered into it, you didn't see your own reflection. Instead, you saw only empty sky. And sometimes, if the actual sky was cloudy, the sky in the fountain would be clear blue, or vice versa. It was definitely not a normal reflection. Every so often you'd look down and see other faces staring back up at you, looking just as confused as if they were peering into some other fountain somewhere else and were weirded out to see your face instead of their own. Someone must have figured out how to swap the reflections between two fountains, but who did it, why, how, and why the dean never fixed it remains a mystery. You have to wonder if it was more than just reflections, if you could dive into one pool and surface in the other, in this world or another. There's always been something odd about those fountains. Did you know they were here before breakbills? They built the school to be near them, not the other way around, or so the story goes. Elliot let out a dismissive snort. Well, that's what people say, darling. Janet continued, the point is Emily started spending an enormous amount of time at Woof, just smoking and brooding, probably pining over her failed affair. She spent so much time there that she began to recognize one of the faces in the fountain, someone like her who was also spending a lot of time at the other fountain, the one in the reflection. Let's call her Doris. After a while, Emily and Doris began to notice each other. They'd acknowledge one another with a little wave just to be polite. Doris probably had her own mopey reasons for being there. They started to feel like kindred spirits. Emily and Doris figured out a way to communicate. Again, the exact details are lost to history. Maybe they held up signs or something. They would have had to use mirror writing for it to make sense as a reflection. Unless I've got that backwards. I don't know how things worked in Woofland, where Doris lived. Maybe magic operates differently there, or maybe Doris was just messing with our Emily. Maybe she'd grown tired of listening to Emily whine endlessly about her love life. A cold silence fell over the group as they lounged on the sun-warmed grass. Even Quentin understood the cardinal rule: using magic to change your face was a path to ruin. In magical theory, it was a notorious dead zone, something about the unbreakable looping bond between your appearance and your very essence, your soul, for lack of a better term, made it dangerously unstable and wildly unpredictable. Back when Quentin first arrived at Breakbills, he'd naively wondered why everyone didn't just magic themselves into flawless supermodels. He'd see students with some obvious physical flaw, like Gretchen with her pronounced limp, or Elliot with his slightly crooked jawline, and puzzle over why they didn't just get it fixed, like a certain witch fixing her teeth in a popular book series. The brutal truth was, those attempts always led to catastrophe. Poor Emily, Janet said, her usually sharp voice softening with a trace of real feeling. When she finally cast the complex spell Doris had whispered through the enchanted fountain, she truly believed she'd discovered the secret everyone else had overlooked. It was intricate and demanded a high price, but for a while it seemed like it might actually succeed. After weeks of meticulous preparation, she performed the final ritual alone in her dorm room one night. Can you even imagine what she felt staring into her mirror and seeing what she'd done to herself? You could almost hear a genuine note of sympathy cutting through Janet's hardened tone. I can't picture it. I really can't. By now the afternoon was fading, long shadows from the bordering forest creeping from the western shore of the sea to nearly touch the edge of their picnic blanket. She must have still been able to speak because she managed to get a message to her boyfriend that she was in serious trouble. He came to her room, and after a lot of frantic whispering through the keyhole, she finally let him in. And you have to give the guy some credit. Whatever he saw must have been horrific, truly awful, but he stayed. She refused to let him go to the faculty. Dean Dunleavy was still in charge then, and she would have expelled Emily on the spot without a second thought. So he told her to stay put, not to move a muscle or try anything else that might worsen her condition, while he went to the library to research a solution. He returned just before dawn, convinced he'd pieced it together. Picture the scene, both of them exhausted from a sleepless night, huddled on her narrow bed. Her features were a distorted mess, and he had about 8 ancient texts spread open on the quilt around them. He'd mixed a few reagents in stolen cereal bowls from the dining hall. She was leaning what remained of her forehead against the cool wall, trying desperately to stay calm. The blue light of dawn was brightening the window. They were running out of time. She had probably moved past sheer panic and regret by then, but not past hope. But let's consider his state of mind in a twisted way. This was his perfect moment. His shot at being the hero, saving her and finally winning her love, or at the very least some grateful, pity-driven intimacy. His chance to be strong for her, which was all he'd ever really wanted. But you know, I think by that point he'd had enough time to think. Maybe the penny had finally dropped. She'd taken a monstrous risk, and he had to realize she hadn't done it for him either way. He was in no condition to be attempting high-level wizardry. He was exhausted, terrified, and way over his head. And I think his heart was a little broken, too. Perhaps he just wanted it too desperately. He began the restoration spell. I happen to know it was from the major arcana heavy Renaissance-era magic dealing with colossal energies. It spiraled out of his control in the most terrible way possible. It consumed him, stole his body right out from under him, right before her eyes. He burned up, screaming. A cold blue fire. He became a Niffin. That's what Dean Fogg had been referring to that night in the infirmary. Quentin realized that's what losing control really meant. The others clearly understood the term Niffin. Their faces froze, fixed on Janet as if carved from marble. Emily completely lost it. I mean, she totally panicked. She barricaded the door and refused to let anyone in until her precious professor finally arrived. By then, the entire school was buzzing. I can't even imagine what he was feeling, considering the whole mess was essentially his responsibility. He couldn't have felt good about himself. I guess he would have had to attempt to banish the Niffin if it refused to go willingly. I'm not sure even he could have managed that. Those entities don't really seem to have a ceiling on their power. Anyway, he stayed calm and kept everyone else away from the room. He restored her face right then and there, which couldn't have been simple. Whatever his flaws, the man must have been one hell of a magician, because that spell that came through the fountain was a vicious piece of magic. And she likely tangled it up even more when she cast it, but he deciphered it on the spot and made her look mostly normal again. Though I've heard she was never quite the same. Not disfigured, just altered. Probably if you'd never met her before, you wouldn't notice. And that's the story. I have no idea what they told the boy's parents. I heard he came from a magical family, so they probably got a sanitized version of the truth, you know, the polite, cleaned-up explanation. A heavy quiet settled over them. In the distance, a bell clanged, likely from a boat on the river. The shadow from the trees had stretched all the way across them, a wonderfully cool relief in the late summer afternoon. Alice finally spoke up, her voice a little rough. "What happened to the professor? You haven't put it together?" Janet didn't even try to hide her satisfaction. They gave him an option, resign in disgrace, or get transferred to Antarctica, break bills south. Take a wild guess which one he picked. "Oh my God," Josh breathed out. "It was Mayakovsky." "That explains a tremendous amount," Quentin said, the pieces clicking into place with a satisfying, almost audible snap. "Doesn't it? It just explains everything." "So, what about Emily Greenstreet?" Alice pressed a new, sharp edge in her tone that Quentin couldn't quite place. "Did she just leave school? What did they do with her? Send her to some ordinary high school?" "I heard she's in some corporate gig in Manhattan," Janet said with a dismissive wave. "They hooked her up with a cushy job, management consulting or something vague like that. Our family has a stake in a big firm. Plenty of magical cover to hide the fact that she doesn't actually do anything. She basically sits in an office all day browsing the internet. I think a part of her just didn't make it through that night, you know. After that, even Janet fell silent." Quentin let his gaze wander into the clouds. The wine left him feeling unmoored, as if the earth had come unscrewed and was wobbling loosely on its axis. He wasn't the only one affected, because when Josh stood up a few minutes later, he immediately teetered and tumbled back onto the grass. A few people clapped half-heartedly, undeterred. Josh got up again, steadied himself, took a deep breath, and then performed a slow, deliberate knee bend before launching into a flawless standing backflip. He landed solidly and stood up straight, grinning from ear to ear. "It worked," he announced, disbelief and triumph in his voice. "I take back every negative thing I ever said about Viking shamans. It actually fucking worked." The spell had indeed worked, though, for reasons unknown. Josh was the sole beneficiary. As they gathered the picnic supplies and shook sand from the blanket, Josh sprinted in circles around the field, whooping and making gigantic bounding leaps in the dimming light. I'm a Viking warrior. Tremble before my power. Tremble, the strength of Thor and all his mighty army courses through my veins. And I slept with your mother. I slept with your motherer. He's so pleased with himself, Elliot remarked dryly. It's as if he followed a recipe and the dish actually looked like the photograph. Eventually, Josh ran off to find other spectators bellowing the battle hymn of the Republic as he went. Janet and Elliot wandered slowly back toward the cottage, while Alice and Quentin headed for the house, sun-kissed, drowsy, and still pleasantly buzzed. Quentin had already decided to skip dinner in favor of a nap. He's going to end up hurting someone, he remarked. Most likely himself. There are some safeguards in place, came the reply. Reinforcements to the skin and bone. He could likely punch a hole in a wall and walk away unscathed. Likely? And if it's possible, he'll find a way to do it. Alice was quieter than normal, a stillness that went beyond her usual reserve. It wasn't until they were winding through the shadowy, narrow paths of the maze that Quentin noticed the silent tears streaking her cheeks. A cold dread settled in his chest. "Alice, hey, look at me!" He stopped, gently turning her toward him. "What's wrong?" She buried her face against his shoulder, her voice muffled and thick. "Why did she have to tell that story?" She choked out. "What is the point? Why is she that kind of person?" A sharp pang of guilt hit Quentin for the flicker of dark fascination he'd felt. It was a terrible tale, yet it had a grim, almost theatrical pull. "She's just spreading gossip," he offered, trying to sound convincing. "She doesn't think about what it means, doesn't she?" Alice pulled back, scrubbing angrily at her eyes with her fists. "My whole life I believed my brother died in a car accident. Your brother?" Quentin went still. "What are you talking about?" "He was 8 years older. My parents told me it was a car crash. But that was him in her story. I'm certain of it. Wait, you think he was the boy she was talking about?" She nodded, her eyes red-rimmed and blazing with a painful fury. "I know he was, God, Quentin. It's not just some random story. She knows. She couldn't possibly know," he insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's a coincidence. She knows." Alice turned and began walking again, her steps quick. "The timeline fits, and it sounds exactly like him, Charlie. He was always falling for people, always trying to rescue them. He would have done exactly that." She shook her head, a bitter twist to her mouth. He was naive that way. Maybe Janet had no idea it was him. Maybe she didn't realize that's the act she puts on, so nobody figures out what a truly vicious person she is. Howling was the popular insult that term at Break Bills. Quentin was gearing up to defend Janet further when another realization struck him. "This is why you weren't invited here," he said softly. "It has to be, because of what happened to your brother." She nodded, her gaze distant now, her sharp mind piecing together this new grim puzzle and slotting other memories into place. "They wanted to protect me, as if that would change anything. Why is everyone else so monumentally stupid?" They halted a short distance from the maze's exit, lingering in a deep pocket of shadow where the hedges grew dense, as if neither was ready to step back into the light. "At least I know now," Alice whispered. "But why tell it, Q? She knew it would wreck me. What does she get from that?" He shook his head, uneasy with the idea of friction in their group. He wanted to smooth it over, to preserve their fragile perfection. "She's jealous," he said after a moment, "because you're the one everyone notices." Alice let out a short, humorless laugh. "She's jealous because we're actually happy," she corrected, her tone turning sardonic and sharp, "and she's been in love with Elliot forever. It's pathetic, really. He's never given her a second look." She began walking again. "Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't set her sights on you. What you think she hasn't already tried with Josh?" They emerged from the maze and climbed the steps to the back terrace, washed in the warm yellow light spilling from the French doors and scattered with early fallen leaves. Alice did her best to compose herself, using her sleeves and the tissues Quentin silently handed her. He watched, lost in his own thoughts, struck anew by how much of the world remained a hidden, intricate puzzle just beneath the surface.